and we are ready for our next run. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, any percent normal DLC, being run by quadraaceps. Good luck, and let's go over to you.
Comfy night, comfy run of the night.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Quad. This is Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I'm joined here by
Legrandgrand.
legrandgrand. Nice to meet. Nice to be here with you. I almost said nice to meet. I actually don't know him. I just met him like just now.
Yeah, we totally didn't meet each other at ESA this
I was
year.
like, hey, would you like to help me commentate this? Because I don't have one at the moment. He was like, yeah, sure. All right, anyway, this is Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Pretty good game. Decent. Okay.
Some would say big fiction.
Was only nominated for Game of the Year, like, I don't know, like once or something. Yeah. All right. So this is going to be a roughly 7-hour run. So yeah, get a nice cup of whatever drink you fancy, bucket of popcorn if you want. Sit back, relax, and I hope you all enjoy this run. So, all right, before we start the run, can I just get a quick confirmation that for the language bit war, is English the language we'll be starting with?
Yes, by a bit of $35 to $25, English
All right,
is the voice acting we will use.
So the language can be changed at any point in the run. So if you want to hear your preferred language, you can donate, and we can change that in a few seconds. So, okay, so the timer will start when I confirm, so when I press A here. So, Legrand, would you like to count us down?
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So welcome to the beautiful world of Ionios. A beautiful place where nothing really bad ever happens.
Beautiful, lots of greenery around, lots of cool stuff, I guess.
Well, the main problem is that, like, basically it's always at war. The place is always at war between Keves and Zagnus. Why, we don't really know. It's just a thing. And so we are playing as Keves side for now.
Look, no hands.
Yeah, the tutorial
Peak gameplay.
Tutorial is great. It's teaching you that auto attacks actually do something when you don't do anything. So
yeah, just stand there and your character's attack. Great.
And actually, if you move around, your auto attacks are not going to trigger right away. So you actually need to not touch anything during this section.
Yeah. So what I did, I just tried to position myself in a spot where I can just like not have to move, and I can just swap targets, and Noah will attack automatically without me having to move. So by pressing the right stick, I can actually dash. I'm gonna dash before they die here, just to optimize movement a bit. And gonna claim the DLC here. This is the DLC category after all.
Yeah, so DLC doesn't save that much time compared to normal. Like, most of the stuff that you're going to see here up until pretty much chapter 6 are going to be something that you can do even without DLC. It's just that it's going to speed up a few things because we'll get some items that will allow us to do things faster, really.
But DLC is cheating though. So this run's not legit.
So the first thing that we did is get, so for the first DLC gives us a bunch of items. The most important one really is a silver belt, which is going to increase our attack by 25%. And attack is really the most important stat in this game. Really all the other buffs are negligible compared to an attack boost. Another thing that we started is a Masha's quest, which we're going to be able to do in like quite a while. Hi, Mwamba. We also got quite a few no point coins, which are going to be relevant more later, and we'll get to talk about it later.
Oh, nice one, Noah. You missed this edge for us.
Welcome to chapter 1, everyone. So now we've got access to arts. So as you can see, we've got arts on our button. So if you press X, you're going to see ground beat happens. Y, sword strike. B, edge thrust. And for this little tutorial, you need to press 5 attacks in order to continue, which is actually pretty tight when you have the silver belt equipped. So we are playing as an attacker. Attackers are going to try and deal as much damage as possible, and they are going to do that through positions most of the time. So you've got Sword Strike, which is going to break the enemy when you use it on the side, and Edge Thrust that is going to deal more damage if you attack from the back. And then Ground Beat is an AoE art, which is kind of not that great, but we'll see later something better is going to replace it. Meanwhile, you've got Uni, who is a healer, and the healer also serves as support characters in this game. So they're going to be able to use buff. One of the most important ones, I'd say, is fields that are going to set on the ground. So the field that you have as a medic gunner, which is Uni's class, is an attack up buff. So if you stand in that circle, you're going to get an attack bonus. And as I explained, attack is the most important stat, so getting inside that is pretty good.
You're on fire, Lance!
And finally, Lance is a defender. His objective is to take the aggro and to take as much damage as possible and not die. Generally, Heavy Guard actually does a pretty decent job at that. They do need some help from time to time, but pretty decent. So this fight is basically a tutorial for, well, your talent art, which is the A button. It's Overclock Buster. It's going to charge every time you use a positional art for the attackers. So every time you use Sword Strike from the side or Edge Thrust from the back and it actually hits, then that's going to build Overclock Buster.
You notice how I manipulated Uni to do the powering there. Her AI can be kind of iffy. She wants to set the powering, but sometimes the AI just like decides to be kind of dumb. So when I saw her moving close to me, I kind of just positioned Noah beside her to make her drop the powering there, and it's gonna end up saving a little bit of time because a little bit more damage on our Overclock Buster here, which does increase damage to dazed enemies. So Daze is the first combo we're going to be introduced to. Combos are like break, topple, and then you can go Daze, burst, or you can go launch, smash. And they're going to be pretty important for our runs for damage later. Actually, right now it's also important. Yeah, we're gonna want to land those combos as much as we can. Unfortunately, Uni's not exactly the smartest character in a party, and sometimes she loves to not daze.
Group heal.
Yeah, so it would be kind of like Sword Strike, break, topple, and then Uni's like group heal.
Yeah, like the way AI works is generally good in this game. It's not the best. It's not Xenoblade 1 tier. And the thing is, if the AI sees that characters are going to start being low on HP, the AI is going to try and heal as a priority instead of using reactions, which is actually what we want. So it can be a little bit of a pain to deal with that. There is quite a lot of things that you have to take into account when playing this game, which are quite detrimental to the experience as a speedrun, but we'll get to talk about that later. For now, we have to fight these flyers, and we're going to be explaining the mechanic of healing, which is, kind of complicated to explain. If you stand in the circle that's a regenerate, you get HP back, which means that you heal. Yeah, that's the whole tutorial. So those flyers actually, when they hit 33% HP, maybe actually less than 50% HP, they're going to try and use an ability that is going to reduce the HP, just like that last Fencer. And we can use that to our advantage to actually speed up the fight. So we're going to put them at low HP so that they can actually use that ability and then switch to the other one and then try to run away, which can be difficult. This section is actually not so easy to do if you want to optimize your movement, because you want to end the fight closest to the end of the circle and not closest to the fight. So you kind of have to stop dealing damage as the attacker and try to run away, which can be difficult because if you run away too fast, then well, you're not doing any damage, and suddenly you're like, oh wait, the enemy's not dead. What do I do?
Yeah, so over there, the game's teaching us how to equip accessories. Jokes on them. We already know how to do that. In fact, the game gives us this an attack stone, which increases our auto attack damage by I don't know how many, something that's
26%, something like that.
whatever.
It's not relevant. but
It's not relevant, so we're just gonna put our silver belt back.
Yeah, auto attacks are not great to deal damage. They're going to be useful for other stuff later. Um, but like, don't rely on auto attacks for to deal
Yeah.
damage. Like, no.
Auto attack damage is not like super relevant, and yeah, it's not gonna make up the majority of our damage. Right now, our arts are we have the Kavesi site in our party, and our arts are all time based as well. So nothing really like we're introduced to canceling, but they don't really do anything. In fact, they don't increase your damage at this point. So kind of just like you can cancel to look cool, I guess.
Yeah, just press all your buttons when they are available, already.
Yeah. Later on, canceling is going to become a lot more important, especially when we start to get access to other characters that do take advantage of canceling a lot better. The Kavesi side doesn't really benefit that much from canceling as of now. Just shortens the animations a little bit. That's about it. Nothing too significant. So, just gonna finish up with this Bunnet here. I think.
It's about the
Yeah.
time, yeah.
I don't know. I'll just drop the ground beat. Whatever.
Stay safe.
Yeah, you don't want to like dash all the way to the end and then you're just waiting for your party members to kill the Bunnet.
Yeah, usually you're the one that actually does damage. Now there is one more character in our party that is actually very relevant. His name is Mwamba. He's also an attacker. He also does damage, but we cannot. We don't have a way to control it. Because spoiler alert, eventually we'll be able to control Uni and Lance. For now we're stuck on Noah, and we cannot like. Hey, this fight is going to be difficult. I want to play the defender, and whatnot. No, for now it's we're stuck on Noah.
Yeah, it's okay. The game doesn't allow us to control Mwamba because he's too difficult to control. He's super good when you use him right. Unfortunately, he's like super hard to use. So the game just doesn't want us to do that right now.
Yeah.
Mwamba is like one of the strongest characters in the speedrun, honestly.
Yeah. Imagine not having him for the fights that we have him.
We'll
Like,
bear
that'd be-
witness to
that'd be
his
hard.
We'll bear witness to his glory later. Right now, he's just giving everyone else a chance, honestly.
So welcome to Colony 9, which is not Colony 9 from Xenoblade 1. Sorry about that. And we're going to be introduced to well, the benefit of talking to people.
Yeah.
If you see someone, just talk to them. Like it's a mechanic where if you talk to someone, they will have some quests available that you can complete in the form of Collectopedia. So we are going to talk to exactly one character NPCs to actually get item from them, and then we'll just continue on.
Yeah, so there was a Nopon in that shed called Harala. We used to talk to Harala to get an item called the Tool Belt, which increases damage done to machines by 60%. It's a nice piece of item, but unfortunately it's like pretty expensive to get. It's like free silver coins unless you collect the items, which can also be a pain. The benefit of having DLC is that it gives you lots of silver coins, which we're going to use for the run, but how should we explain this? So that tool belt, you can either use the silver coins, or you can collect collectibles from the field, and you can turn it in to save those free silver coins. We do get some silver coins from the DLC, but we don't have enough. We're still gonna have to pick up some later on for the run. So saving silver coins is good. So you're kind of inclined to want to pick up the collectibles to turn in for the tool belt. But it's also a pain because the collectibles are random, and sometimes the game just doesn't want to give you the right ones, and you just end up losing time to picking up stuff. So.
And even then, like picking up stuff is actually like kind of slow sometimes.
Yep.
Like you have to go out of your way a little bit to pick up collectibles. If you can spare yourself having to collect them, like it's just better.
Yeah.
And you don't actually need the tool belt that much. Like
Yeah,
it actually
don't need
doesn't give that much extra DPS compared to what we'll have. Surprisingly enough.
Yeah, so we have the silver belt. That's actually plenty. It's silver belt, super good. It's not going to be as good as the tool belt when it comes to machines later, but it's only marginally worse, and it's just recently cut out of the route. I feel like it's not very worth it to get anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, like cutting it out, you don't actually feel the difference too much.
Not really. And yeah, you can feel the difference in chapter 1 when you don't talk to Harala and you don't waste time getting the 2 belt.
Yep, and less menuing too. It's just kind of a win-win. So this little quest here, it's a side quest, but we're forced to do it, so it's not really a side quest. We have to kill these 2 Pyranax in order to finish it, and we're just going to do our good old Oracle Buster combo. Or it can just die earlier, and we'll feel happy about it.
Yeah, so something I'm looking out for here is the red Pyranax egg, which I got there, the common one. You want specifically a common one or a white one. That's going to be nice for some crafting items later, which is going to help us out with the run. If we don't get the egg here, it's fine. You can always get backups. But getting it here does save a little bit of time later. So, yeah,
Because you're actually forced to actually pick up those stuff because you need the rich fish meat in order to complete the quest. The other items don't require to kill any enemies, so it's just collecting items on the ground, which is this time fixed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so specifically you want the white one, which is the common one. If you get the rare one or the legendary one, which is the yellow or purple one, those don't work for the crafting. So you're hoping to not get lucky there, oddly enough. And here, sometimes you can lose time if these are really spread out. These are a little spread out, but not that big of a deal. And here we are introduced to the Collectopedia, which is what Legrand mentioned. Basically, if you talk to NPCs, they can have little cards that you can turn in items, and then they give you other items. So just like kind of trade quests or something, yeah. And so this one doesn't really give us an important item. And right after that, we're gonna do the first Death Warp of the run. And back to the colony. For some reason, the game really likes to not let you fast travel at at a lot of points where it'll be super convenient to be able to fast travel. But the Death Warp there allows us to bypass that restriction in that one scenario. Specifically, we avoided getting the landmark at the entrance or the rear of the colony of Colony 9, because if you got that landmark and you Death Warp, you will go right back there. But because we didn't get that landmark, we'll Death Warp back here.
Yeah, as you could see, like the Death Warp isn't so much of a Death Warp, and just like you press give up, and it's not even slower than actually just pressing the quick travel button.
Yeah, the death. So yeah, when we say Death Warp, we usually mean just engaging in combat with like any random enemy and then giving up. It's really, really fast, really convenient, and we'll be using that quite a bit throughout the run.
Now we are in the plains. Ooh.
Yep. We're out of Colony 9. Woohoo! So okay, a bunch of stuff we have to do before the next section. Just do a little bit of preparation. I'm gonna do some Collectopedia. Get this Black Mass, pretty nice item for terrestrial creatures, extra 60% damage, I believe. I'm gonna put that immediately on Noah. I'm gonna put the Vambraces on Uni. That's 25% extra damage to higher level enemies. And then I'm gonna give the Iron Temple Guard to Lance because he's our tank and his job is basically just to eat up hits. Uni doesn't really need any item right now. You just give her the Vambraces just because
Extra damage.
Yeah, just extra damage. Why not? No, and Noah, we're gonna be fighting terrestrial creatures.
Quite a bit.
Coming up, quite a few of them. So having that Black Mass is going to give us a lot more damage, a bit more than the Silver Belt actually.
Yeah, because right now our attack isn't that high, so getting a plus 25% on that isn't that relevant. But the flat 60% boost of damage towards terrestrial enemies is actually going to be more relevant. And yeah, so the Iron Temple Guard, we didn't get to explain what it does. It simply gives you more HP. I think it's 20% more. Lance is going to be very critical for the next boss fight. So giving him more HP is actually like very, very relevant. They're just going. There were I had multiple instances where I did this boss fight and Lance was staying at under 100 HP for the fight, and I was like, oh, am I gonna die? And thank God there's this Iron Temple Guard, which we get from DLC. Otherwise, you'd have the Bronze Temple Guard, which only gives like 10%.
20%.
20?
Yeah, 20% versus the 25% from the Iron Temple Guard. So it's 5% less. It's not a big difference, but you do feel it sometimes. Yeah, so a little bit of movement tag you saw me do just now is dashing across the water. That's actually faster because the swimming animation is really slow. And yeah, you might ask, oh, Mr. Streamer, why are you going to this level 50 enemy area when there's nothing there? Well, there's actually something there, which is location XP, bonus XP, which is stored. You don't get it immediately, but basically every time you get locations and landmarks, you actually get bonus XP, which you can turn in to at camps later, which we'll be introduced to after the fights. And yeah, you can use those to level up your characters.
And because that EXP is based on the area level, we got EXP from an area that we're supposed to be to go at when you're at around level 50. So that was actually quite a lot of experience. I think that's even like a full level at this point. So
let's see if Uni. Oh, she dazed. She never ever dazes that one. Nice one, Uni.
So the strategy for this fight is pretty simple. You just tell your party to actually focus attack on one enemy, and then you do your overclock buster combo on another one. We just got access to tactics, and that's basically the tutorial for that.
Yeah.
So tactics allow you to tell your party to either focus attack on someone or just do whatever you want. It's not very. It doesn't give you that many options, but it's actually enough for what we want to do.
Oh, nice, really nice fight. Nice one, Mwamba. Yeah. Yeah, so the theme of a lot of these fights where you have multiple enemies is really just want to spread out damage and avoid overkilling and wasting your damage. So we're gonna do a quick little menu before the next fight here. I hesitate to call it a boss fight because for some reason this enemy is not considered a boss or unique monster. So Noah actually has a skill that increases damage done to bosses and unique enemies by, I believe, it's 70% at the current rank that he's at for Sword Fighter. But this enemy right here is not considered a boss or unique monster, so we're going to be dealing normal damage to it. And what do you know? For some reason, the devs decided that, hey, you know, we're just going to put a really difficult fight here. And yeah, we like to call this the the final boss of the run.
Kills so many runs.
Yeah, this enemy is really dangerous, really annoying. Particularly because of this one skill that it has called a Komodo Fire, which hopefully will... we gave Lance a variable turret there. Hopefully it will increase his survivability. It provides him with guaranteed block for the entire duration of the art. And of course the Komodo Fire comes out after.
Yeah, so Komodo Fire, it does a bit of damage, but also most importantly, it inflicts a debuff called Blaze. And Blaze is one of those multiple debuffs that is going to deal damage over time. And damage over time is not something that you can really easily counter, even at this point or even later. Well, later we'll have some tools to deal with it, but it's going to really impact Lance survivability, and it's quite a pain. But thankfully, Variable Turret is here to save the day, block a bunch of hits. We also want to hit as many topples as possible on this fight.
Yeah, we got that one topple, which is really good. You want to avoid Cursed Cuisine. Breaking into Cursed Cuisine because it gives the Ropal a guaranteed deep reaction immunity. That's what it's called. Yeah, so you can't break a topple while it's using Cursed Cuisine. Fortunately for us, you use a very early Cursed Cuisine, so you could basically guarantee the topple there. Oh, really nice fight. Nice. Final boss down. Okay, run's over.
Sometimes his boss fight just goes really wrong, and at only 50% health, like everything is just done.
Yeah.
Like this one was fine. Lance was low on HP, but that's okay.
Yeah, he basically you just need him to survive long enough that you can wear down the Ropal. He doesn't always survive, but it's fine as long as you can get past the fight. Honestly, if you don't die on this fight, that's a win. We take those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a really beautiful fight. Really nice topples and not much in the way of misses, which can happen.
So yeah, topple, we got to explain that like reactions are really cool for damage because of Overclock Buster, but topple is also like the main idea of topple is that it's going to make the enemy not able to do anything, topple or daze for that matter, yeah, it's just very convenient. For this boss fight specifically.
Yeah, so imagine if they put this cam like right before the Ropal. That fight would be so much better, but no. We're going to put it right after that fight.
So all that bonus XP is mostly because of that location that we hit earlier.
Yeah, so if we didn't get the Savine Cavity, it would be level 7 here. The 2 extra levels actually do matter quite a bit for this section. When we're low on levels, the attack stat is going to matter. The levels are going to matter a lot more because they give you a large increase in your attack stat relative to the amount of attack that you actually have. So it's going to provide a pretty large bonus to our damage right here. All right, I'm gonna put Crash Out back and Power Ring, and then I'm gonna give Uni the Bronze Temple Guard and Noah the Silver Belt because we're not gonna fight terrestrial creatures for now. Uni's gonna get a Bronze Temple Guard just to increase her survivability. There's gonna be a fight later where sometimes the aggro can get a bit wonky, and you want Uni to survive because if you don't have your healer, it's not really fun times. So one thing about healers in this game is that they are the only class that can revive characters that are downed. So if all your healers are down, there is no way to pick up any down characters anymore unless you have like specific items, which we don't get in the speedrun.
And on top of that, if like healers are the only characters that actually have heal spells. Otherwise, you don't have access to any.
Yeah, healers are super strong in the speedrun. Super duper strong. Most of the best classes in the speedrun are healer classes, just because they offer so much utility.
So healing, buffs, and just being able to control whatever is happening in the fight. Really, like tanks are doing some job, but not as good job as what healers could do.
Landsmith is toppled there. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, you really want that overclock buster.
I don't have my overclock buster anyway. This is not going to be a very fast fight, but we'll try to optimize it as much as we can, spread our damage out.
So yeah, as we explained earlier, so the downtard gauge of attackers is going to go up if you actually hit the arts, not just use the art in the correct position. So say you're using Sword Strike and it doesn't hit, then your overclock buster talent is not going to build, and therefore that's just going to kind of break the whole momentum we have going on. Because the way arts build back up is working out really well to get an overclock combo going and keeping it going over and over again. That's still a decent backup, I guess.
Yeah, it was 11 finish off. All right. That wasn't too bad in the end.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, so a lot of like how good your chapter 1s are mostly going to depend on Noah. If he misses critical attacks, which is basically like most of his attacks in this chapter, it's going to slow your chapter 1 down. And it's really annoying because even though it's just the first chapter, it's still like a 40-minute long chapter. So if you have a really bad chapter 1 and you're like minutes behind, you kind of want to reset, but at the same time it's also 40 minutes, and this run is like kind of long.
Yeah.
So it really feels bad. That's the main criticism I think a lot of people have with this run. It's that it's pretty long. It's definitely not like super duper long, but it's not something you can just sit down and grind out many attempts in one sitting.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. So fighting the Automaton Sentry, pretty simple fight. Again, we're going to kind of use the same strat as we did on the Wolf, which is focus attack on the first one and then just do another clock buster combo on the second one, and that should one-shot it, especially with the...
Come on, girl.
So that's not going to be a one-shot.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just going to go back to this first one. If normally I want to daze the other one and take that one down, that's fine. So probably just go up to 2 overclock busters, which is not too bad. Usually you use 2 overclock busters anyway. All right, Uni, one more chance. Let's see if we can get it. We don't need a daze here, but yeah, there we go. Of course, she dazes when it's not needed.
Daze mattered.
Oh well, one good thing about topple and daze though is that you're guaranteed a hit, so you can't miss toppled enemies or dazed.
But you can miss your topple.
Yeah,
that's great.
But you can miss your topple. Yeah, so one thing about daze also is that you can't generate, aggro generation is halted when it's dazed. So the only thing that works during daze is taunt. So when enemies are dazed, it's pretty good for your attackers because they can't take aggro.
So coming up is a fight against mysterious Agnes soldiers.
I wonder who these people are.
Yeah. So it's a healer, an attacker, and a defender. We're trying focusing the healer first for pretty obvious reasons. If he cannot heal, then you're pretty happy.
Of course.
Miss.
Of course.
Break. Let's go.
This is what I like to call no accuracy. Because he literally has no accuracy.
I mean, his accuracy is decent enough, but when you have like 90% chance to hit, and there's so many hits going on, like you're guaranteed to at least miss one, right? Like that's how probabilities works. And then unfortunately, this happened here.
All right.
And that's
Gonna go
actually
down
going to mess up most of the fight after that because like.
Yeah, it's fine. So I'm instead of using a sword strike here, I'm going to use an edge thrust and build back up. So we'll resume our
Punch.
Yeah, we will resume our normal pattern like right here. So hopefully we get the topple here.
Also, Lance, can you take the aggro, please?
There we go. No, of course, group heal. Amazing job, Uni.
So the attacker here, like it's. I was going to say Senna.
I might die, but it's not that bad. I might die. Yeah, I'm gonna die.
You're dead.
That's fine. Ah, of course, the healing ring comes out right before I die.
So every time the healer actually revives a character, they're going to build a lot of aggro, which means that now Uni is probably going to be targeted by at least Mio.
Yeah, Lance just refusing to take aggro here. Granted, he's not exactly the best at taking aggro to begin with.
He missed the crash out. Good job.
But it's fine. So this is the reason why we give Uni the Bronze Temple Guards, just to decrease the odds of her like dying from lands being not useful. Okay, so this defender is the dodgiest one. Hopefully she doesn't use White Slash. Okay, nice. Okay, so we'll be able to finish her shortly here. It's 3-on-1. There's no way we lose here.
Yeah, so the Butterfly Blade and White Slash actually grants total evasion when you use them. Pretty good arts. Pretty annoying when you fight against that. But thankfully that's over. And now we are going to have another boss fight in that boss combat.
Yep, this is Mr. Wild Ride. This is he looks a bit different from us.
Yeah.
He's really big and scary looking.
It's a mysterious enemy. And
yeah, so this fight's pretty much the same as all the other fights. I'm gonna want to just do overclock busters, hopefully on dazes. He has break resist, so it's 50% to break him. Nice. It's gonna speed up the fight a little bit. Nice daze, Uni.
so you could overclock from behind, but it's better to just overclock Buster from the attack up ring, because that boosts the damage of your talent art, which is pretty relevant.
Yep. Nice powering.
Yeah, you really like power rings that are close to the enemies.
Yeah, try to stand close to Uni, get her to drop as many power rings as you can. Those do add up. And you can see that our friends from before are actually fighting alongside with us right now. Although they're not doing much right now. Oh, another nice break. Really nice.
Yeah.
Okay, no power ring, I guess. That's fine. We should still be able to finish this in one more overclock buster just because we got 2 dazes. Really nice. Now it's gonna get angry. So when enemies hit a certain HP threshold, they can become enraged and they get extra stats and they might gain access to different skills.
Yeah. Most of the time, like getting enraged means that like you're going to have a bad time, but it's not too bad for now. Like we're level 9. It's
so
really
I got 3 out of 3s on the break. So let's see if he. Yeah, whatever. I don't need a daze here.
No.
Really nice fight. Actually, that's
Yeah,
a perfect
first.
fight, pretty much.
You usually get the kill in like 4 overclock buster, but getting 3 is like very solid. And now we are introduced to.
Hey, look, we're big now.
Yeah.
We look
Big-
like him.
Big giant robot. Wait, what? No, it's not a robot. Sorry.
So this is Ouroboros. Basically, Noah and Mio fused together and became big.
Yeah.
In this state, we take no damage. Oh well, we do take damage, but it doesn't matter. Like we can take as many hits as, and we won't die. And we gain access to different arts, as you can see here. Unfortunately, right now we're not really very strong, but whatever. You can't lose this fight.
Yeah, it's a tutorial to explain. Well, more like a lore-based fight where you're going to see the power for your Ouroboros. So the arts are going to not have a cooldown or anything. They're just going to be available when you use another art. And every time you use an art, that's going to build your talent gauge, and the talent is Mega Spinning Edge is what's going to deal damage on this boss fight.
Uni's doing a pretty good job of setting power rings here. It does actually affect your Ouroboros damage. So those do actually add up and do make the fight a little faster. Yeah, so one more hit here should be able to take him out. I'm gonna do Unison Strike for the lulz.
Let's go.
Unison Strike! Yeah, if you notice, I avoided using Unison Strike for the entirety of the fight because it's bad and it's very slow.
It's just very slow. Like the actual damage is pretty okay, but there's so much downtime when you whenever you use it right after you use the art that like it's just not worth it. Just use the 2 quick arts and just use Mega Spinning Edge whenever it's possible because that's the biggest DPS.
Hey, look, it's Uni. We're Uni now. Can be
Yeah.
healers. Yay.
How are you doing, Quad?
Yeah, I'm doing very good. Actually, a little bit thirsty. I'm gonna drink some water.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, what? Oh, no!
Oh no. Queen.
No, I died. No, the run's over. Oh, okay, we're back here. So yeah, what we did there was a death warp. Actually, it's actually faster to do a give up. You can target an enemy across the valley and then you can give up. But it's funny. It's funny to fall off.
Unfortunately, we don't hear
Yeah.
Uni dying anymore. And
Oh, you do. She did scream there. Queen's wings.
Guys, get ready to
Wings.
So, talking about Queen's Wings, I wonder, are we still going to enjoy English voice acting, or are we going to switch to the land of the morning sun,
I'm not sure how to feel.
Mr. Host?
We do still have English ahead by $20.
Oh,
But-
pretty cool. Yeah, I like the English voices. I think both languages have their charms. But I do definitely prefer English voices. I think because it's a lot funnier. They have some pretty funny lines. Okay, so right here we're gonna take a camp. We're gonna take another camp. The main reason is because we're gonna get some new party members very soon. Woohoo! I wonder who they are. But they're gonna join at our current level. So if we don't take the level there, we'll be level 10, and they'll join at level 10. The thing is, right now we're almost at level 11. So they're gonna join at the start level 10, and then we're gonna be almost level 11. And so they're gonna lose about 800 XP, which is actually pretty relevant for this part of the run. So by taking a camp there, we ensure that we all end up at about the same level, like right after this fight where they're gonna join. So yeah, right now we're controlling Uni. The game wants to teach us how to fight using the other classes. So we're gonna learn how to use a healer class right now.
Yeah, we're totally going to heal, right?
Yeah, we're. As you can see, we don't really do much. So the most we can do is try to set up power rings for Noah, and we're gonna try to count his positional. So he did 2 there already, and that's. We're gonna wait for him to do 1 more positional, and then he's gonna have his overclock buster. So I'm gonna try to optimize his damage here and try to spread out the damage.
Yeah, so once the Overclock Buster is available, we want to target the
Okay,
other
there we go.
enemy and focus
So he
that
should
on
use
that one.
overclock buster here, and now I can let them do whatever they want.
And yeah, using a healer right now is really fun. You get to place power rings. Yay.
Yeah, group heal for the lulz. All right, now we get to learn how to use tanks. Woohoo! We're gonna learn how to use Lance's class. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely Lance class, right?
Yep. Very good. Very good class. Hey, what's this? We have the other party. We got Mio. Oh, she's a defender too. It's almost as if the game's telling us that hey, let's use an actual defender that's actually good.
I mean, it's a decent class, right? But you just don't like playing it. However, playing as Zephyr, that's fun.
Oh, playing as Zephyr is like neuron activation. All your neurons get like super activated when you
It's
play
also
Zephyr.
because you're playing as a cat girl.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so right now we're joined by the Agnian side, and so you can see that they fight differently. For those of you who've played Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the second game, or actually technically the third game. Everyone forget that X is a game. But yeah,
Targeting X.
you'll be used to auto attacks auto attack recharge. So by auto attacking, you can actually recharge your arts. And then by canceling, you can actually recharge your other arts as well. Okay, so she's gonna pressure drop there. I'm gonna dash away. Yeah, so in general, the Agnians are going to be able to spam arts a lot more because you're going to be able to cancel, and it's going to recharge all their arts. The Kavesi side is going to be more, because they're time-based, they won't be able to spam their arts as much. But interestingly enough, that doesn't mean that the Agnian classes are necessarily better. Both sides do actually have like really good classes, and later on we'll get access to different mechanics that allow us to use the arts of like the different different sides.
Yeah, for example, if you take the healers of, if you try to compare both healers from Keves and Agnus, you've got the medic gunner that has attack up power rings that they can set up, and then you've got tacticians.
Yeah. What does tactician do again?
They have terrible art. Just don't use tactician. Just use medic gunner. Medic gunner good.
You'd imagine like a class being called tactician. You imagine that is actually pretty good for fighting. Actually, no. It's if you want to be tactical, you would not use the tactician.
I mean, theoretically, the idea is pretty good. It's going to use buffs and debuffs to actually influence the battle. But the buff are like kind of bad because it's just an evade up ring, which doesn't really do anything because that doesn't boost your damage. And the debuff is the problem with debuffs in this game is that they have a chance to miss.
Oh yeah. So the debuffs are super nerfed in this game. They can be pretty strong at times, but then like basically every debuff has a base chance to hit on top of being affected by enemy debuff resist. So you have like 2 checks to go through, which like just makes debuffs like super unreliable, and they also like last for like a total of like 2 seconds.
Yeah, just don't use debuffs. Meanwhile, buffs generally in this game, if it's not going to be a power ring, a ring where everyone's going to be able to stand in, if it's an actual buff, it's going to usually apply to everyone in your party. So yeah, by the way, you've got six characters in our party now.
Yep.
So suddenly you get to buff 6 people, or you could try and debuff potentially maybe only one enemy. Like just the choice is really easy to make.
So a little bit of RNG here. Sometimes you can get you're gonna get aggro from bangs here. You can get like between 1 to 3. Ideally, you would just 1-1-1. I think I've made it past without any aggro from banks before, but it's like I can't remember like when. I just remember it happening once, but usually you get aggro from 1 or 2. And you saw me controlling Tyon there. You would think that I'm using Tyon because he's useful for that part, but actually no, I'm just controlling Tyon because he's the most useless in the party. So I just put him at the side.
Yep.
He's also a range attacker, so basically what I do is that you camp at the boulder there, and so that the other Vangs don't see you because they only see your controlled character. So by using a ranged character like Tyon and standing at the boulder, you can let the other party members finish off the Vangs while you just stand there and not do much. That's basically the theme of Tactician, just stand there and not to do much.
So at the end of chapter 1, we got introduced to 2 really cool things. The first one is obviously we don't have a party of 3 characters anymore. We've got 6 characters, which is the first in Xenoblade games. So we suddenly have 6 characters that we can play around, and you would think that yeah, okay, I'm gonna control one of the 6 characters for a fight, and then that's going to be good, right? And then I just play around the AI and stuff. Actually, this game went even further beyond and actually allows you to change whichever character you control in battle. So we can start, say, with Noah, then switch to Senna, and then switch to Lance or whatever. And like potentially, if you look at it this way, even though AI is going to be pretty decent at that, you could break with Noah, then switch to Lance, topple with Lance, and then switch to Uni and then Days, and you get your full combo up.
Yeah, so that's one thing that's really nice about this game, is that you get a lot more flexibility with your party, and if you're good at micromanaging, you're going to be able to optimize your combat to a very high degree, and that's where a lot of the execution and skill lie in this game. If you want to be a really good runner, you're going to have to make sure you're good at micromanaging your party when you're doing combat. So I'm going to try to do that here. So we got the crust tips here. Want to try to not aggro too much at one, too many of them at once.
That's the blue one.
Yeah, especially the blue one. Oh, oops, didn't auto attack there. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so I want to take on like 2 at a time. Oh, it's probably good. Oh, okay, whatever.
So generally on this fight, you want to control, to micromanage at least Noah and Senna, because they're both attackers and they're going to deal damage. You're going to try most of the time to micromanage at least 2 characters in the run. Potentially you're going to try and do more, but for now the attacker is the only one that really matters. Because we don't need to deal with survivability or aggro management for this fight. That's going to...
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're going to be joined by our big boy here.
Everyone is still like pretty decently high on HP.
No, why would you edge thrust from the front, you dumb boy?
Yeah, so the problem with this game now is that, as we got to explain earlier, AI is not exactly that great. And that's mostly mitigated by the fact that we can actually control, micromanage every character, but that also means that sometimes we cannot micromanage everything at the same time. Like we have some downtime of like 2-3 seconds where we're going to try and hope that the AI doesn't mess up too much. It's going to mess up a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna try that again. We're gonna see if they do their job this time.
So waiting a bit for edge thrust to pop.
Okay. No. Okay. Hey, there we go. Nice.
And don't miss. Thank you, Noah.
Yeah, you can't miss days anyways, that's fine.
Oh, right.
Alright, I'm gonna just run away, because they're gonna finish up.
Don't forget the drops.
Yeah, so you do want some drops here. I got the jet spray already, so I just need a shell now.
So Senna's talent art, you might think is like going to be as good as Overclock Buster, right? Because like Overclock Buster does a lot of damage and the Senna is an attacker. It inflicts launch and then it does some damage. It's not exactly as good. Especially considering that if it inflicts launch, when you would like to have days for Overclock Buster to proc, you just kind of feel a little weird when this happens.
Oh, of course I got the legendary one, of course. I really need a common one. Those are going to be to craft some important items later. Oh, oops, forgot to cancel that. That's fine.
Yeah, so we didn't talk about it, but Air Slash, which we replaced Ground Bait with, actually boosts damage if you cancel, so that's the only art that you really want to cancel when you're playing Kevasi classes.
Is that one hopefully that one's a common Rainbow Crusted Shell. Oh no, it's a rare, of course. Okay, no, we're missing a Rainbow Crusted Shell. That's fine.
There's
so I have to keep
backups.
that in mind for later. Yeah.
Hey, can I get a hand here?
Very rare that you don't get both your drops here.
Yep. So quick little tutorial on hulks. So there is going to be a bunch of hulks spread around the map. In order to activate them, you need to defeat the enemies that are lurking around. So that's what we did with the quadraaceps. And then you need to use ether to actually activate them. This is very relevant to the speedrun because we're only going to see this one, and then after that we're not going to care about this mechanic ever again. It does give some really cool items when you activate them. Most importantly, like the thing that's going to that is going to give you is gold no point coins, which are really rare in this game actually.
Check out the parkour I just did there. Hope you caught it.
Yep, very cool movement deck. So that's going to be quite useful. We actually got 10 from the DLC, and we're actually going to use all of them on gem crafting, which we'll see later. And the items that we're going to get from this Hulk are actually, like, there's going to be one item that's going to be relevant, and it's a no bundle. We're going to use that way later. It's going to allow whoever has it equipped to keep some of the aggro if they are incapacitated. Which is, as you could guess, pretty irrelevant because for tanks. Because if a tank dies, then it's going to lose all of its aggro. And so if you've got only one tank and your tank is dead, then suddenly everyone in the party is going to have more aggro than the tank. And you're just like, well, just going to have to wait for everyone to die before the tank actually takes the aggro back. And you feel kind of stupid when that happens.
Let's not take this for granted.
These are worth a bit.
Because, like, because you've got so much flexibility in this game, right? there is always going to be a way to prevent bad things from happening. Like there's always a play to do it. It's just going to be sometimes really hard to figure it out because you've got to micromanage so many characters and figure it out on the spot because there's never any kind of downtime in fights. Unlike say Xenoblade 1 where you're going to have visions where you're going to have a little breathing time and you're going to see the attack and you're like, okay, I've got time to figure out what to do. I have to do X, Y, Z, and then you're good. In this game, you have to react to everything on the spot, and it can be quite difficult sometimes.
Yep, so we're done with the Hulk here, and pretty soon we're gonna come up on everybody's favorite tutorial in the game.
Ooh, I love tutorials.
Yeah, so the one thing about tutorials in this game is that they really hold your hand in this game, and they hold your hand really, really hard. It's really I would really attribute it to the second game, or Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It's actually the third game. When I say second game, just
you
know
can,
that I mean.
You can say the same problem happened in Xenoblade X. It's all good. Like there was tutorial in Xenoblade X, but no one ever opened the manual for that.
Yeah,
that's where all the tutorials were. And
one of the biggest complaints about Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was that the tutorials just appear once and never appear again, and they don't really explain the combat very well. So this game goes over the top and overcompensates for that, and you're gonna see that here. So right now we're going, but we do unlock like basically one of the coolest stuff in this game, which is the class system. Well, class systems are always cool. Yeah, so we're gonna be able to give classes like to everyone here. So the game's telling us, hey, you can give everybody this class, and
you actually have to switch for everyone.
Yeah, the game tells us that to do it for everyone. And now we're gonna learn about martial arts. So when you level up classes on other characters and unlock classes on other characters, you gain arts from those classes as well. So yeah, we get ground beat on Noah, and the game tells us to put white slash on Mio, and then the game tells us to put myopic screen on Uni, and dark banner on Tayam.
So master arts are really interesting because the first thing is if you're playing as an Agnus class, you can only have master arts from the Keves class. So that means that now we have classes that are going to have both cooldowns and auto attack cooldowns. So that's going to be quite interesting. And now, after that class tutorial, which also explains us that when you unlock a class, you can get some master skills. So skills are basically passives that are going to apply throughout the fight. So now that we've got both Keves and Agnus arts, we can actually fusion them to get some even stronger attacks or stronger effects on your arts. And so that's a core mechanic of this game, really managing your arts so that you can get all your fusions up. So for now, we are only level, I don't know, 11, 12. We only have one fusion art. As the game will progress, we'll have more master arts available, so more fusion arts available, and that's going to speed up fights a lot more.
Yeah. Shout outs to this unique monster, Indiscreet Gombaba, which is standing very, very indiscreetly. All right, so here we got the fusion arts tutorial. It's gonna get a bunch of grabbles. I hate these things so much.
The reason why we hate grabbles so much is that when they use their lazy sway art, they're going to turn around and then use a really long roll and then turn around again. So when you're trying to use positional art, like edge thrust, you're just like going to have a hard time.
Very nice. Got the days on the first one. Okay.
So on this tutorial, you actually need to get a fusion art up eventually, and we do that on Sword Fighter because that boosts the damage of the arts that are used. So when you use fusion arts, that's actually going to use both arts at the same time, and they are going to have increased effects. So say ground beat is going to deal more damage, for example, and I think it was white slash that's going to, well, actually don't change anything because that's just going to let you evade an art, which doesn't change when you use it. I guess it's probably going to increase the damage of white slash, which is not that great anyway. So now we can change classes whenever we want. And I guess we're going to stay with Mio as for Sword Fighter for a bit because she looks cute in that outfit.
Yep. So basically, the game made us to put our characters on like the class of like their so-called partner. So like their pair or whatever.
Soulmate.
Yeah, soulmate.
Spoiler.
So we had to use like basically all the classes, but now we get to change our classes freely, and so we're going to use the classes that are that are better, obviously.
Yeah, so that's why we are going to have 2 ogres, right? Like that's definitely because ogre is better than sword fighter, right?
Yep.
So now we don't have any more tactician. We don't have any more the class of lands. I can't remember his name. Heavy guard. Instead, we've got 2 ogres. So the ogre class is actually kind of interesting. Not so much because of what you can do with it, but because of the master skill that you get at level 5. So ogres have a skill that gives you bonus attack. Like I think it's
35%.
35% at level 5.
Extra damage to all physical arts at the rank 5, which is when you get the master art. So that's pretty nice. It's gonna be a little bit of extra damage for a lot of our arts, which are gonna be physical based. We're not gonna use too many ether based arts in this run. Physical just kind of scales better for the most part in this game in general. There are some pretty good ether classes, but those won't really be used in the speedrun. Most of our stuff in the speedrun is going to be physical.
Yeah, we actually won't unlock the cool ether class, which is Full Metal Jaguar, because it takes too long to get, and Sword Fighter is already very good. Like as we explained, Sword Fighter is going to like the 3 main skills of Sword Fighter. I think I only remember 2, but like the 2 main ones are that is going to generate less aggro than most classes. And the other one is that it's going to increase damage to unique monsters and story bosses.
Yeah.
So and since we're in a speedrun, we're mostly going to fight that. So that's basically like a constant buff that we'll always have for fights.
Yeah, we can go on and on about why the Sword Fighter is like really good. We'll probably explain more later. A little nice piece of movement tag I did there. I actually def warp to the same spot. I'm gonna do it again here. Basically, it does save a little bit of travel time, like a few seconds each. Nice little bit of movement optimization here, because it warps you further ahead, because these landmarks and these areas are really big.
Oh yeah. Welcome to Xenoblade 3, where everything is omega big.
Yeah. So like Legrand said, we have 2 ogres in the party, mainly just because we want the skills on Lance and Senna. Also gives them the master arts, which are pretty useful as well to get more damage and giant swing, and and you notice we don't use tactician because why would you use the tactician, right? We're gonna use medic gunner, which is infinitely better. And yeah, here's the infamous the very famous Wota cutscene. Wota.
So there is another reason for having specific classes on certain boss fights is that so right now Noah can only equip be in the server class or the sword fighter class. In order to unlock other classes, you need to be in fights with characters that have this class. So for example, if you want to unlock Ogre on Noah, you'll need to have Ogre classes in the battle.
Yeah, spoiler alerts, we want Ogre on Noah.
Yeah,
that's the main reason why we have 2 Ogres in the party. If we didn't need that on Noah, we'd just not use Ogre because Ogre's not that good. So
would you really use Heavy Guard instead of Ogre?
Okay, you would use Ogre instead of Heavy Guard.
But yeah, like that. So that example wasn't far-fetched. And so if you've got that class in a fight, you're going to get class EXP for that character, and eventually you're going to unlock that class on the character. And most of the classes that we're going to actually unlock, we want to unlock them on pretty much most of the character. Yep. They're always going to be relevant, all of them.
Yep. The speedrun is really cool because what we get, we make like full use out of like pretty much every class besides like maybe 1 or 2.
And even then, like all those classes that we unlock, we will still manage to find a use for them.
Yeah, we basically make such great use of all the tools that we're given in this speedrun. It's really, really cool, and I hope we get to explain as much of that as we can. Real quick, I'm going to take some level there, just to increase our damage for this next fight here. We're going to be introduced to another core mechanic of the combat system, which is chain attacks. And yeah, basically, you're gonna see why chain attacks are so incredibly strong in the speedrun and in this game.
Cool.
Yep. But yeah, it's gonna be we're gonna fight this snake here. because right now we're actually doing a little quest which we have to get an item from the snake, and we're gonna be able to craft gems afterwards, which we will explain later. Yeah, so this oh, nice miss. First phase is gated by HP, and I miss already, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, misses are still relevant right now. It's great.
Yeah, because I need to rush it down, and Noah missing that one edge thrust there means that he won't get his talent, so I'm gonna be missing a little bit of damage, but it's not too bad. Get a pressure drop going. Okay, should be fine. Okay, so at 80% is gonna use Serpentine Blow, and so you just have to wait until the phase ends. You can swag a bit. It's gonna knock everyone down. You can swag a bit and just run around Lance. Hello.
So
yeah.
worth noting that at this point, we will always pretty much use fusions unless some very, very specific situations happen, because like fusions are just very, very good. And now we are, as you can see, the chain attack meter on the right is going to fill up, and once it's going to be available, we'll use that right away.
Yeah, you see, I'm just setting fields because I want to build chain as quickly as possible, and you gain chain by a variety of methods, one of which is actually setting rings with healers, and yep, there we go. Got the chain right when we got our Overclock Buster, and notice we're holding the fusion, the air slash fusion as well. So this chain attack. This chain attack's pretty simple. We're just basically going to try to cycle our strongest attacker, which is Noah.
Yep. Ogres also actually deal damage. So in order to finish an order, you need to hit 100% tactical points, or TP. Every roll is going to have a base amount of TP, and then you're going to get bonus ones depending on various bonuses. So say you've got an order that is going to be an Agnus attacker art, so if you're using an Agnus character, that's going to give you bonus. If it's going to be an attacker, that's going to give you bonus. If it's the same character as the order, that's going to give you bonus as well.
Yeah, the routing of the chains is pretty smart. So every role has a different effect. For example, attackers, if you use attackers as the first character in that chain order, they're going to get 1.25 times the TP. If you use a healer, they can never go above 100%. And if you use a defender like we're using here, and you end the order, you finish the order with it, you can get the highest TP character in your party back, which in this case I think should be Noah.
Yep.
Yep, there we go. So yeah, we're cycling our strongest attackers here, and we're gonna pick Lance here because he's a DPS at this point. We got Tyon in the second run. Tyon's order is like the best order because he shreds physical defense, and most of our damage is gonna be physical. And so whenever we see Tyon, we're gonna be very happy.
Yeah, so every time you use an order, that's going to trigger at the end an attack from the character that has the order, and also does a bonus. So Tyon is going to reduce the physical defense of an enemy. Uni is going to reduce physical ether defense of an enemy. Noah is going to reduce block chance.
Yep. So that's why I held the fusion there. It's because you're gated. Oops.
Nice.
Yeah, press the minus button too early. Yeah, because that chain attack doesn't allow you to kill in the chain. So afterwards, you want to hold your fusion for afterwards, and you can just burst it down. So now we got that the thing we're supposed to get. We can actually craft gems now. So the first gem we're gonna craft for a tutorial is Ironclad, eh? Lance has been wanting one of those apparently, but we're never gonna give him Ironclad for the entire speedrun. You know why? Because Ironclad is bad.
It's not that it's bad. It's just that there's so much better gems out there.
You know, I actually found a use for Ironclad in the final boss fight where you can like just survive with like single-digit HP. But eventually decided it's not worth it, so I'm not using Ironclad anymore. Unfortunately, I'm gonna equip it right here because the game forces us to. But you can imagine what we're gonna do to it right after.
So yeah, the thing is, in order to craft gems, usually you'd want to like get a bunch of materials around and actually get the bonuses. But you can also use gold no point coins in order to craft them. And since we got 10 from the DLC, and we also got 2 more at the Hillside Hulk, we're going to be able to craft a lot more gems here. Now, level 1 is the only one that is really going to matter for a lot of things. Now, we're also crafting some level 3s because it's going to be convenient, and we've got the spare for it. And like level 1 is the one that matters the most because it's the one that's going to give the biggest boost. Like for example, when canceling.
Oh, I actually did get it. Okay, nice.
When canceling, increasing the damage by 30%, the next one is like 35%. But going from 0% to 30% is obviously better than going from 30% to 35%.
Yep. So I did get a rainbow crusted shell, which I thought I didn't get. Oops. So yeah, I'm gonna be able to craft all my gems there. If you're missing the red piranha's egg as well, you can use the gold coin to craft it. So the one thing that so the last gem I crafted was Dispersed Bloodlust. If I don't have the materials for any of the other gems, I would not craft Dispersed Bloodlust there. I'll craft it later because I'm gonna get the materials for it later. But because I have everything that I need, I can craft everything in this one menu, which saves time.
Yep. No more gem crafting for the rest of the game. We've got all the gems that we need. Well, we kind of would like one more gem, but it's fine. We can do without.
Yeah, so we used to craft this gem called Perilous Presence, which gives your character aggro at the start of the battle. Wasn't really like super needed, but it just gave a little bit of consistency in some of the fights. Eventually cut it out because it's just better to save time, not having to craft that extra gem. And sometimes getting the materials for all your gems can be kind of annoying as well. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to put on the gems right now, and I'm going to give Steel Cleaver to everyone.
So Steel Cleaver increases is a fixed amount of extra attack, so it's 30 attack right now because it's level 3. And that's pretty good.
Yeah,
and
pretty good because, like I said, at this point in the game, we have very few levels, so every point of attack is going to be worth more. It's going to be worth more than Empowered Combo, which increases our damage when we cancel attacks. So yeah.
Because it's percentage based compared to raw attack.
Yeah,
and we actually give it to everyone because everyone's damage is actually going to matter. Even for like medic gunners, they still have some arts that deal damage.
Yep.
So like, may as well give it to everyone. We don't really need the other gems for now. We'll need all of them later, but for now, just give attack to everyone and just feel happy about it.
So like we have like other healer gems, but those only give like 4 points of extra healing, which is not going to matter that much, and they're really good for later. Basically what they do is they increase your revival speed and the HP which you can revive your characters with, but just don't die.
Yeah, for now,
you don't have to use them. You can use other gems like Steel Cleaver for now, which give more benefit.
Yeah, for now, dying is not the thing that we want. We'll see later that we can take advantage of healing, people being incapacitated, and that's when it's going to matter. But for now, you don't care about it. There's quite a few other gems. We'll get to talk about them later when we equip them. But for now, we are being hunted by the Colony 4.
Yeah,
people.
Colony 4. You don't actually have to fight the battles here, except for this last one, which I'm gonna fight. It's gonna be against this Aquates here.
So this is one of the fights that where it would be nice to have Perilous Presence, because that way, like Mio has a little bit more aggro, so the attacker are not going to take too much aggro.
Oh, of course you turned on, whatever. No, I'm just talking about this Aquates likes to spin around. I'm going to put the power ring. I'm gonna try to get this in the power ring. Yeah, whatever. Go to my ogres. One thing about ogres is that they have very, very little accuracy. So, and their auto attacks take like a million years. So they're not exactly the best when you're trying to clean things up.
They deal some really good damage if they actually manage to hit, which is a big problem.
There we go.
For sure.
Just gonna dash around. Okay, so if we get lucky here, we can skip the Vang aggro. But that one's looking right at us. We're gonna get it. Ah, that was close. That was close. So this, if you skip the aggro from the Vangs, you save a little bit of time, like I think like 15 seconds or something. It's a nice little bonus, but don't expect to get this like all the time.
It's probably like 90% chance that they see them, and then the 10% you're like, oh my god.
But we got to show off this cool little thing here, which is de-aggro. Basically, you can pull enemies away and then run back before they have a chance to respawn, and that way you can actually remove the boulder here and not have to fight those Vangs. Yep.
One more force fight before the boss of this area.
I'm just going to go behind, please. Go behind. Okay.
So
oh, of course.
With all these people around, it's really hard to tell where you if you're behind or not, especially on the soldiers. thankfully, there is this little arrow next to your art that is going to tell you, hey, you're in front or you are behind, and also you are in auto attack range, which is not too relevant because you cannot tell if you are in range or not usually.
All right, so we're going to come up on a gauntlet. So we're going to do a little bit of preparation before that. I'm going to go to the shop here just to purchase an extra accessory. I'm going to sell some of the stuff as well. Heavy weak guard, wind leg frame, and auto balancer, text and light weak guard. And I'm going to purchase a garnet for Senna. That's going to increase damage for every enemy that's on the field. A little bit of bonus damage for Senna because she doesn't have an accessory right now. Gonna upper level to level 14. Even though it's just one level, it's gonna make a big difference on these upcoming fights. Every level that you're below, starting from like 2 levels below, no, 3 levels below. Every level that you're below, you're gonna take extra damage from the bosses. So at level 13, we're gonna be taking I think 5% more damage. Level 14, we're gonna be taking 100% the normal amount of damage. So it's gonna help us a little bit for consistency. Also give us extra damage. I'm pretty sure it does save time on like all of these fights coming up. Yeah, speaking of which, we're going to have a gauntlet, like I mentioned, 3 fights here. And I'm going to let Legrand explain what I'm going to do. I like to call this strat Ring Fit Adventure. You're going to see why. You're going to see why. And Legrand is going to explain while I try to focus on these fights here.
Yeah, so it's a pretty technical fight. We're going to start off with Mio so that she takes the aggro of both the soldiers and the boss Ethel. Ethel tends to deal quite a lot of damage, so we want to manage to control the fight. We're only going to focus on Ethel, even for our tank, which means that everyone who is going to, like especially the healers, they are going to use heal spells and buffs, and that draws aggro on everyone in the game, so in the fight. So they're mostly going to take the aggro in a lot of the fights, so we're going to focus on the healers. Oh no.
Okay.
I think it was targeted by Ethel and she critted. And so we want to control the healers at all time during this fight because otherwise the healers are going to die. And the other thing that we want to do is set as many power rings and heal rings as possible so that, well, A, Mio survives and B, our attackers deal a lot of damage. Now that both heal rings are up, we can start to use a little bit more our attackers because like the regenerate buff is actually very, very strong on this fight. The interesting thing about fusions on rings is that if you're using a fusion on a ring, say power ring, it's going to stay in the field longer. And when I say longer, it's really longer. Like you're going to be able to stack multiple ones if you use fusions. So it's really relevant to try and use those fusions at those moments. We won't try to do only fusions because Dark Banner, the other art that we have on our healer, is takes a while to build up, so we can spam power rings and sometimes just use the fusions and have more of them. We are going to change this fight when Ethel is going to be really, really low because Chain, even though they deal good damage, is also really slow, and we just want to get overkill on the bosses. So
okay, I'm gonna be safe here and chain a little higher than what I usually chain.
Yeah, you really don't want to miss to miss that chain, because every time you kill someone in a chain, you're going to see what we call what's called an overkill. So you can see EXP bonus right now. Every extra damage that you're going to deal is not going to count towards a damage percent, extra damage percent. It's going to go towards the EXP bonus, and that just gives you more EXP, and not just EXP. It's also going to give you extra class EXP. And so you're going to get more class levels and also unlock classes a lot faster if you do that. And that's the most important one. What we want to do by the end of this next fight is to have Sword Fighter on Lance, and then we'll have to want to have Ogre on Noah and Uni right after that. So next fight coming up is Mobius K, Console Cape, sorry. That's the next fight after that, because spoilers, there's one more. This fight is a lot safer in compared to the last one. There's not going to be too many ads around. So we are going to stack power rings and then mostly focus on our attackers. So because like we've got time, we won't take too much damage on our healer, so it's fine. To
everyone got targeted. Annoying.
pain. So blockers can just target lock you, and you just feel sad because you don't get to target the boss. You only need to take care of the boss for this boss fight. And yeah, so the healers were going to manage to always do fusions with their power rings next to the boss as much as possible, so that every attacker is going to be around it and be in the middle of it. So mostly using Noah because he's our biggest damage dealer. Still also using the Ogre because when they hit hard. And also try and get the talent house up. So by doing Hammerhead on the side and the other art on the front. And now that we've got Overclock Buster trying to be in the middle of it.
See, I moved away from that blocker because I knew it was going to target lock me. So I tried to move Noah away so he wouldn't get target locked.
That's a lot of damage, hopefully. You should have chain available by the time the fight ends. Okay, good. Again, we're going to do the same strat as against Ethel, where we're going to chain when he's at very low HP. Kind of in a unfortunate moment.
Yeah.
Don't fusion that. Yeah.
So one thing you might have noticed at the start of this fight is that we actually got now we can actually interlink, which is basically going to the Ouroboros, which we did in chapter 1. Unfortunately, it's really bad for this fight, or it's really bad until like later when we start to unlock a little more power for it. So we're not going to use it. There is a line which I always like to point out at the start of this fight where Noah's like, "Oh, this will let us fight on equal footing," which is immediately dealing.
Yep. So that was Console K, and now we're going to fight Mobius K.
Yeah. Now he's big and bad. He transformed this big bad monster.
Yeah, so first off, we're just going to quickly change the class of Lance to Sword Fighter because Sword Fighter is better than Ogre, and we only really need one Ogre left so that Noah unlocks the class that we want.
Yeah, this guy hits like a truck, so I'm going to actually play pretty safe here and I'm going to do pretty much exclusively healer control. Yeah, and try to place try to rush to my power rings. So see, I'm not bothering fusing them. I'm just placing them down. I need to rush to my healing rings here and heal Mio whenever I can.
Yeah, so Mio can die in this fight, and it's not unheard of that she dies. And if she does, well, everyone is going to take Zagro and is going to feel very slow. This boss takes can block attacks if you attack him from the side or from behind, from the front. So that's why we're setting all our power rings and making sure that all our attackers are going to stay behind him, so that they deal full damage. Which means that the healers are going to do this little dance where they set power rings to the behind and then go back next to Mio so that she can stay healthy. So for this fight, we unlocked a new art on new talent art for Noah, which is Infinity Blade or Infinity Blade. I like to call that like that. I don't know why. Don't ask me. It's going to deal a lot of damage. It's a lot better when you don't have access to days, which we don't because we don't have double access because we don't have AV guard right now. So that's going to be a big DPS output. Senna is kind of here, but she doesn't really do much on this fight because her damage bonus is going from the side of or front. It doesn't explain there is some block on that. So what Quad really wanted was to set up some healing rings on Muse, and that way that really just make sure that she doesn't die, and that way you can start focusing on the...
No one missed the last auto attack, which would have given him his fusion. This is a little...
It's
a little sketch.
It's okay.
Heal. Okay, she has her heal. Okay. Yeah, she's fine. Okay, it's fine. She's fine. Good job, Mio. You hung in there.
Yeah, so Zephyr is mostly relying on dodging in order to deal with tanking, instead of relying on blocking and stuff like the heavy guard does. And well, that also means that if you get hit, well, you're in trouble. But like it's still a very solid class. And so now we don't want to chain when the boss is at really low HP, because when he hits 20% HP, he's going to use an art that is going to give him even more, giving back HP.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna group everyone up. Okay.
You're
chain from the front. That's not ideal, but we are at low enough HP that we should still be able to kill. Got Noah first, which is fine. Sorry, I kind of interrupted you there. Basically, what I was trying to do is I want to group everyone up, because now you're going to see this nice little power ring tag that I can do. So I can place power rings in the chain, and because they're fused, they're going to last for a very long time. And Noah, ideally you want to just see Tyon immediately, but Noah's also fine because he gives a chance to bypass defense, which is going to also increase our damage, but it's not guaranteed. But it's better than nothing.
It's still 60%. That's
yeah.
very solid.
So Mobius K has a lot of physical defense. He has 30% physical defense, which means that all our physical damage is going to be decreased by 30%. So which is why Tyon's super good here. And the nice thing about Tyon's order is that it also goes below 0%, so you can actually make enemies have negative defense, which means that even if enemies have 0 defense, it goes down to like -30. But the downside about Noah's one is that it only ignores defense, so it just sets it to 0. And it does not stack with Tyon's. It does not stack with Tyon's order. I'm gonna go Lance. Yeah, but we got a pretty good fight here. I played it pretty safe. I didn't sometimes if you really want, you can chain from higher HP, but I don't think it's super worth it because you just don't. Sometimes if you get really unlucky, you can just like not get much overkill or not get any overkill from this fight, and you really want to get like
even miss a kill.
Yeah, you can even miss the kill, and you really want to get like around 300 for this fight because it's just gonna set your classes up for the next chapter basically. No.
So yeah, quite an intense gauntlet right there. Really fun to actually do because there's so many things going on and so many things to do. But yeah, very good, nicely executed. No one died, so that's all good. And yeah, now we are introduced to improving our interlink, which we can do.
Yeah,
now,
so we actually get to power up our Ouroboros now, so they're not as bad.
Yeah, so Ouroboros is going to be relevant later on, actually for the next boss fight, thinking about it. Because that's still like quite a bit big DPS increase. We'll get to talk about Ouroboros a little bit more when that's going to be relevant. But for now, it's going to be a lot more chill. We're going to get some steel belt, which is less good silver belt, but we didn't have. We only have one silver belt, so getting a bunch of steel belts is nice.
Yeah, 20% attack increase. It's still pretty good. Best item for your DPS classes at this point. It's worth mentioning now that there's a difference between your attack stat and additive damage. We like to call this additive damage. So whenever the game says increases damage by X amount for some or something like that. So for example, our Black Mask or the Garnet increases damage by 10% for every enemy on the field. This goes into a pool of damage increase. So what it means is that it's going to suffer from diminishing returns. The more damage you stack on top of that in that pool, the less you're going to get out of it. But attack stat is the stat upon which all your damage is calculated. So if you increase that, it's going to be multiplied by the additive as well, which is why attack is generally the best stat to increase, because once you start stacking like a lot of additives, which is going to happen later on because you have like a lot of sources of additive damage, like 10% more damage is going to be actually like maybe 2% extra damage, for example. It's not actually 10% if you increase your additive damage by 10%. Yeah, and sword fighters have a very large additive skill, which increases damage done to unique monsters and enemies. So the steam belt's going to work on top of that instead of suffering from diminishing returns.
An interesting thing about shops and buying items in this game, and that's why we can be very liberal about it, is whenever we sell an item in this game, it's going to have the same value as what you bought it for. So you can just buy whatever you want and then sell it, and you're just going to be fine on money.
Yep. So we're just finishing up with a little bit of errands here in Colony 4. We will have some time later. We're just gonna, once we get out of here, we will have a little time for to relax, basically. So right now we're gonna be introduced to conversations. Basically, by eavesdropping on people, you can progress with the story. So we're gonna listen to what these people have to say, and this is where the language of your game actually comes into play. It can actually matter, not the voice language, the text language. Oddly enough, it didn't matter for most of the pretty much all the other games, but for this game it does matter. specifically because of the conversations here. So they are auto-scrollers or whatever. They are scrolling text. And like in a lot of other games, every text takes time to print on the screen. And the fastest language for this speedrun when it comes to the conversations is not English. It's actually Chinese. So if you really want to be super optimal, you could play in Chinese and you could save like 6 seconds.
And that guy does it.
I do it. But for the purposes of this marathon and for your viewer enjoyment, I'm playing in English.
And that's how he's got the record. That's because he's saving the 6 seconds
Yeah,
every
did
time.
I save 6 seconds?
Totally not, because he's better than everyone else, and that's why he's 30 minutes ahead of everyone right now. So yeah, now we've got this hero quest to do, which is just like a gold quest. Like don't worry about it. We have to finish it in order to continue.
Yeah, this game likes to give you like a lot of random quests. Instead of just making them the main story quest, they like to give you like a lot of random quests that say then make the main story quest or the main story objective, hey, finish this other quest first. Instead of just making the main story quest. I don't know why, but you know, whatever.
I mean, it gives you more EXP and SP and etc. if you do it like that. I don't think you would get that in. That's scary.
I'm just going to go. I got clipped there and I wasn't able to swap to Mio in time for here, so I did a little switcheroo there in combat.
Yeah, that part can be a little sketchy if you're not playing as Mio.
Yeah, so what I would do is I would actually drop as Uni and then swap to Mio. That way Mio keeps all her health when she's running past the rope bowls, but unfortunately that didn't work out there. That's fine. Doesn't really lose much time anyway, it's just a little bit of optimization. But yeah, here we are. Basically, we have to go to that supply point to progress with the story. But we're not going to do that yet. We're going to take a little bit of a detour for now. But we have a little bit of time for just like, you know, just chill. We can just chill for now.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've had a few donations come in, including $10 from Inc, who says, sorry, nothing meaty for Lance. Good luck, Quadra.
Thank you. Who's it from again?
Enk.
Enk. Oh, what's up, Enk?
Also, RS donates $30 saying, no swimsuits? Now, we can't have that, can we?
What kind of place is this?
And we have $10 from Danica and $5 from Yama with no comments.
Oh, hey, Yama.
Yo, what's up, Yama? Part of the Xeno community as well.
Cool bunch of people. Gotta say.
All right, so this is Lace Highway. We're coming here basically just to get extra XP. We have to come back here later anyway, so might as well, you know, come here for a bit of extra XP. This, as you can see, the enemies here are really high leveled. So it's like kind of like the Savine Cavity at the start of the run. We're gonna get a lot of bonus XP here that the game doesn't really intend us to get at this point. And that's gonna be really helpful for making the XP route in the rest of this chapter very, very smooth. And a recent change that we made was actually to get more XP from this place. Of course, you have to spend a little more time getting that XP, but it's going to end up paying dividends later. We'll explain that in a bit.
Yeah, not so much in terms of speed, but in terms of consistency. Like, and what I like to mention when it comes to, say, action RPG like that, or whenever you've got the option for it, generally, if you've got the option to make something more consistent, it's probably better than if you make it faster. So like consistency over speed is sometimes much more relevant if you're doing real-time attempts of a game.
Yep.
Like that's not something that you're going to care about if you're doing doing it multi-segment. But in real time, when you've got 7 hours to go through, if you can make something that was 60% consistent to 100% consistent, just go for it.
Yep. So a little movement tech that I did was I looked at the ground, or you don't have to look at the ground. Just basically zoom in. You can skip that skirmish as long as you don't see the little bubble at the top that has the two swords. You can skip the skirmish and have the pop up. So you can run in a straighter line to optimize your movement like a little bit. I don't even know if it loses time to go around it, but but it looks cool, so we'll do it. And yeah, so this is the recent change that we made. Last time I would just stop at the Axe Talon, which is a few thousand XP ago. But I'm gonna grab about 3,000 more XP here, and that's gonna be really, really nice for making our XP route this chapter like basically free. And yeah, so now we're gonna do a little more upgrading on Uni's tree here. Oh yeah, by the way, during the Mobius cave fight, Uni and Lance got their Ouroboros form, so yeah, they can transform as well. Yeah, and Uni's Ouroboros is pretty cool. It has some pretty strong skill. We're not gonna be able to enjoy the full benefit of it yet, but we're gonna unlock what we can to help out with this upcoming fight. The main thing I want to unlock here is something called Wings of Pursuit. That's going to inflict burn damage on every enemy in range, and it's really useful when there are multiple enemies, especially multiple weak enemies like this upcoming fight here.
Yeah, so Ouroboros is not tied to the classes of characters, so you might think that, okay, so Uni's Ouroboros she's a healer, so her Ouroboros is mostly going to be around healing. Well, it kind of is, but still, Ouroboros are still mostly going to be around dealing damage most of the time. And so, yeah, because we've got Wings of Pursuit on, Quad is just going to use one art on every wolf, and every other wolf is still going to take like a little bit of damage, and that way they should all die pretty much at the same time.
Yeah, see, I'm trying to spread out all my damage here and then let the DOT pick them off. Yeah, so we should be almost done here.
You can anticipate still in Ouroboros form, but like
It depends on your AI sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes your AI just doesn't target the correct ones. That's fine. So normally if I still need to craft gems here, I would be looking out for one wolf skin, a common wolf skin in particular.
it's very easy to get. So
Yeah, that's for Dispersed Bloodlust. But yeah, after that box there, I'm just gonna warp back to Colony 4. Now, Mr. Streamer, why are you not picking up the items? You're gonna see why later.
upon teleporting, you actually get all the items right away. That way, if you miss the quest item that you were supposed to get, well, you get it right away. That's a really interesting mechanic that happens in multiple places.
Yeah, by the way, we get so we completed what's known as a hero quest. Hero quests are really cool because they give you access to heroes, which are basically the 7th character in your party, but you can't control them. But they basically act as a 7th character, and they give like bonus stuff, especially in chains where they become like really relevant. So we got Ethel here. She's really cool. I love Ethel a lot, and she has a sick design, and she's gonna be very helpful for our party.
On top of that, when you unlock a hero, you get access to their class, and so one character of the party is going to have access to this class. In this case, Noah now has access to Ethel's class, which is Flash Fencer.
Yep. And the Fencer is kind of an interesting class. It has some really strong points, but it also has some really it has like a lot of drawbacks as well. Its main Achilles heel is just like an aggro magnet, just like loves aggro. Just like, please give me all the aggro in the world. It even has a skill that increases its damage at the first 30 seconds of the battle, so it can take more aggro and die quicker.
Yeah,
but
basically, like if the fight is, if you're not dead by the first 30 seconds, you're probably going to stay alive because that skill doesn't happen anymore. But otherwise, like you're an aggro-medic for the start, and so whoever is going to be a Flash Fencer in your party is probably going to die really fast.
So fun fact, it's called Flash Fencer because that's the amount of time that a Flash Fencer can stay alive on the field. A flash. Yeah, so now that we're done at Colony 4, Ethel leaves the party. Oh no, oh no, Ethel, why?
Yep.
I mean, okay, it's fine. She's definitely going to join us again, right? They're not definitely not going to take away our first hero, which we just got for like, I don't know, like 5 minutes for like the rest of the game, right?
Oh, by the way, best lens quote right there.
Ah, got you.
It's great. I love it.
Right, we're finally out of the Iga's Wilderness, which is the desert area.
So now our cat girl is going to be fine now.
Yeah, okay, so one thing is that getting the landmarks now also give like SP, which is what you need to upgrade your Ouroboros skills. And right after getting that Zems pathway or whatever, we have enough SP to do this next menu. And so let's see if I can do this menu. Let's see if I can do this menu off the top of my head.
I mean, you're better. You don't have your notes, so.
Yeah, I don't have my notes. I don't really use notes in runs anymore.
He's too good for that.
But let's see if I can do this menu nicely.
So we do want to have Flash Transfer on Noah, despite what we said, because that's still good damage. And it's time for Sword Fighter Party. We now have 3 Sword Fighter and 1 Flash Fencer. The main reason we want Flash Fencer on Noah is, well, sure, it does deal more damage, but also we'll need this class way later. And when I say need, we really need it to be at high level. Because the higher level the class is, the better their art is going to be, and the better their skills are going to be. When I say better, it's going to be both damage and also cooldown. Now the cooldown thing doesn't really matter for Flash Fencer. What we really want is a skill that they have. So most important skill that they have for way later is that they start the fight with their talent art at 60% at level 1, and then it's going to increase to 80% at level 10. This is... Keep that in mind for in 5 hours.
You can see that. You can see why that's good. Anyway, yeah, that menu was pretty good. Basically, what we did was give Sword Fighter to almost everyone, almost everyone in the party, because the Sword Fighter is definitely a much better class than the Fencer. That's why we only have 1 Fencer and 3 Sword Fighters.
Pick the camp.
Oh yeah, I have to get the cam. So normally I wouldn't get this XP spot anymore because it's not really needed. It's like 200 XP. But because we have met the swimsuit incentive, we actually, I would actually need that spot because it's the closest one to get the swimsuits later. We can actually get the swimsuits like as we progress with the story, but I'm gonna get them all in one go later once we have access to our end game skills. And we're just gonna make getting the swimsuits like really quick. Otherwise, it's gonna take a long time. It's not worth it.
Oh boy! Imagine doing all those fights in this current setup.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, it's gonna take forever.
Let's not do that. So yeah, we would like to have more sword fighter potentially, but we still kind of need someone to take the aggro, because if a sword fighter takes the aggro, they're probably going to die. So we still want Mio to stay as our Zephyr. We're not really going to have anyone else be a Zephyr, except for one specific moment, for some specific strats. Mio is doing really well with Zephyr, and she doesn't really want any other class for most of the game anyway. So it's fine to keep her as a defender. She doesn't get any more classy XP because your maximum class level is going to be level 10, and she's been level 10 since like the beginning of chapter 2 pretty much. And we still also want a healer, because if potentially someone dies, and also like medic gunner is still kind of good, we want to have this this potential to like heal people and use power rings. But otherwise, everyone else is now an attacker, and that's cool.
Yeah, so we're pretty much running with the bare minimum setup here. Just bare minimum tank, bare minimum healer, and then the rest is just going to be DPS, because that's going to be that's pretty much the meta for this chapter, or for the first half or so of this chapter. Which is, you're going to see why later. Basically, we're going to take advantage of chain attacks, and in chain attacks, you don't have to worry about survivability, so you can just have as much damage in your party as possible. So this setup was actually come up with by this guy called Scott, Uncle Scott, and we call this setup the legendary strat. It's called the legendary strat. I don't know why it's called legendary strat, but basically it means having 4 DPS, 1 tank, and 1 healer for your main party, and then you would have 1 more hero, which you're gonna get pretty soon, which is gonna be another healer. But yeah, like I said, bare minimum in terms of survivability.
Most of the time, you definitely want to have 2 healers, just in case that if your first healer die, well, the other healer is going to be able to revive them. And using the hero for that is pretty neat, because that way you can keep the DPS on the relevant characters. Because like attacker hero are not really that great, because you cannot control them, and like it's you cannot change their accessory setup.
Yep. So we're gonna make our way over to the next fight here. I also upgraded Nora's Ouroboros. That's going to give him a lot more damage on his Ouroboros. You're going to see why. We're going to use it for this fight where they're going to be 3 enemies. And if we set it up correctly, we're going to have a big Beyblade attack at the end. That's going to hit all 3 of them or 2 of them if one of them are already dead.
The first one should die early. So this is Valdi and his 2 giant robots. Valdi is a healer, but he still does quite a bit of damage. Also, Noah takes the aggro of the robots. Thankfully, Mio can manage to deal enough, to take enough aggro from Valdi, so that way Noah is not going to completely die right away. And so right now we are waiting for the crossing power charge on the hit to be able to be fused, and then after that we're going to use that. Well, use it in Torn First and Power Charge and Power Charge Infinity
Valdi is down.
Blade.
All right,
And
it's very far.
Valdi is dead, and as you can see, the other Equitus is nearly dead.
Wow, the
Actually
Equities is
dead.
almost dead as well. Holy, this is a really good fight.
That was probably like a big giant crit.
Yeah. I might not even need my Mega Spinning Edge here. Honestly.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, it's just
That
that's
was
a really
so
good.
fast.
That's such a fast fight. Holy, I've never. That's legit, like the best Valdi fight I've ever had. I think.
I don't think you can
in
get anything faster than
Even
that.
in practice, like I don't think I've had a fight this good.
That was some good damage.
Oh, oops! Accidentally took the fall damage there. I was trying to skirt around in a way that would make me avoid getting that animation there. That's fine.
Nice little 5 no point coins, silver no point coins. We still need quite a few. Actually, I don't think you need a lot more.
We need maybe 10, 12. I think it's 12 more or something. It's not a lot. We used to get more, but we just eventually started cutting coins, and now we just get a couple containers for our for leveling up classes later. Did we explain we could use coins to level up classes?
Oh no, we didn't. So the main reason, so no point, silver no point coins can be used in various places. One of them is cooking, which is not going to be relevant until chapter 5. So you can use 1 silver no point coins. Oh,
Go away,
sure,
Grabble.
Grabble.
Okay. Don't see me. Okay, nice. Yeah, those Grabbles are jerks because they like to aggro you just when you're gonna pick this thing up, and then you have to run away and de-aggro them and lose time. So that's why I waited at the side there and made sure that the big fat Grabble turned away before I picked that up.
So yeah, to come back to silver coins, you can use 1 silver coin to cook a meal. So meal is going to have extra passive bonuses, like EXP bonuses, extra materials you get, whatever, for a certain amount of time. You can use 1 silver coin for that. You can also use silver coin in order to complete Collectopedia quests, except the no points one for some reason. That's really not fun. And finally, the most important one, and the one that we're going to use mostly in this run, and why we needed so many no point coins despite getting 30 at the start, is in order to level up class. And that's what we did on Noah and Uni. Because they're both attackers, we want to get the Ogre skill up, so we need both of them to be at class 5 Ogre, and so we use quite a bit of coins in order to get that. There is going to be one more instance where we'll use no point coins in order to get class levels, and that's going to be way later.
Okay.
For now, just Fusion Purge.
Got my Infinity Blade there, should kill. Yep.
Don't need the Fusion for that. Huh.
Oh, you don't need. Yeah. No, I mean you could do it if you want, but basically you just want to power charge your Infinity Blade there, and that should be enough to take it out. Otherwise, if you miss your null slashes, you could go for Hidden Thorn Fusion. It's a bit slower.
Yeah, I'm taking notes for that for whenever I'm going to do runs again.
Yeah, you can see I'm controlling Mio for a few reasons. So she's the tank, so naturally she's gonna have the most HP. We're going to be taking aggro from random enemies when we're running around, and you want to make sure you control your tank when you're gonna be taking attacks from more dangerous enemies. Yeah, and also because Mio's cute, she's a cat girl, and look at her. I gave her a military uniform.
Yeah.
So you also unlock the
Ambassador.
costumes. You unlock the ability to give your party costumes. Back at Colony 4 when you got Apple, which is purely aesthetic. It doesn't do anything for the run. But the military uniform that Mio has is really cute, so I always give it to her during my runs.
It's a combat skirt.
Just look at it, it's just a ribbon.
Yeah, cute. I know, I don't care about it.
So the swimsuits later will also be costumes. So unfortunately, I won't get to see my favorite Mio costume anymore, but it's all for charity.
I mean, we all know what the best Mio costume is, and sadly we won't be able to have it for too long.
What's the best Mio costume?
I mean, you know it. Chapter 6?
Oh, that one. Oh, I forgot because you don't even get that one.
Shout out to Tyler.
All right, so we're coming up on the next boss fight very, very shortly. So right here, you notice that after getting that last machine part, I actually just took a detour instead of going back and completing the quest. It's because I need to come back here later anyway. And at that point, I was like, really, it's the closest point we're going to get before this. So right now, after getting the Colony 30 cave mouth or whatever, that entrance, I can come back and complete this. By the way, we're doing Valdi's hero quest, which means that we're going to unlock Valdi at the end of this string of stuff that we're doing. Specifically after we beat the next boss here. So right after this, we're going to have to follow Mecha Friend.
Best friend.
Yeah, but actually we don't have to. So you can just go.
Bye,
you can just go
Mecha
here and Mecha Friend teleports here. Yeah. So this next fight is against Incomplete Siege Left, aka Doric. It's a little bit of an annoying fight, so I'm gonna focus and let Legrand do the explaining.
Okay, so you're basically going to use Mio for 95% of the fight, because actually this guy hits like a truck if you ever let it do. And that's why we want to micro Mio all the time. We are not going to use any other character, because otherwise Mio will start using her art. And we specifically want to keep White Slash and her talent art available so that she can always use the evasion when we need it. So when hit injection happens, that's going to do an AoE damage around the character that is going to be hit. So we want to avoid every other character to be hit by that, because that's also inflicts blaze damage over time. And so we want to avoid Humbling Smash and hitting injection with either White Slash or Gemini Strike. Because Zephyr is such a good class, every time you basically use Air Fang and you're aggroed by an enemy, that's basically going to build your talent art back. So you're pretty much always going to have it whenever it matters, because the boss doesn't gonna attack too long. Also very low HP, that's pretty scary. So yeah, avoiding that auto attack, because the auto attack still deal damage.
Oh wow, I was mashing White Slash there, but she just got out her Gemini Strike there.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah, that really could have done nothing about that, but it's fine because we're late enough in the fight. I might actually just try to tie this out and go Ouroboros to... Oh, nice, he didn't aggro Noah.
Yeah, because it's been more than 30 seconds, so Noah is not that much aggro anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna aggro them here. Oh wait, Noah died. Wait, what? I aggro... Well, never mind.
So the objective of for the end of to end this fight is to actually hit the end with a chain attack. And once the chain attack is going to be ready, we're not going to enter the chain right away. We're going to interlink with Noah and use Glow with his wings, which is going to give power charge to everyone in the party. That gives a massive amount of extra damage on the next start that you're going to be able to use, and that carries over during chain attack.
Hey, Valdi!
I'm going to enjoy this.
Valdi!
So what you really want on this fight is to actually see your hero show up. So here's Valdi. So whenever you use your hero during a chain attack, that's going to be a bonus round. So instead of having 3 rounds, we're going to have 4 rounds. And what we're going to do on this chain is actually try to have as much extra damage percent as possible. In order to do that, so every time you hit 100% or higher than that, that's going to be added to the extra damage that the chain give you. And so what we will want to do here is actually only hit amazings. And that's possible because Valdi's ability is whenever he's going to be used against a machine, he's going to give you plus 50 TP. So that means that we hit that 200% right away, and 3 characters came back, and we also have a massive increase to the damage output that we're doing to the chain. And we'll want to keep hitting that. I think you can end on this turn, right?
No, I'm just gonna go 4. It's fine. Because we died a lot before this. I'm actually starting the chain at a slightly higher HP than normal. So I just kind of want to go with the full 4 rounds just to make sure I secure my overkill here.
So as you can see, 300% extra damage to the chain attack. You're going to see some mega damage. You can already see how much damage Senna is dealing. Now that was with power charge, but that's still going to be very massive.
Yeah. So this is where legendary strat really shines, because at the end of this turn, you're gonna have 4 big hits from all your DPSs, and especially if you have the power charge, you're gonna see how much damage it's gonna do. It's gonna do a lot of damage.
And what's really nice with Flash Fencer on this as well is because you've got a power charge art, you can actually use it during the chain and keep the power charge up that you would have used otherwise because like you used the Glorious Wing buff.
Yeah. So Flash Fencer, even though it's like terrible outside of the chain, it's pretty good for chains because it can give itself power charge. So basically, in the Valdi chains just kind of revolve around using Valdi to cycle himself and. Basically just to cycle himself and building up a really big multiplier for that last round, and where you would use all your DPSs. So yeah, really nice fight. Was a little like iffy with the aggro, especially that unlucky death, but it doesn't really matter. I mainly want to keep my party alive. I mainly want to keep Noah alive because. He has a skill which increases his additive damage every time he uses his Talon, but it resets upon death. So just to give a bit more consistency of the damage in the chain, I would prefer if he doesn't die, but it's not a big deal if he does, because we're using the legendary strat. Shout out to the legendary strat. But yeah. Now that we're done beating up Doric, we can. What are we gonna do again?
Well, we just gotta chill. We just gotta take all those eavesdropping, and then we're gonna leave. We got Valdi and Valdi's class. So Valdi's class is War Medic, not to be confused with Medic Gunner. That gets me every time.
Yeah.
So War Medic is a healer on steroid. It has some really good healing art. And also, the very interesting thing about it is that it has 2 buffs that you can have at the same time. It's going to be so the first one is Cure Bullet, if I remember correctly. It's going to allow to have a debuff debuff. What's the name again?
Debuff barrier.
Debuff barrier, yeah. So debuff barrier is going to remove all the debuffs that you had and prevent you from getting debuffs for quite a bit. So very good. And the otherwise is going to be delayed healing. So eventually, by the end of the buff, you're going to get healed. And so the interesting thing is that's going to be AoE buff. So everyone in the party is going to have it, and that's going to be very relevant by the end of this chapter.
Yep, okay, so we're making our way to the next fight. It's also going to be a big machine, so Valdi is also going to be very important. It's important to note that you really want to see Valdi in the chains, but it's not like super necessary. If you have, for example, if you get Tyon, that gives you a lot of extra damage because all your damage is physical. So there's actually a possibility of free rounding the machine fights, but it's definitely not the most reliable because it depends on getting Tyon. But it is a viable out if you don't get Valdi, for instance. So it is basically raw percentages when it comes down to whether you can get your hero or not. It's if you have everyone alive in the party, very important detail. If you have everyone alive in the party and you go into the chain, it's 11% to not see your hero. So it's 80. So yeah, you have 11% to just not see Valdi, and then in the previous XP route for this chapter, that would be really disastrous because you really want to secure that overkill. But because I took the liberty of getting a bit of extra XP from Alay's Highway, I can actually skip 1 overkill out of the 2 machines here, and I can still go on with the route like nothing happened.
Yeah, I don't think we ever explained how chain orders happened. But basically, like at the very start of a chain, you can see any of the character that is still alive as a chain order. So you got only 3 options. So if you do the math, if you got 7 characters, there is one, the 7th character, potentially you're never going to see it. And so at the start, there is the 7 characters available. And then on the next one, because you picked up 1, you're then only going to have 6 available. and 5, and potentially 4 if you've got an extra round. So yeah, if you do the math, you're going to realize that our probabilities are correct, and yeah, 11% chance.
Yeah, so 11% chance doesn't seem like much, but you have 2 fights, and eventually you will get unlucky. And basically, if you don't get overkill and you do need to overkill, you're gonna have to reset that fight.
And it's Spain.
Yeah, and it loses you like 3-4 minutes because you spend like 2 minutes building the chain, and then you go like 1 minute and a half into the chain only to realize you have to restart the fight. It's terrible. So with this new XP route, it makes it a lot more manageable, a lot more likely that you can get past both of these machines. And so in the past, like this chapter would be a run killer, I would say, but yeah.
Basically, you get on this chapter and you've got 1 run out of 5 that is not going to succeed.
Yeah.
But if you put that in that perspective, that makes it even like a lot worse, because it's 11% and twice, so that's basically 80% chance to get a run past this place. So again, this fight we're going to do the same strat as against Doric. We're going to try and avoid Fingers of Flame and Knuckle Launcher on Mio. And now there is one more attack that Lepus can use that can be quite scary. Also, his auto attack deals quite a lot of damage, and Mio just doesn't want to dodge for some reason today.
Okay, so he's probably going to use hand capture now, which is why I want to avoid.
Yeah, so hand capture, if you're taken, it's going to be a cutscene where like Mio is going to be in the end, and then you're going to be smashed on the ground, and basically you die. So that's kind of lame. There is one way to avoid that death, if that ever happens, it's if someone in the party manages to break, then you're going to be dropped. But it's not really reliable to go for that. So instead, if you interlink with a character, then that's going to make the hand capture miss.
Okay, hopefully it doesn't use Ground Breach here. At 60%, it can use an attack called Ground Breach, which is AoE. Okay, nice.
So very solid fight here. Very fast.
And Noah didn't die, so he has all his damage left. And okay, fine, let's go for Baldi.
Enjoy this.
I could have gone for Tyon, try to get a cheeky free round here, but I think just going safe here with Baldi is always a good option,
especially in marathon.
Yeah, especially because if I get Tyon on the next round, I can still try to go for a free round. But I might probably I'll just go for the four rounds because his HP here is a little high as well.
Yeah, you build chain really fast.
Yeah. So if you get like a lot of damage beforehand, you can actually nice Tyon. If you get a lot of damage beforehand, you can actually be like close to 50%. But like I was saying, under 60%, it can use this attack called Ground Breach, and basically it's kind of like heat injection. And if you have everyone grouped, then it's gonna kill a lot of people, which is not what you want to see. But I didn't use it there, so nice.
Yeah, heat injection doesn't deal that much damage, but it's going to deal a lot of damage with the damage over time. But Ground Breach is actually just going to kill people.
I'm just gonna go Mio, actually. I'm gonna go 4 rounds. I'm not gonna bother using Noah here. I'm just gonna use Tyon for the power ring and then use Baldi.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. And you can see why I grouped everyone out. It's because of the power ring. Really nice to have the medic gunners for these fights because they just squeeze out a little bit more damage from your sword fighters. And again, having the fuse, like if you don't fuse the power ring, the power rings would be gone by now. Let's just go Uni, whatever. Lance is technically better, but it doesn't really make that big of a difference.
Big boom.
Yeah, so I'll probably just skip Uni's action here, because Noah should be able to kill this, and then Uni can get me to overkill.
And she'll keep the forward charge that way, so
yeah,
this will still be like good damage.
Yeah, so I should be able to get like about, I don't know, like 330, 350 from. Wait, what? Oh,
90%.
Nice. Whatever.
That was the moment. I was expecting the order to stop.
Yeah. I put my controller down. I didn't press anything because 383, nice. Really big overkill. You don't really need that much overkill, honestly, but nice to always get extra. What a faff. Lance wants something a bit meatier.
I'm with you.
Yeah, okay, right now we have a little bit of a running before we get to the next boss fight. It's about 10 minutes or so. We can just chill for it. Yeah, it's about 10 minutes.
I feel like it's a little more. But yeah.
It's about 10 minutes, yeah. So we can chill until, we can chill for a bit.
Alright, well, I have some new donations.
Oh, awesome. Let's go.
Salathorn donates $25, saying, "Great job coming up with the mathematically optimal clothing choice for Mio there. I've been enjoying your Xenoblade runs for many years now, and it's nice to see you at RPG Limit Break again. Question to Quad and Legrand. Who is your favorite hero, and why is it Triton?
Frightened.
Good luck on the run."
Frightened's pretty good. Thank you.
That one also flipped the Mio's hairstyle bidwar to short. Is it still possible to do that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That one's like chapter 6. Way later. We're in chapter 3 right now.
Oh, all right. And we also have $10 from Siswa, who says, "Great job on the Xenoblade 3 run so far, quadraaceps. And great commentary from Legrand, as per usual. Keep up the great work." And $10 from Geister Carl, who says, "Greetings to the early morning shift. I hope the coffee and the RNG is strong."
Pretty good so far on the RNG.
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, you did hit Valdi twice, so
Yep.
we're good.
Definitely not something that happens to me very often. Even though statistically I'm supposed to see Valdi quite often. Oh, swag! I got the jump. Let's go.
That doesn't save any time.
Doesn't save any time, but it looks swag. So I save like 2 seconds by being swag. Yeah. What was I saying? We were talking about Valdi or something?
I think we had a question about the favorite heroes.
Oh.
I think
Who's your favorite hero?
I'm thinking about it, and I think Miyabi is probably
Miyabi. I love Miyabi too.
Fifi.
Oh, you like Fiona? Okay,
Fifi, yeah.
Who's my favorite hero? I like a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. If I had to pick, I'd go with either Ethel or Miyabi.
Oh wait, no, come on. We're stupid. There is one hero that you get at the very end, after the end of the game.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I like that one too, but
Queen's Wings.
but I still kind of like Ethel or Miyabi.
Yeah.
I can't decide honestly. Okay, I'm just gonna be, for the sake of being different, I'm just gonna say Ethel. Ethel's just overall really badass, sick design. Class is really great as well.
Cool voice actress too.
Yeah, I really like Ethel a lot. Her personality is really good. Like she's a kind of like a what's a role model for the party.
Yeah, she's actually quite relevant to the plot
Yeah,
too.
even though she's not relevant to the speedrun.
Yeah, because unfortunately getting her just takes forever, and so like,
Yep.
sorry about that. No Ethel in the speedrun. But anyway, welcome to Orient Tunnels, and once again we're doing a hero quest. And now that hero is not in our party yet, but it's Riku and Manana, so that's the two Nobons that are following us since the start of the game. Because somehow they weren't part of they weren't fighting characters until now. So Riku is helper for, also there is going to be a cool movement right there.
Yeah. This skip saves about 3 seconds.
Is
Not
it
a-
8?
No, it's like 3 seconds. It's not a ton, but it looks splashy, and you survive like single-digit HP.
Yeah, and then you feel bad when you miss that ledge.
Yeah.
I miss that ledge way too often.
Okay, so this, so right now we have to pick up some ores for the quest, and go in this one first. I like to call this guy Mr. Krabs. Hopefully he doesn't see us. Thanks, Mr. Krabs.
Mr. Krabs usually doesn't see us, but when he does, it just feels terrible.
Yeah, I just have to run out and de-aggro him. Sometimes he uses like a shield, like this shell guard, and just stays there and doesn't de-aggro. Yeah, and then now we have this one, which we kind of have to dodge the vangs outside. Usually they don't see us, but if they get really close, you kind of want to be careful. And then if we're lucky, we can see the wall vang. Nope, we don't.
Nope.
Yeah, but we want to de-aggro the two vangs here. Sometimes you have like one of the vangs spawn like inside the wall. For no, oh my gosh, it's not de-aggroing.
I think
Yeah, that was a really slow de-aggro. We might get aggroed again, but we'll see. Hopefully we don't.
just move faster.
Move faster. Go. Ah! So close.
Dang.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, that was just unlucky. Like normally they aggro very, very early. Let's do that again. Oh yeah, but oh no, we got the one outside as well. No. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the
Oh
one.
yeah, that was the one outside. Now we have to do it again.
This part is so frustrating.
Yeah. The one outside usually doesn't see you. Okay, well, we have to Diago the ones inside again. That's fine. Okay.
At this point, it would have been faster to defeat them, but you know.
Yeah. Okay, we should be
What would you
fine
go
this
for that?
time. Should be fine this time, as long as you Diago. Okay, nice.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's not hard, but sometimes just one thing just doesn't want to let you go.
Yeah.
And if there's a vang in the wall, you actually also need to diaggro it
Yeah.
because it somehow still writes you.
Yeah,
Hey,
it can still see you, and so you still have to Diago it. And yeah, it spawns in a wall for no reason whatsoever other than what I would like to call a monolith soft moment. As amazing as the games are, it's really like it's really funny. Like the
There's a few details sometimes that just
yeah
doesn't like you can feel it's buggy, but like you only really notice them when you're doing speedruns, right?
yeah
Casually, like you never notice, and then you start learning about the Agnian bug, and then you get mad,
yeah.
and so many other things in this game.
All right, that's the last one. So we're gonna head over to the next boss fight now. Before the next boss fight, there's going to be a camp to level up, and then there I would craft gems if I, for example, didn't have my dispersed bloodlust, and I would also do a menu before the next fight. So right now, because we have Valdi in the party, we actually have War Medic on. We actually can start unlocking the War Medic class, and it's going to be very important to make sure that we get War Medic on the relevant people. Which in our case is going to be Tyon and Mio. Because Mio is an A rank, have we explained aptitude?
No.
So basically each characters have aptitudes like A, B, C, and D, which basically influences how fast they can unlock classes and how fast they can level up those classes. Because Mio is an A rank, which is the second highest tier, and Lance is the S rank because he's the inheritor. Mio is the A rank, so she's going to get it pretty quickly. Tyon's a B rank, so he's going to need a little bit more, and we're going to try to make sure we get the enough overkill so that he can get his War Medic when we want it, and which is why we kind of needed that overkill from Lepus. If we didn't get that overkill from Lepus, it would be fine. We just need to do a little bit of backing up. Not a big deal. Almost at level 26. We have because of that humongous overkill from Lepus.
Yeah, so the next boss fight, we won't actually have Valdi in our party, so the overkill doesn't matter on that boss fight, so that's why we actually won't go for an overkill, especially because we got the overkill on Lepus and Doric. Otherwise, we would try to go for it for EXP reasons.
Yep, and also because you would also kind of want like you're also missing class XP for swords and fencer, and those kind of affect your damage as well.
Yeah, as we said, the more class levels you get, the faster your arts cooldown are going to happen, and also the more damage you're going to deal. So it's quite relevant to get higher class levels on the class that we're going to use. We're going to have two defender on this fight because like we're actually going to only have one healer on the next fight, so we really need the aggro to be well managed here, because if Tyon ever dies, well, the fight is going to get a lot more complicated.
Yeah, you can still win, but it's not very fast, but it can be a little sketchy at times. I'm going to try to protect Tyon here.
Check out this new skill.
Checking out of 6 skills in progress. Lance is like, gets block rate plus 10. Sick! Gets attack plus 30. Sickest thing ever. Okay, you know what's sick actually? Titan Fist. It's pretty sick skill. Inflicts what's known as Shackle Block, which is going to be nice for this next fight, because this next boss has a move called Cocoon that basically just sits there and blocks all the attacks for like 10 seconds or something. It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's 100% chance to block, and if you block, well, you don't deal any damage, and then you don't deal any reaction, and you just feel sad for a bit. There's also going to be quite a lot of enemies, and thankfully having every guard makes it so that like everything is going to target every guard, because every guard's skill is to draw aggro every second. So now we are going to control Uni Ouroboros. That way we get as much AoE damage as possible. Going to be pretty nice damage too.
Okay, Noah got a heal. That's why I want to position Noah next to Uni there, so he can get a heal from that thing.
Yeah, and that way also,
Okay.
because Noah
Yeah,
just
so here's
cannot
Cocoon.
just die. Yeah, so Cocoon happens, so we are going to take the time to actually deal with the ads for now. And so what we want to do as well during this is build up interlink levels. So every time you use a fusion, eventually you're going to get interlink level with your partner. So every time
Free already. Let's go. Maybe I'll go for Zenborn first.
So every time you get an interlink level, every time you're going to interlink, that means that your Ouroboros is going to last longer. You're going to deal more damage. You're going to have more chances to hit your actions combos, so break, topple, launch, etc. And also your talent art is going to build faster. So it's just overall much better to build your interlink if you're going to use your interlink for damage. Sometimes we're just going to use the interlink 0, but that's just because we want, say, glorious wing buff, or that was some nice damage, or if you want to avoid some big nasty hits.
Oh, really nice launch. Let's go.
That's a perfect strat.
Nice swag. Okay, should be able to kill it here. Nice.
The really cool thing about getting this talent art means that you get to avoid the final cocoon, which usually happens when the spider princess spider, or whatever the name is going to use when she only has like a sliver of HP left, and you're like,
you
oh.
just sit there like, why? Yeah. So that was a pretty good fight. Got the nice swag launch at the end. Legrand mentioned interlink building. Yeah, so that's kind of why we also have some of the art swapped around. Like I have Edge Thrust on the second slot because it has a very short cooldown, which means I'm going to be able to fuse with it a lot more with my sword fighters. So that's why I have Edge Thrust on the second slot for pretty much all my sword fighters here. And also, one more thing is we should probably explain is the bonuses which you get upon interlinking. So depending on the class, the role of the person who interlink, you can actually get bonus effects. So for example, attackers, when you interlink, these only occur when you are at interlink level 1 or higher. But so for example, attackers, when you interlink, they do burst damage to the enemies. Defenders will have their defender the aggro value multiplied. And then healers will heal the entire party when they interlink. So that's going to be actually really relevant, especially the healing one. We're going to make use of that like pretty much throughout the entire run.
Especially after the next boss fight, like there's going to be a new thing that's going to pop that's going to make that even better.
Yeah. So
yeah. So like for now, we've got to go all the way down. We are going to de-aggro the spider, get to the shop, get a bunch of items. So it's going to be work belts, which is a better version of the tool belt that we mentioned at the very start of the game. So it's going to deal extra damage to mechanical enemies, and also what was the other item?
Cracked crystal.
Oh, cracked
crystal, yeah.
So it's going to increase damage.
Every enemy that you've killed in the battle is going to increase the damage of the wielder by 20%. So we used to get a cracked crystal from a chest before, right after Lepus. That chest took about like, I don't know, I think it was like 25 seconds to get. It was pretty slow, and you only got one of it. The upside was you could use it for the Arachno, but it's not really that useful there anyway. So I kind of realized, okay, why not just get this shop? You can get multiple cracked crystals, and it's going to be nice for some of the fights later. Get work belts as well. That's going to be a nice damage increase, and it's like 20 seconds. It's faster than getting the cracked crystal container. The downside is you do lose a bit of SP. You lose like free SP, which you got from opening the container. So Tyon's not going to be able to get like one crit skill, but it's not really going to matter too much. So yeah. Oh, I did mention Tyon. Oops. Spoiler alert. The rest of the party are going to get their Ouroboros forms like pretty soon, right after the next fight.
Yeah, and the cutscenes are like, wait, why are they in control of the Ouroboros? I want to be in control too, and they look there for.
Yeah, so right now half of our party has access to Ouroboros, even though you interlink with 2 people. But you actually have Ouroboros forms for like everybody in the party as well. So Tyon has his own form, and we're gonna get that later. And right now we can't control when our party interlinks. So right now interlinking is fully controlled by the AI, and it's triggered when they reach low HP or when they reach interlink level 2 or higher. And so it's kind of annoying because like especially with the interlink level 2 or higher, they can just like randomly interlink, and you kind of sometimes you want them to stay until like level 3. We're gonna get a mechanic that's going to allow us to solve that issue like very shortly.
Yeah, you'd think that you'd unlock it right away when you start a new file, but
Yeah,
no,
it's so weird. So technically, this is not actually a new game. No, actually it is. Yeah, so we can explain. We can probably explain that later. It's really weird how they unlock this mechanic.
Yeah, it makes it also makes practice annoying because whenever you make a new file,
Yeah.
you're like, okay, so I have to go into the option. Oh,
I have to play until chapter 3 before I can actually. Yeah, but it's not a big deal, but yeah, it's just kind of weird why they did it this way. Anyway, I'm gonna do a little bit of menu.
Yeah, so we are going to equip all the tool belt, the work belt that we got earlier on Noah, Mio, and Uni, because the next boss is going to be a machine.
Actually, the fact that it's a machine doesn't really matter. We don't use Valdi in a chain. We mainly use Valdi here because 1, War Medic, we want to unlock, and 2, because he's a healer. Unfortunately, Riku and Banana, I mean, as cool as they are, and as much as I love Riku, they are kind of bad.
No, it's not a good class.
Yeah,
it has some upside, and we'll actually use that class, which
Yeah.
is unlocked on Senna. But
the main downfall, the main drawback is that they're an attacker class, and attacker heroes are really, really bad because they just don't offer DPS or much DPS. And healers and tanks are just going to be more or better actually for basically what you want to do.
so yeah, on this boss fight, what we want to do is build up interlink level for both Uni and Tyon mostly, but most importantly Noah and Mio. We want to get to level 3. Because once you hit level 3, this actually means that you're going to be able to build your talent out really, really fast. And that also means that you're basically allowed to use it twice in a fight.
Yeah. And the higher your interlink level, the more stats you get. So you get more damage, you get like stuff like break, reaction chance increase, debuff, not debuff, reaction immunity and stuff like that. Lots of nice little perks.
Yeah, the problem is it takes forever to build that. So. And because of what we explained earlier, where if you are going to hit level 2 interlink, it means that the AI is going to use the interlink, as you saw. That's why now we need to stick to Noah and Mio. We cannot control other characters, even though that would be great to actually maximize the damage. Oh, nice Infinity Blade.
Yeah, I just got Infinity Blade there, -1. I'm still building my interlink up to level 3. A little slow, actually.
Yeah, could have been faster. Again, in order to build interlink, you need to get into hit fusions on, well, here Noah and Mio, and also you need to make sure not to die.
Okay, there we go.
Because every time you die building level 2 to level 3, you're going to go back to level 2 with 0 fusion built up, which is a shame. So I think it's 5. No, it's
4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6 fusion arts that you need per level for each of the levels. And when you die, you reset to the start of that level. So that kind of sucks.
As to say, you are at 5 fusions and then someone die and they're like, oh, well.
I'll just go here.
Good fight.
Pretty good. Yeah, whatever.
Woohoo!
I think Senna should be able to kill, and then I should be able to get the... Yeah, okay. I kind of just need a little bit. I don't need too much.
Nice time. 1 HP. I agree. So every time you pop either interlink, like the interlink cuts in, or you pop a chain attack, then the character is not going to die because of the attack that is going to happen. So pretty neat way to avoid dying.
All right.
Now it's time to fight Console J.
Console J, Mr. Yoran, my best friend.
Is it?
No, it's not my best friend.
Thank you. I thought I was your best friend.
Yeah, anyway, now we get access to like basically all the other Ouroboros. And we can actually do cool stuff. A lot more cool stuff. Before that, I'm going to do a menu.
Yeah, so this boss fight is a little bit scary at times, but generally, like, you're going to be fine with the way we do it. And most importantly, we get, so yeah, Ouroboros on Mio, Time, and Sina. And because we now have the double Ouroboros, we get a new thing in chains, which is that, well, 2 new things in chains. The first one is if you use, say, both Uni and Tion's order in a chain, you're going to have the Ouroboros order available. So it's going to be another bonus order that you're going to be able to pop, where you're going to deal massive damage in Ouroboros form instead of just normal characters. And also all your characters are going to be available again when you use that Ouroboros order. The other really cool thing that is now available is if you hit Interlink level 3 with 2 characters, and you go into that Interlink form, and then you use a chain, you're actually not going to go through a normal chain attack, you're going through an Ouroboros chain, and you're actually going to use both Ouroboros order from both characters at the same time, and you have some really, really high chain attack bonus right away. So instead of having 6 rounds, no, 5 rounds, you're going to have only 2 rounds, but those 2 rounds are going to be very, very efficient. And because, chain attacks takes a long time to actually go through, as you could see throughout the run, we try to avoid using really long chains. We're going to try and do that for quite a bit. Now, on this boss fight, we want to build Interlink level 2 on Uni and Tion, so then we can interlink them both. And that way, because they are both healers, whenever they, as we explained, they're going to fully heal the party every time you pop them. But that's going to be when you switch as well. So now we have access to switching Ouroboros, and so that's going to be really nice because now we can use Raptor Raid into Atomize, which is Tion's biggest damage in his Ouroboros form. But the problem is there's a really long cooldown after his damage, but if you switch in the middle of that, you're going to be able to spam that a lot more efficiently.
All right.
So 2 talent art from Uni to deal a lot of damage, Rin Marionette, which is a fixed art, and now we're going to want to have either Noah and Mio Ouroboros or Senna and Lance Ouroboros. Once to level 3, once we do, we'll pop Lance and Senna Ouroboros. Nice sleep, Senna.
Oh, that's actually really bad. I kind of okay. No, Valdi with the clutch. Let's go.
Cure Bullet. So now we want to build talent art on Lance. We want to get into a launch situations. Now we will want to power charge with Noah and Mio, and then right after that chain, and that way we're going to do the Ouroboros chain.
Yeah. So this is actually a variation of strat. The original strat which we came up with was to use the interlink free Senna and Lance to launch, and then you chain from there. Senna has extra damage done to enemies in a combo, which is launch, basically. So that's going to be able to carry the damage. Sometimes they don't build it fast enough, to the point where Mio and Noah are actually faster. And then in that case, you can actually use Mio and Noah instead of Lance and Senna. And the nice thing about Noah is that his Ouroboros is very, very high utility. I would say it's the best Ouroboros form, especially for a speedrun. As good as some of the other ones are. Basically, it's very high utility. He has a break art, and at interlink level 3, you're going to have plus 40% chance to break things. So you're going to be basically guaranteed to break. And then
even if you miss, like, you can still switch back to Miyu and then switch to Noah,
yeah,
and then you'll
exactly
actually have another chance.
And then basically that pretty much just guarantees that you can launch Jay, because then you don't have to go to interlink free for Lance and Senna. Lance's Ouroboros talent is he can break topple launch, but the break can fail. But the topple will always work as long as the enemy is broken. So if you can guarantee the topple with Noah, and Lance doesn't matter his interlink level, it can be like 0, and he can launch. He can guaranteed launch. Yeah, so that pretty good fight. Yeah, on top of that, Noah also has that glorious ring, really good for buffing your damage. And yeah. I think previously, before this, the strat for Jay would be to do a normal hero chain. And like I said, 11% chance, you're going to fail it every once in a while, and it's going to cost you a lot of time. This strat is a lot more consistent and a lot more flexible, because you have the option to pivot to Senna or Noah if you want.
And it's also a lot faster too.
It is faster as well. Yeah, so pretty cool strat. Addresses pretty much the main gripe that a lot of us had with the chapter 3 in the past, which is reliance on hero chains. But basically from this point on, there's pretty much only going to be one more chain, which we absolutely require the hero. And then yeah, so I think in terms of consistency, this run has comes has made like leaps and bounds in progress, like compared to like when it first came out, or the first runs were being done, and first runs were like 10 hours, then it went down to 9 hours and 8 hours. And then some people were like, oh, sub 7 hours is impossible.
And now we are almost to the point where 6 hours in sub 6 could be possible. It's not a thing quite yet. We need a lot more things.
Yeah, it's kind of it's gonna be hard to push that 6 hour mark, but we're well like below 7 hours at this point.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the run's come a really long way. Lots of cool contributions from different communities. We haven't really mentioned it yet because we haven't gotten to that part of the run where it's relevant. But we actually got quite a few strats from a community that was basically we weren't in contact with until like I don't know, like halfway throughout this game's like lifespan, or this run's development. It was Chinese runners, just unknown Chinese runners, just kind of popped out one day and it's like, hey, by the way, we got this strats, can you check it out? And we're like, oh, these strats are really good. And then they kind of became a meta ever since. We'll explain those later when we get there. It's going to be very more relevant in chapter 5.
Yep.
And beyond. But yeah, that was chapter 3. Woo, nice. And basically after chapter 3, oh yeah, we can explain the thing about the Ouroboros unlock the mechanics to interlink the other half of your party.
Huh? Oh yeah. So as we explained earlier, up until now, AI was the one that was in charge of hitting the Ouroboros for their character. But now that we did after starting console J, we have an option that we set up before the run, and because we have other files that actually managed to get to the end of chapter 3, where now we can Ouroboros manually anyone in the party. So if you press D-pad left, now instead of using Ouroboros for whoever you're controlling, that's going to open a menu, and you will be able to say use Mio's Ouroboros when you're controlling Tyon or whatever you want. And so that's very convenient. That way we can actually have full control over who is going to be in Ouroboros form and who isn't. So very nice stuff. So now we also have access to, because we got the duo Ouroboros, we can trade one skill to every Ouroboros forms. And the big one, the most important one, that's one of the reasons why we built Mio's Ouroboros, is that way we can give, I think it's attack plus on Noah.
Yep. Attack 20.
We also gave attack plus to Uni from Tyon. There you go. And I don't think we bother about that for Lance and Senna.
No.
Because
they don't matter anymore.
that Ouroboros is not going to be used anymore, sadly. Even though like the chain attack they do is really cool. But the big one that we gave to Tyon is what's the name again?
Shared Blessing.
Shared Blessing. There you go. So Shared Blessing is the reason why buffs are amazing. So the effect of Shared Blessing is that for every buff in your party, that's going to boost the damage of Uni and, well, here, Tyon's Ouroboros by, I think, 15%. Up to
30%.
30%?
30% per buff, up to
300%.
500%.
500?
Yes, 500%.
Oh my god, I don't remember numbers. Anyway, he knows better than me. So yeah, but like the thing is, you've got AoE buffs. So every time you use a buff, that's going to trigger for all 7 characters. So all of a sudden, that's going to give plus 210% damage to your Ouroboros. And if you've got 2 buffs, that's going to be 420%, blaze it. And so that's very massive. And you're going to see what happens on this boss fight.
Yeah. another thing to mention is we got our boy Izzard here. We fought him and he's the commander of Colony Lambda. He was being controlled by Jay, but now he's come to his senses and he's decided to help us. We basically did what we call kidnapping. We kind of kidnap him, where we just start his hero quest and then he joins our party, but we don't unlock his class yet. But we can actually use him in fights. So yeah. So we can actually just use him for fights because we don't need his class. We just want him as a person or as a hero.
Yeah, your class don't matter. Who you are is what matters. But the main reason we want Izzard is because Valdi isn't too relevant anymore. We won't be fighting mechs, and even if it was still relevant, because there's still going to be a mech fight later on. The thing with Izzard is he's got a buff art, which is just as good as what Valdi can offer, because Valdi has a debuff barrier. But what Izzard also does is whenever you finish a chain with Izzard, you're going to get a guaranteed Bravo, so 150% on your chain. On top of that, he's got some really high TP star. So we're going to be able to finish rounds really fast thanks to Izzard in two attacks, basically. And as I explained, what we really want at this point is setting a bunch of buffs so that Uni and Tyrant's Ouroboros are going to deal massive amount of damage, as you'll be able to see. So right now, once again, we're trying to get Interlink level 3 with a Uni and Tyrant, which is why we're just standing around, just using either Uni or Tyrant's arts, or getting pretty close. Probably will hit.
Yeah, I think after this last
chain.
one, we should get Interlink free here. Yep, there we go. Nice, just got chain as well. Hey.
Perfect timing.
So now you can see the power of Uni and Tyon Ouroboros. We like to call him Unon.
Sparking sparks yet.
Yeah, Vital Bullet. So we got Vital Bullet here. And then we got Mirror Trap, which I put on Izzard. I'm just going to give our second set of buffs.
I love the animation of Mirror Trap too. Pretty cool stuff.
I wish we got a close up. I wish we got a close up of Izzard here. I kind of want to show everyone his face.
Big damage. Just throw the sniper. It's fine.
Throw the gun.
I hope you all are jamming to the music as well, because like it's top tier.
Chain of Time music is great. Okay, so so basically it's gonna be the same thing for Tyrant's Ouroboros order. But one cool thing about Tyrant's Ouroboros order is, wait for it. You can see him. What is it? Is that Tyon, whenever he does his Ouroboros order, he would dab. Look at him.
All right, we got loads of memes out of the bag. Also,
Oh, and
big rock.
shout out to Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He just summons a giant rock.
Do we have any more in store?
A fun fact, Tyrant's Ouroboros order is actually 2 seconds or 3 seconds faster than Uni's. This is kind of strange because like all the other ones are like the same like time, like speed. But for some reason, Tyrant's just like faster than Uni's.
Tyrant's just good.
Yeah, Tyrant's is good.
His class sucks, but everything else about him is great. So once again, swimming is slow, so instead we're going to dash our way through. Thankfully, it's not faster to dash through ground, so we don't have to dash through ground for the whole run.
Yep.
Because like otherwise that'd be painful.
Yeah.
Because dashing in this game is R3, so imagine mashing that button for 2 hours and 45 minutes. No.
Can we just like take a moment to like just admire Lance's swimming form? Like, what kind of an atrocious form is this? Anyway, here's Titan Rock Cam. We're just we have to come here for the story, and we're just gonna take the time here to level up our party. We want to hit level 30 here, because it's gonna give us access to our second accessory slot, which is gonna be a nice power spike for the entire party. And remember those crack crystals we picked up earlier? Those are gonna go on our characters right now, because the next fight we're gonna do is gonna have a bunch of enemies, gonna have a bunch of ads, and once we kill those ads, it's gonna provide our attackers a nice little damage buff here. Also gonna set up 2 war medics in the party now.
So something we never mentioned is, since we got level 20, you've seen this little animation where you get the new accessory unlock. The thing is that happens on Noah, but that happens on everyone else too. But if you start the menu every time on Noah and then you switch through all the characters, that cutscene doesn't happen. So as long as we don't look at the portrait of say Senna, that cutscene is not going to happen. So every time you need to get out of an accessory menu and then go to an art menu, you have to go back to Noah and then go back to that character. It can be a little bit annoying, but you know, it's fast.
I'll be more than happy.
Trust me when trust me when I say it's really slow when you have to watch every single thing unlock, because you have like what, 2 skills, 2 arts, 2 accessories later.
Yeah, and
two more accessories, 2 gems. It's really slow, and it's kind of like kind of like the
cutscene of shame.
Yeah, it's the cutscene of shame basically. You just sit there like regretting your life.
I messed up my menu.
No.
The worst part is when you say you're on say Tyon and you want to go back to Noah and you think, okay, it's just 2L, and then you go down, you do 2L down and you see Mio and you're like, oh no. For some reason, there's a menu where I always do that mistake, and I'm like, oh, why am I alive? Also, best enemy in the game.
Oh, you got got the otters here.
Hopefully, we're going
otter.
to see one play with a shell.
Yeah, these otters, they're pretty cute.
Yeah.
Look at them, they're so cute. Senna has a line as well when she sees them. She'll be like, "Oh my gosh, the cutes."
There's so many lines that you never get to hear in the speedrun, or even casually. Like there's quite a few lines that I never heard before. That I heard them in the speedrun, and I was like, "Oh, that's a fun line." Whenever you target enemies and whatnot.
All right, so our next boss is gonna come up pretty shortly. So I have 2 war medics set up in the party right now. We're gonna do what we did on J again, which we like to call the Yunnan spam, that Raptor Ray atomized kind of switcheroo style of combat. It's really good for AOE scenarios because because Atomize does a lot of AOE damage and has a really large radius or really large area of effect. And because we have 2 more medics now, we can stack a lot of buffs onto the party at the start when everyone's grouped together. And then you can use that to quickly do a lot of burst damage to a large group of enemies.
Now the problem is we're going to do that when we're on Interlink 0. And the game kind of tries to punish you for using Interlink right away by reducing your damage output by a lot. Also not giving you the bonus of popping the Interlink. And also reducing, most importantly, reducing your accuracy.
Yep.
So it's always really nice to pop atomize and then see miss, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, you really want the main thing you want to see is those atomizers hit. Uni's damage doesn't really matter that much for the Yunnan spam. The main thing is the atomize, and yeah, it's a 15% accuracy bonus, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you know when you're doing a lot of atomizers and you see like multiple misses, it's really painful, especially when your buffs start to run out and it gets like exponentially slower.
Yeah, so another thing that we're going to set up on top of the War Medic buffs is we're also going to pop Noah's Ouroboros. And nicely enough, Noah's Ouroboros is going to try and prioritize using louder swings when you're not controlling it. So that way we potentially will have power charge atomize on Tyon. That's going to hit. And yeah, deal big damage.
All right, nice. Is there a Proctus buff here? It's 80% at the start of every battle to give attack plus to your entire party. So he did his job there.
So once again, 1 more buff. And basically, like if you've got 3 buffs on every character, that's going to max out your shared blessing buff, which again is 500%. Nice.
So hopefully you can take out the
nice.
other 2 ads here. The one at the end is a little hard to reach at the moment. Okay, I should be able to reach that one. Okay, nice.
So
I'm gonna drop my cannon here and hopefully it hits.
So Agnes Fighter A is
nice.
The last one. Is actually the boss. It's they're called Juniper, and it's gonna take a bit to actually kill.
Oh yeah,
so,
I think they dodged a lot of the attacks here.
And so now we're just going to keep on controlling Noah because he's the one with the highest DPS in our party. And also because we want to actually power charge the right stuff, which the AI is not really great at doing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think maybe my cannon missed that big attack with Uni at the end. I think it might have missed.
You had a lot of misses on
Atomize as well, yeah. It's really unfortunate. Might go landslide here. The main thing you don't want to see is landslide, which is like guaranteed evasion.
Yeah, and like it takes forever to actually.
Yeah. Nice topple. They're probably gonna use landslide here. I kind of want to make sure I don't get my air slash onto that. Oh, of course. I just talked about that. Yeah, it's because they got broken out of the downdraft. I was expecting them to not use landslide.
Yeah.
Whatever. You don't get good fights here like that often. Like this fight can go like either way.
Yeah, like this was kind of a bad fight, but that's just kind of unfortunate. So hit this track, and we're going to do a little skippy skip. You don't have to follow it exactly. You can just wee.
Yeah, you don't have to go all the way down. You can just like drop. I mean, you don't have to go all the way down, but you don't have to walk down. You can just drop down onto that ladder there. Nice little movement tech there.
So once again, another hero quest. This one is to unlock Jupiter's class. Juniper. Did that just say Jupiter?
Jupiter.
That's a Golden Sun moment. Golden Sun happened only 12 hours ago. It's okay. I've got an excuse. But yeah, Juniper class Stalker. Like again, Juniper is an attacker, so we are not going to use that hero for too much. But their class is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a very niche class. Traditionally not a very strong class, but very niche use in the speedrun, and it's going to be actually really important.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not really good outside of chains, but during chain, oh boy, you're going to enjoy this.
Oh yeah, get some nice damage there. It's also very relevant for the final boss fight, but we'll explain that later. But right now we got another one of those Yunnan spam fights. So I'm gonna double buff here.
Yep. And this boss fight can be annoying because, well, sometimes there is going to be one that's going to be far away and not get hit by atomize, and you just feel sad.
Yeah, you really want all your atomizers to hit here, and now you have 3 targets to miss instead of 1.
Yeah, all 3 of them have the same amount of HP. Potentially you can kill all of them at the same time, but it's not guaranteed. Also, he's got node back. It's annoying.
Nice miss. Oh, that's so many misses. I'm getting so unlucky
Time
here.
here's a good old cheese chart, sweet cherry.
Whatever. Okay. Hopefully finish this one. I'm gonna go over to this one.
Sketch.
This is kind of slow. Yeah, nothing really you can do if like time just does. Oh my god. Okay, that's fine.
Thanks for the break, because otherwise Sina was in for a ride.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing you can really do if time just decides to not hit. Honestly.
Did you set up the gems on?
I did.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah.
I was wondering why both.
You only have a 20-second timer on your buffs, and it's like 24 with a gem. It's not a lot of time.
No.
Especially if you start missing and you need a lot more hits to kill.
So now we got Juniper. On top of that, we now have access to rope sliding, which is a very, very great mechanic. It's good to sell the game, not so much to actually play. Though you get a cool line when you do it with Senna, potentially. But the other cool things that we have is because we unlock community level 1 with Colony Tau, we now have an increased movement speed, which you can. It's pretty noticeable. It's plus 20%.
14%.
14%?
Yeah, it's 14%. It's 28 when you have the max stacks, but 14% if you have the one. If you have one, which is
never mind. I don't know my numbers. He knows better than me. So there's that, and also now we can also chain our arts, even now to the fusion. So up until now, fusions were cool because we could use a fusion and then use more arts after that. That wasn't the case for basic arts, but now we can do it for any kind of art, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'm going to be able to apply the double buffs with Mio instead of having to do the switch between Tyron and Mio here. Just saves a little bit of time. But yeah, art chaining is going to be...
Also, Juniper is in the party.
Oh, oops. That doesn't matter.
Could have retried it. Oh well.
Nah, doesn't matter. You don't get the Izzard proc when you retry anyway. Yeah. I mean, so this one's just another Yunnan spam fight. Just gonna bring it down to this fight. This fight is HP gated, so I think it's 75% HP. I'm gonna try to get that on the power charge there. Nice.
Actually, didn't miss.
Yeah, so Juniper's not supposed to be in the party here, but it doesn't really make a big difference. Izzard's more optimal, which is why you would put Izzard in the party.
Yeah, you have the potential to start with one extra buff, and also he can use a buff. So potentially, like this fight is a little bit faster, but that's fine.
Okay, should be fine here. Okay, there we go. Good job, Senna.
So yeah, now Juniper is going to leave our party forever, which is a shame.
Well, we got to use Juniper in one fight as opposed to 0.
Yeah, Juniper is a great character. By the way, canon non-binary character. Shout outs to Monolithsoft.
All right, I was gonna point this out. Check out Izzard. Wait, show his face. Okay, cool. Izzard, doesn't he look like Jerma?
I'm out. I'll keep you company, buddy.
Okay, so now we're gonna make our way over to another camp here. We're gonna level up again. Just gonna set our levels up for the rest of this chapter, and also gonna do another fight, a very annoying fight.
Oh my god.
It's not really a difficult fight, just annoying. It's always these small fights with like multiple enemies that are really annoying in the run. But this one's gonna be against the Anlutes. Basically, it's gonna be another Yunnan buff fight. But they like to heal each other, and Taion likes to miss.
And also, there's another really annoying thing about those Anludes, is they're close to a cliff.
Oh yeah.
Atomize does knockback damage. If an enemy falls off a cliff, unlike Xenoblade 1, they don't die. Instead, they come back at full HP.
Yeah, it's so annoying. But if your characters fall off the cliff, guess what happens to them? They don't come back at full HP.
No, they come back and they're dead. At least they come back.
At least they come back so you can revive them. All right, so a little tag here I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pay attention to this bird.
RPG bird again.
Yeah. So if it's coming in really quickly, I'm gonna go to the right side like this, and then I'm gonna engage before they see me. That way, Izzard has a chance to proc his buff, and then I'm gonna buff my party. I'm gonna let Noah throw off his Infinity Blade. Oops.
Also need to aggro the bottom ones too.
Yeah. I'll just.
They're still not aggro.
That one. Come. Yeah. Okay.
Now, the annoying thing.
Okay, they were very far away, so whatever. But
the annoying thing with Ouroboros as well is that they take forever to actually move around.
yeah, it's so annoying.
You cannot dash with them.
Has he done his Infinity Blade? I think he has. I was supposed to interlink so he can power charge, but oh my gosh, where's the Enloot? Come on.
He's gonna fall down.
Oops, I accidentally went with Taion instead. Whatever.
It's still a good down guard, just kind of slow.
Yeah, you can see why that's annoying. The targeting is really wonky, and then the movement is really slow if you're in Ouroboros. And then they like to heal, and they have like pretty high evasion. It's kind of annoying. It's not a difficult fight, like I said.
It's really just a troll fight.
Yeah, it's just troll.
And by the way, this side quest is really just because Turkin stole our food. So
Yeah.
We're getting some food more and some more food.
Yeah. Okay, so again with our levels right now, we're gonna have exactly enough SP to do the next menu and unlock the next set of Ouroboros skills for Noah. It's gonna give him a bunch of extra damage for the next fight. One of the more technical fights in this run. It's gonna be I call it a Twin Pharaonis fight. You're gonna fight two big machines. Remember when Ethel joined our party and then she just immediately left?
Well, now she's a bad guy.
Yeah, now she's here to fight us. But she's not a bad person. She's just being controlled by evil people, Mobius. But we also got another dude, Kamaravi. Pretty cool dude. I like Kamaravi a lot. He is Noah likes to say, "Lance, you're on fire." What he actually means is that Kamaravi wields a lance which is on fire. So Kamaravi is this dude from Agnes, and his main thing is he has a giant spear and which is flaming, and his class, which you can actually unlock in the run, but we just don't get it because it's not useful. It's too late. It's based around dealing blaze damage, and it's a really strong class, but it's just unfortunately it's just too late, and it just doesn't offer enough for us in the run.
Yeah, we've got better anyway.
Yeah. Kamaravi's still really cool though, and this next fight is pretty cool. It has a pretty interesting history as well, which I'll try to explain after I do this menu.
Yeah, we went through multiple different strats before getting to this one, which Honestly, it's a pretty cool strat.
Wait,
Also,
so-
I guess something that we never explained, it's kind of funny, is it's actually faster to climb as Lance compared to every other characters because he's taller, so he reaches the top faster. So it's about like 0.2 seconds faster. Funny. Shout out to Plexa for finding this.
What was I gonna put? Yeah, Nopondal, and you get the work belt.
You found,
Okay, you can see we have exactly enough SP to teach this.
you found power.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hashtag
Boost
calculated.
attack.
All right.
Boost attack by 20%. You've
Yeah.
got some really strong skill on the Ouroboros, making them like really nice.
Noah's basically like super jacked. He gets a lot of extra additive on his Ouroboros, especially when it's an Interlink free. He's gonna be able to chunk like a lot of bosses for huge damage with his Mega Spinning Edge, which you can do twice per Interlink. But yeah, so this next fight, it's against two big enemies, two big machines. We used to do 2 full chains on one on each of them, and the fight would be about 7 minutes. And then I think eventually it was like
You seem to
what was
have
it?
discovered.
I think it was down to like 6 minutes or something. I forgot the strat that was 6 minutes.
I think it was just a normal chain on one character.
Yeah, okay. Then eventually the strat became chain the first one and then use Noah Ouroboros to kill the second one. And then that strat would be like around 4 minutes, I think. And then the current strat which we have now is you do it in reverse. So you do Noah take down the Ouroboros first, and then you chain, but you don't use any normal chain. You use an Interlink free chain with only half of Tyon, with only Tyon. And that's going to be able to take out the second machine. And this fight is about 3 minutes. So from a 7-minute fight, we got down to a 3-minute fight. Pretty good improvement.
So fun fact, this camp has big cuts into it, but you don't actually hit the camp. So
Yeah, one of the best cutscenes in the game, honestly. Really impactful, meaningful cutscene.
yeah, there's some really nice faces on Mio's side.
Yeah, shout outs to that monkey, by the way, that's over there. It's territorial Roadbart.
Is it actually?
No, it's not Roadbart, but it's the same
Yeah.
sprite, just smaller. Roadbart is a recurring enemy, real funny big monkey enemy in the Xenoblade games.
Monkey.
We did get to see one earlier in what's it called again? The Milk Meadows? No, it's not Milk Meadows.
No.
Yeah, Milk Meadows. But it's called Jingoistic Gigantus for some reasons. Like why don't you just use Roadbart?
It's because it's trademarked by their other game. Oh.
All right, here's the next fight.
So yeah,
Wait.
we've got two defenders for this fight, Mio and Lance. We're going basically each one of them is going to deal with one Feronis aggro. Lance is going to take care of Ethel. Mio is going to take care of Kamuravi. We want to focus Kamuravi with everyone and use the interlink tree with Noah and Mio to deal with them. And like they're going to build that on their own just fine. We're going to focus on doing it with Tyon and Uni for the most part. The main reason why this is we have to it's more important to deal with Tyon and Uni is because they are Keves class and Noah and Mio right now are on Agnes class, which is Stalker and Zephyr. Because there's a bug with the way Fusion First. So there is a tactic order which is Fusion First, which we hit every turn, for every fight, because it's just so good. And there's a bug with the Keves class where they're going to not register properly that they could use a fusion really soon, so they just hit the master art way too early. And so it's very important that we actually control time and Uni for that matter.
So I'm trying to hit Interlink level 3 with Tyon and Uni because I don't want them to die and then I have to waste a lot of time trying to get them up to level 3. So I'm trying to ensure that I get level 3 with them first. I should be able to...
Bits, and that should be good.
Okay, Uni should be able to get my Interlink free here. If not, Tyon will be able to get it. Okay, nice. So now Mio should be at Interlink free. Lance is at Interlink free, that's a bonus. It actually took a while, so I'm just going to
Yeah, so popping Lance Interlink 3 makes it so that he's going to take all the aggro and just keep the control of the fight going. So every time you can use an R and then instantly switch. That's going to build your talent art really fast. And now he's going to
Swag launch there. So I got Ty on here. Counter wave is going to go down, and then I chain FO. Nice fight.
and that's still with the power charge. Not
Yeah.
relevant, but that should help out the damage. So you're going to see the power once again, the power of Uni and Ouroboros in chain.
Yep. So this is gonna pretty much exactly kill. If not, it's gonna leave FO with like just a little bit of HP that we can kill and then farm some overkill. We want at least 300 here, which we should be able to get. Didn't get a crit. If Tyrant crits that first rock, sometimes you can skip like having to farm the extra overkill here. In this case, I probably have to. Yeah, that's fine. So if we're lucky, I could get like I think one hit. If not, it's fine. I can just go Senna as well. Let's see. 300. Okay, that's fine.
So for most of the overkill, we want like around 300% because that's
really easy to get. If you want more overkill, it's gonna get even harder.
Yeah, it's kind of exponential the amount of EXP of percent you need. So Mobius MP, so the new strat now, it used to be a long normal chain, but now Quad figured out a way to do it with Interlink level 3, where we are going to be very careful with our macro of both Dion and Uni, make sure that they both get their Interlink up. The problem with this boss fight is that it deals a lot of AoE damage to everyone, so if you take too long, then the fight is just going to be out of control, and people are just going to die, and you're just going to feel really sad, and it's going to be way too hard to actually make it, but Quad's good enough to get that without too much trouble. And if Senna gets too low, probably hit that that Interlink on Lance and Senna.
Yeah, so it's going to use a move called Grand Berserker. It's going to hit everything behind it at around 80% HP. I think it's under 85. So once it gets close to that point, I'm going to Interlink, like right here. And then now they should be on track to get... Okay, I think one more. It's probably going to use Grand Berserker now.
Yeah, Noah is still behind, but if Noah dies, it's fine. We don't ring them.
Yeah, after this is going to be Grand Berserker. I could probably interlink them. Oh no, they didn't get it. Okay, that's going to be annoying. I'm gonna de-link them just because I need to preserve his Ouroboros. Uni, why did you die? Okay, it's gonna be annoying now. I'm gonna have to rebuild this entire level.
That's because I jinxed it. I'm sorry. Yeah, so again, in order to get from level 2 to level 3, you need 6 fusions.
Oh my God.
And you need 6 fusions before, and if you die during that, that's resets. Pain.
And Mio's down.
I'll come to your aid.
I think that's a ray triangle.
That's fine. Roast with is bad. It's just gonna go down.
Just gonna die.
Yeah, I'm gonna reset. Unfortunate. That was really unlucky. Never die here.
Yeah, I think the problem was Uni just used her art too much at the start, and so she didn't build a interlink well enough.
No, I shouldn't have an interlink Noah. That's fine. Oh, and he used his spear bullet as well. It's annoying. And now he's used Dark Banner. So annoying. Yeah, as you can see, if you're out of sync, it can get really annoying. You start to use like the arts.
As I explained, like because of the ways the timers of the Agin Master Arts are kind of bugged, and basically like if the Keves class AI is going to see that the Nagdin art is going to be available, they are going to use it right away, even though there is a tiny like they could use a fusion art like really in like 2 seconds after that. It's really annoying.
No dying is
Yeah.
fine. No. Keep time here. Izzard should be able to revive. Okay, kind of want Lance initially. Come on. Okay. Izzard's dead. Oh no, I have to not revive Izzard first. He's gonna Grand Berserker. Hopefully he doesn't Grand Berserker here.
You're not behind right now, so. Oh wait, but Uni is.
Come, don't go there. At least Lance gonna be able to anchor our aggro for now. Yeah, I can survive this. Oh, nice break.
Nice break.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Good topple. Good topple. Oh no, Izzard's dead. Why is he dead? Ah.
You don't have Liberty Wings either.
Yeah, I don't have Liberty Wing at this point. Jeez, good break.
Right. So yeah, like again, in order to revive characters, the only way to do it is if you are a healer. So if you are a healer, is Ouroboros, you cannot revive the other healer. And on top of that, if you are level 3 and you get out of Ouroboros early, well, you go back to 0. So yeah, it's fun.
Okay, got a pretty good start going. So I think this fight, hopefully it'll be fine. Oh wow, we got one shot. Nice shot, Mio.
Okay,
Should be able to.
stick to Uni until you get the fusions and switch back.
Okay. Oh, she missed that. Missed that one auto attack, I think.
Yeah. Get that break? Nope. No, he's dead, but that's fine again. Lance is taking the aggro.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think maybe this one should. Okay, here we go.
Alright, so now we are going to interlink both Tyon and Noah to get the power charge up before the down tart of Uni. Again, also very important to Ouroboros Tyon and not Uni, because that way you get the healer boost every time you switch. So that way, basically, your whole party is never gonna die.
Okay, finally.
Whew. So power charge is the end, so that the Ouroboros attacks are going to be using the power charge bonus from Shard Blessing. Not so much for the extra damage, but yeah, it's for the Ouroboros damage.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Like
This strat is difficult.
it's not an easy strat to pull off. It's one of the more recent strats that was developed, and you know, as the more the speedrun progresses in terms of strats, the more difficult the strats are going to get, and the less leeway there is for error and RNG as well.
The thing with this game as a speedrun compared to, say, Xenoblade 1 or Xenoblade 2 is it's very technical and very precise, and if you're off the loop, you're most likely going to have a bad time. So you really need to be really precise with everything you're doing, which is what's really cool about speedrunning this. While Xenoblade 1 is really a lot more organic and really a lot more about reacting to whatever is happening and knowing what to do on the fly based on whatever is going to happen, while Xenoblade 2 is all about like making sure your setup is always correct and ready for the big fusion damage that's going to happen. This game is really just about clean execution and clean microing and macroing of your 6 characters at the same time. And then once you hit the chain, you just press the 2 or 3 buttons that you need to hit. You don't have any timing to care about, and you're good.
Oh, what? Why is there no damage?
That
Oh, I didn't do the. I know why. I forgot to do the. Forgot to do the menu.
oh what?
Yeah, this one. That's why he had no damage.
Oh,
More to add to the playbook.
Right.
More to add to the playbook.
that was
You might want to.
Yeah, but that's basically how
was
the
before Twin Furnace.
yeah. This basically how the fight's supposed to go. Except we're supposed to kill.
Yeah, I mean, and even get an overkill on it. Slight overkill.
Yeah. Thankfully, our estimate's like really generous. It's like it is really generous. Like even taking like a few resets, it's not really good. We're not at very high risk of going above estimate. So
And chapter 4 is
fine.
anyway. Chapter 4 is definitely like the hardest one in the speedrun. We're doing it at a very like quadrant level, a lot more than what we used to, and taking all those risks and having all those technical fights between Twin Furnace, Mildew Sophie, and the next two fights that you're going to see. Well, the very last fight of chapter 4 is going to be a breeze compared to everything else, but it's still like a little bit scary. Nice double. 1, 2, 4, some nice crowd control.
Just trying to not let Uni attack too much.
Yeah, again, you need to make
Oh,
sure.
she did her. Yeah, she did her.
Again, you need to make sure that basically the Kavus art is going to be available before the Agnes art, because otherwise they are going to try and use it too early because of the Agnes glitch that I explained earlier.
Yeah, it's not possible to make sure they always do it.
Yeah, just too hard to actually micromanage everything on the fly. Because like
Fine.
there's misses and stuff.
I should get my interlink free here. It's fine. Okay, Izzard's not dead. Just don't die. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Once you hit level 3, you're good to keep it. It's just going from level 2 to level 3. If you die in the middle of that, you're just in pain.
Okay. So our damage should be fine this time. Yep. Oh, we have a lot of damage. Okay.
So power charge on the Sacred Cannon talent
Why
art.
facing back? Okay, never mind. Should be fine. Oh, it's because of this lunar orbit, which I never ever see, because it's HP based as well. Normally, you don't get that much damage.
Something interesting about this game as well is, like, as Quad might have mentioned, and you might have picked it up on, most of the fights, the boss fights, are actually like very scripted in the attacks that the enemies are going to do, because it's mostly based around the HP, and so like you can pretty much always figure out what's going to happen, when an attack is going to happen, etc., based on how long the fight has been going, what attacks have been used, etc. So it's really not too bad to deal with that situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Always
so
what's going to happen.
we should be getting a nice overkill here. As you can see, our damage is a lot higher. Like we started the chain at a much lower HP than the, than the previous fight, and yeah, Uni's going to be doing a lot more damage here for Ouroboros. I think we should be able to get like 330 or 350. 330, I would say. 300 to 330. I keep changing my numbers. I'm just trying to guess. It's like a little game I like to play sometimes when I'm doing the chains. I'm waiting for it to play out.
Gonna bait on street 25.
Oh, 2 hits. Okay, I like somewhere between. Okay, I'll just go. I'll just go 330. Let's go 330. Oh.
Oh.
Whoa. Let's go.
That's twice in a row he does it today.
Yeah, I did it once just now. I was like, wait, what was it? It's like 350
It was in practice, yeah.
Yeah, I was in practice. I was like, oh, this looks like a 350, and then it gets exactly 350. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Call gamer right there.
It's basically just experience, and like from doing runs, you can kind of tell like how much damage you're gonna do.
And now for the best section of the run.
Yeah, best section of the run, 16 minutes of walking.
So yeah, if you've got anything to do, grab breakfast, grab some coffee, take a rest, say hi to family once in a while. Now is the time, because nothing is really going to happen. All right, bye, Bob.
Well, we've also had some donations come in. Nua Alter with $50, Uncle Dave with $10, and Night Flyer with $25 with no comments. Airplane with $10 saying, "Here's a friendly reminder to hydrate, move, and groove about the place, and maybe even stretch."
Oh yeah, I guess that's the right time.
Go for it, Legrand.
Also, Lightning Leon with $50 saying,
What's up, Leon?
"Good luck on the run, Quad."
Thank you, Leon.
And with those, Mio's Mio's hairstyle incentive flipped a couple times, but now has short ahead by $20. So yeah, it was a close one. And speaking of incentives, the voice acting one is still rolling throughout the run, so it only will take $21 to flip that.
If you want to hear Japanese Xenoblade 3, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you for all the donations. Really, really awesome. And was really impressed that we met the Console X incentive and also the swimsuits incentive. Like, Console X incentive was like met really early. I was really happy about that because it's an optional boss fight which you don't get to fight in the game unless you do one of an optional quest. But the thing is, this boss fight spawns in the final dungeon, and you actually pass through the room that the boss would spawn in. So in speedruns, it would just be empty. It's kind of odd, but yeah. So we get to do that fight in this run because we met that incentive. Thank you so much.
And the swimsuit is going to be part of some of the DLCs that happened earlier. So we'll have a few gauntlets in order to actually unlock that piece of that costume. And yeah, this place is great. Nothing much happening.
Hovering reefs. I don't even like the music here that much, and the background, the scenery is like kind of dull. One important thing that we did there at the start was actually we picked up another hero, Ashira. Ashira used to be like super duper important back before our DLC hero was released. Now she's still really good, but she's not like as important for many of the fights now, especially since we developed newer strats that aren't as reliant on using Ashira. But with that being said, Ashira still has a lot going for her. She is, I believe, the only class that has access to a launch that's not Talon. So she's able to launch, and that in itself is extremely valuable. And especially because you don't need her class, you just need her as the hero. Being able to launch opens up the option of doing the smash combo, which we're going to see later. On top of that, Ashira is also a tank. She's able to hold aggro, which is a lot more valuable than having her like as an attacker. Even though she's not like the best tank, she still does something. It's still better than nothing. Ashira is really good for chains. That's why we picked her up initially, and why she was like a really important part of the earlier route. She's really good for chains. Her order, when you complete it, gives bonus multiplier, which is very significant. It's like at least like it's more than 10% damage overall. I think it's like 150 to 200 extra damage bonus, and then also gives power charge to the entire party, which is really, really nice for just like you don't have to glorious wing. And then yeah, you get big damage at the end of your chains because of that power charge. Ashira is also really good because not just because of her order, but because of what she does in the chain. So all heroes also, on top of having a hero order with specific effects, they also have what was it called, a heroic action or something, or heroic chain or something.
Heroic chain.
Yeah, basically when they do an action in the chain, they can receive various effects as well. Like for example, Izzard was when you finish an order of Izzard, it guarantees Bravo. Ashira is kind of almost the same. When you finish an order of Ashira, guarantees Amazing, which is super duper good because Amazing not only guarantees that you get free characters back, it also gives you a large damage bonus on top of already having that damage bonus from Ashira's hero order. And Ashira doesn't reactivate herself, but you don't need her to reactivate. In fact, it's actually better that she doesn't reactivate, because then with that amazing, you can get free characters back, and you can guarantee that you can get the same free characters back always. So you're going to see in that 1 to 2 chains you're going to do with Ashira, it's going to be basically the same chain, because of the fact that Ashira being able to guarantee that amazing just makes all the chains super consistent. Oh, we got aggro by the giant capybara. Oh wow, okay, oh that's fine. Lands is tanky. Shout out to the capybaras here, by the way.
Shout out to Matsky.
Shout out to Matsky. And oh yeah, I forgot. Lightning Leon also was actually I actually arrived in the Xenoblade speedrunning scene like later than Lightning Leon. So Leon's more
I couldn't begin to guess.
more OG, I guess. He's
It has something to do with it.
Leon's like the first person who did like oops, I have to do the menu first. The first person to do the 100% speedrun Xenoblade 2. It's insane.
First is only one, yeah.
What's good to Zephyr and
Got it.
Pure Bullet and Vital Bullet.
Pure bullet.
Okay, there we go. I can do the now I can do the shop.
Get a little of everything.
And now the best item in the game.
Oh, this item's so good.
The virginal necklace. So now, party member being incapacitated is not going to be a problem. Why is that? Because that item that we just picked up, the virginal necklace, is going to allow whoever is going to participate in reviving a character to have all their arts back by 90%. So say you use all your arts to revive someone, oh hey, all your arts are available again. That's very much busted.
Yeah, it's really good. It turns your characters getting incapacitated, turns it into from a liability, it turns it into an actual advantage. You can use it to exploit the combat system, because there's a lot of things that you can use it for. First thing is chain building. Reviving characters builds your chain by like a lot, and on top of that, that's exclusive to that doesn't matter with the devotional necklace. But basically, when you get your arts back, another thing that builds chain really quickly is buffing your characters. Every buff that you put on your party, you get chain. And so by using multiple war medics with multiple devotional necklaces, you can, every time your character dies, you're going to get a lot of chain. And you can basically use that. If you set your party to die strategically, you can build your chain insanely quickly.
Yep. That's going to be the whole idea of this strat. Just well, first of all, the thing is we're going to be extremely under-leveled for the next section of the game.
Yeah.
To the point where even our tanks are going to be basically one-shot by anything that's going to hit them. So we'll just instantly revive them. And be able to first get a lot of chain and use a buff, and it's actually every time you use a buff on one character, it's going to give you some chain. So you can give it to 7, and yay, you win.
Yeah.
Now the only problem with that is that, as we explained at the very start, every time you revive a character, that's going to build your aggro quite a bit. So eventually, if the fight takes a little too long or too many people die, well, eventually your war medics are going to take the aggro, and you really hope that they're not going to take too much aggro, because otherwise, well, if both war medics are dead, then you are in trouble.
Quick little movement thing I did here. I give up, even though I don't need to. It basically resets the position of the enemies over there in the distance and makes it so that I'm going to be able to cross the bridge without getting aggroed without being aggroed by the last enemy, and then I can open the door at the end, which I wouldn't be able to open if I had aggro. So you're going to see what I mean here. Also, picking up this spot doesn't cost any time because I have to wait for the enemy to walk anyway. So
An interesting thing that we could see earlier as well, and that we've been kind of using on and off, is every time you interact with an item, say a switch or whatever, there is the screen that fades out and fades back again between the cutscene, but actually you still can move around. So it's based on what direction your camera is on. So you can technically like save a little bit of time by moving around when the screen is black and basically being ahead of the whatever you hit, that if it's a switch or whatever. Pretty neat stuff. So force fight because we need to hit the door that's right below, and you cannot hit doors if you are in a fight. And we're just going to do our good old union spam.
Yep, just a little trash mobs here. They're preventing. We don't have to kill them, but they're guarding a, like there's a door at the end, and the aggro doesn't shake off, so we have to kill these things just so we can open the door later.
And the only one that takes forever to die is because it's a tank.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so more about this new strat, or not new strat, this next strat that we're gonna do on the next boss fight. I think we used to do the fight at like level 37, and then we went down to level 35, and now it's level 34. So like I said again, as the route progresses, it's gonna get increasingly harder and harder. This is basically the same strat which you did at level 35, except it's more dangerous now because you take more damage. But if you manage your characters properly and you manage your aggro and manage your aggro and your chain building, it's still pretty much a winnable fight. But of course, like I said, very little margin for error.
Yeah, because like going from 35 to 34 makes it so like you get actually one shot by stuff instead of surviving with a little bit of HP, and that's going to make quite a difference for our healers.
That should get us over to the elevator.
So it really went from like fine to that's actually hard and I need to practice that fight.
Yeah, it really makes you need to dial in on your execution. Otherwise, you're gonna make far too many mistakes. Like I said, it's basically the same strat as 34 as 35, but 35 has like way more leeway because of that one level.
Yeah, you can basically do mistakes and you don't even realize they are mistakes.
Yeah.
And then you hit 34 and you're like, why am I dying all of a sudden? Why is it so hard? Well, it's because you were doing mistakes in the first place.
Yeah, so that's the difference between an inconsistent strat and a strat that's like just difficult to execute. Is that inconsistent strats are inherently inconsistent because of like certain RNG values or whatever. But strats like this, where you're just going down, but it's still winnable, it basically makes you, or forces you to tighten up on your execution in order to maintain that same level of consistency.
And that's really important for this game specifically, because a lot of stuff that you are going to say, hey, I'm inconsistent at this fight. No, it's more like you are not precise enough with your execution, and that's why this fight, you are not winning as often as you should.
Yeah.
And this game is all about that. Like outside of chapter 1, everything is consistent. And even then, chapter 1, you just lose time if things go bad. So everything is consistent, and it's just down to how well you're going to play.
All right, we got a little skip coming up here. Before that, I'm going to have to de-aggro some enemies. Pay attention to how I'm actually going on the right side here. That's because they have like a conical vision. So if I were to go from the left side, I have to run further ahead. It's also further. So that's why I go on the right side here, de-aggro those UMs. This one dude isn't going to de-aggro us yet, but it's going to de-aggro us by the time we need to get to the skip. It's basically some guards guarding a ramp, and we want to get up that ramp and open a door. But if we get aggroed by the guards, we can't open the door. So we're going to skip the guards by doing some weird geometry stuff, like squeezing up this part here.
Come on.
Taking a little while, actually. Wow.
There you
Okay, there we go.
It's not that bad usually, but yeah.
Yeah, you want to be really safe. You want to be really safe there because if you go too much forward by like 1 pixel, you get aggro by then and you lose a lot of time. Better to play it safe and sorry.
Yeah, because then you have to de-aggro against the UMs and just feels terrible. Yes, Uni is the boss.
So pick a little bit of coins there, and
yeah, look at that movement. You're gonna see that quad is going to be below the gate when we reload.
Yep.
Nice little stuff.
Okay, so next fight. Basically, like I mentioned, we're going to basically exploit the death mechanic and be reviving with our healers and spamming their buffs to build our chain quickly. And then I'm going to do a very interesting thing before I actually go into the chain itself, and we can explain that during the chain because there's ample time to actually do that in the chain. So right now I'm going to focus on this fight.
Yep, people call it Elite Chapter 5. I prefer the name Catgirl Explosion.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's something that I
He
only-
just came about with it like this very instant.
Yeah, that's only my thing. No one knows about it. So, and that like it sounds better, right? All right. So what Quad's going to make sure is obviously like spams the buffs so that the chain is already like a quarter in. And now we've got Senna on the side. Now Senna is a Zephyr, so she's going to hopefully take aggro eventually. When she does, DJ is going to use an art that's called Chaos Arc. Is going to dash in the direction of whoever is he's targeting. And when that's going to happen, hopefully he's going to go to the side and not in front like that, because
Okay, nice. That's the thing you don't want to hit your healers. Chaos Arch.
yeah, Chaos Arch is actually going to kill anyone that's in front of it. Now, if you do it from the side, then the Chaos Arc is going to take you to do a little less movement, so you will be closer, so it's going to be faster. Doomarine is also kind of bad, but thankfully you have the debuff barrier, I guess, so you get bleed, which can be very, very annoying. So as you can see right now, he's already built a chain. That was really fast, and now, well, Mio is the only one taking aggro, and yeah, Mio is dead. She exploded, and now we get to do the chain. And now that Mio is not in the party, think about it again. We were at 7 characters doing the chain, and we still want to see the hero. But now that there are only 6, that makes it you go from 90% chance to have it and then to have your hero, well, 89% to I think 96%. Which
Yeah,
is,
about a 95, 96.
which is a lot more reliable to get your chain up. And on top of that, that also guarantees that you hit Dion and Uni Ouroboros, which is the one you want. You don't want anyone else.
I can't take Tyon here.
Can't take Dion.
Yeah, I have to take Noah.
So we want to pick Dion here, but because of weird TP management, he cannot. But that's fine. You like again, you're still guaranteed to see both Uni and Dion on the next on the next chain orders. Do the math. You're gonna realize that it's a thing, because like suddenly your hero doesn't count, so you're only 5 characters that you need to hit in 3 rounds. So
Yep.
you're good.
So your success rate in the chain, taking into account that you need both the hero and you need Uni and Tyon Ouroboros finisher, the success rate goes from about 66% all the way up to 95%, which is huge when it comes to consistency.
And it's just down to letting the cat girl die, so all good. Technically, Senna dying also works, which is like why she's in that class. And also, like again, because of the way we do the chain, we don't actually need Mio's order or Senna's order, because we actually don't care about it. And we are not actually going to use them during the chain, so if any of them die, like it's just fine. Now you do need one of the 2 to still be alive, because you need a defender eventually, but like that's fine.
Now we got Tyon's order, it's a little less damage. Hopefully I can get enough here.
So as you can see, you are at 1030% extra damage on the chain before the Ouroboros order finishes, which is going to be an amazing, because we built it with Noah. Setting up all the buffs again for Shell Blessing.
Okay, damage
Noah-
is a little low. Hopefully we see some...
Also, Stalker is
no,
pretty good.
no crits there.
Yeah, no crits, no bleeds, so, but that should still be fine. Like,
It depends. Let's take a look. Okay, nice crit. I think we should be fine. It should be 3 hits and then 1 hit on the overkill.
I've never seen this strat not work.
I've seen it.
completely.
I've seen it. Not
Oh
work.
no.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
was that 4 hits? Oh, I see. That's 200%.
Uh,
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's just we probably have to do a little bit of backing up later, but that's still fine.
Yeah, you don't really care about any more classy XP at this point, so that's not really too much of a problem. It's really just a problem regarding levels. So you're probably going to be like half a level or level behind for
Yeah,
this
it's
stuff.
gonna change some of the menus later and a little bit of the. I think one section I'm gonna want Stalker on Noah instead of having a Flash Fencer, which I prefer. But overall, we still will be able to basically do the route.
Yeah, just fine.
Jump in this
So that little extra movement that we did in the the cutscene was fading out, actually is going to matter here because after DJ that's a consistent cycle, and if you do the movement perfectly and do everything perfectly, you're going to hit that cycle just fine and don't have to wait for the next block, which otherwise would lose you like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at it. I don't know. I feel like it's still RNG. So
No, like that was just because you took too long to skip, I think.
nah.
It's not RNG. I know it. I know it's not RNG. Practiced it. And why would I practice that? Don't ask me. But
Okay, so the next fight is basically the same, except you don't really. It's not as dangerous. Unfortunately, this next enemy doesn't really give XP. So even though I want XP right now, I don't get it, but it's fine.
yeah, so the next fight is less dangerous, and also you need to deal less damage. So potentially we can reduce the amount of actions that you do during the chain. We can even go for a 4-round chain if we get lucky enough during the chain. Now there would technically also be the option of going for an intellect level 3, but everyone just dies so fast that like it's just not consistent enough to go for that strat. So yeah, by the way, this is Melia, Queen of Cadets, that we're fighting right now. And she's got, once again, all her cool attacks from Xenoblade 1, Elemental Earth, Elemental Wind. Now she doesn't do Starlight Kick yet, but it's okay. And again, leveraging Devotional Necklace and Death in order to build chain really fast.
Can you revive Uni?
Why is it not reviving Uni? Oh, I guess they were stuck.
Yeah, I think they were stuck. The last bit of chain there. One more hit should be able to take Neo out. Okay, there we go. Uni. Yeah, so ideally I want to try to aim for a 4-round, but 5-round is also fine.
Yeah, if you start with Uni, if you get Ashera and then Tyon, you're golden. Otherwise, if you just get Tyon, then you're also golden, but slower.
Can jam to the nice chain music. Really good.
So it may not look like it like this when you look at the damage that you're doing at the start, but again, it's down to the extra damage that you get from finishing rounds that like it's really going to add up.
Oh wow,
the
that's
amount
close.
of damage that you deal.
Probably should have picked Lance, but almost hit 100. Don't want that because I want to use Ashira to end this round and get everyone back.
Yeah, like again, because attackers, when they're used first in combat, they get plus multiplied by 1.25% the amount of TP. That means that if they hit 80% of their 80% TP, then they're going to finish the order instead of 100% like for a defender. And again, healers cannot hit 100%, so that's pretty nice if you need to use multiple healers to attack buffs. Which at first, if you look at it at first, you might think, yeah, no, that's not that great. But it's actually like a very, very nice added bonus of being a healer. Being able to keep the order going despite hitting high numbers.
The Uni's order is just slightly slower. That's fine. Nice thing about Uni's order is that Tyon's damage is actually physical here. It's gonna do more damage because Melia has like 40% ether defense. So because I have so much damage, I'm actually going to just not use Rapid Shot, which is actually slower than using Driving Arrow. Even though Rapid Shot does like a lot of damage.
Nice damage.
Yeah, so Tyon's gonna do way more damage than Uni here because his part of the finisher here is actually gonna be physical, as opposed to Tyon's finisher, where both of them see it's does like so much damage, where both of them do ether damage in Tyon's finisher. That's also the reason why Time's finisher is slightly weaker on DJ as well, even though it's faster. Because DJ has more ether defense than physical defense.
Yeah, you cannot win this fight.
Yeah, you can't. Well, I guess you won, but you just...
But not really.
Yep, that was chapter 4. Probably, yeah, like Legrand said, hardest chapter in the run to execute.
Bears down on us without
There's
mercy.
too many hard fights. After that, chapter 5 is a bolt in the park, and chapter 6 and 7 is just
What should we
don't
spend
die.
on?
Lol.
We saw one possible answer to those questions. But we cannot
Yeah.
accept
Mio has this little diary entry at the end of like every chapter where she just talks, and sometimes I feel like she talks a bit too much. She doesn't talk enough where you can just go to the bathroom, but she talks like
we should all be free to
enough
choose our
to
own
be
way.
like, oh my gosh, can you please hurry up, Mio?
That's our belief.
It's like you don't have that much time left in the world. Stop talking.
Yeah, so the whole thing lore wise in this game, I guess we can talk a lot about the lore for now, because there is about, like, I don't know, 30 minutes of nothing really happening. So once again, if you didn't have the time to actually grab your coffee or grab your breakfast, now you can go to your local coffee and get a coffee from that shop, and then come back, and yeah, nothing much is going to
We'll
happen.
probably take a nap, and we still haven't gotten to the next fight. It's not that bad. Basically, this kind of is like the little break in the run. This is basically like the halfway point in the run, pretty much. But it's basically after chapter 4, which is the most, I would say, most intense chapter when it comes to the fights. So it's kind of like a lull period right now, where it's kind of just like catching up with the story. And then we're gonna, so after this section of nothing much, it's gonna start picking up again. It's gonna start, and it's gonna go full steam all the way until the end of the run.
Yeah, from halfway through chapter 5 to the end, it's a big, lots of fights, lots of things going on.
Yeah, chapters are gonna get shorter from now on. I think this is the second. Oh wait, no, actually,
No,
ignore what I just
chapter
said. I
7.
always think like the last few chapters are really short, but they're not.
No.
Chapter 7 is really long because of the final boss
Chapter
fight.
6 is
Chapter
short.
6 is really short. Chapter 5 is long because we do extra stuff in chapter 5, which we'll explain later.
Yeah, but yeah, talking about the lore a little, so the thing with Kevis and Agnes soldiers, so they are basically born soldiers. They are born like at around 10 years old, and then they actually only have 10 years to live. And by the end of that, they are sent off by the officer in front of the queen, and it's a big moment. Kind of a weird culture going on, but they don't know anything else. So the only thing they know about is war, and that eventually they are going to be sent off by the queen if they manage to survive for 10 years of fighting. And Mio right now is on her 9th year, and she only have like what, a couple months left,
There's like a few months left, yeah.
like 1 or 2, before she's going to, well, die.
Well, the game tells us she has like a few months, even though we finished the game in like 6 hours.
Yes. So the whole thing about Mio is at the start she's like, yeah, okay, it's fine. I only have a few months left, but the more and more she gets used to not being a soldier, enjoying life, being with friends, she starts to have some anguish about her death coming, and she doesn't want to die. Surprisingly, like she's still human outside of that culture that she was around and stuff, and. So in chapter 1, we were like they were supposed to actually grab like there was some weird power going on, and we were tasked to actually grab that whatever was happening there. So it turns out it was the Ouroboros stone that like actually liberated all 6 kids here, and they obtained the Ouroboros power because of that. So now they are not affiliated to Kevis or Agnes anymore. And their objective was to actually get to the Great Sword, which we finally hit, which was actually all the way around the world. So the world is basically a giant donut. Yes, that's a real thing. And so we went from this side all the way to the other side, from the bottom. And yeah, now that we actually hit that, it's time for the big reveals of the game. Oh, hey, by the way, being alive isn't about fighting people for 10 years. You can actually live for 60 years normally. And that's basically the city folks.
Yeah.
So the city folks are people that were either liberated from the curse that is going on in Ionios, or like they were just born from the love of two people, um, which is the case for the founders of the city. Uh, if you want a little bit more lore about the city and stuff, go play the DLC Future Redeemed. Like it's all about the origin of the city and origin of the world and whatever.
Yep.
And so yes, those people are actually living a somewhat normal life in the city. So like they are just having kids, growing up, going to school, learning how to read, learning how to play music, etc., etc. And those kids who became the Ouroboros are actually going to learn what it's like to be alive and what it's like to enjoy life.
Just looking down makes me feel
And so big moment, big lore, lots of stuff going on.
Yeah, chapter 5 is kind of like the lore exposition chapter. You just get dumped like a whole bunch of lore at the start and at the end of chapter 5, and at the start of chapter 6. There's a lot really that we can talk about, say about the story of this game, but unfortunately I can't really do it justice. This is like honestly just too much, honestly, really. One thing I can tell you about though is Shania. Hello Shania. I love Shania.
She gets some cool character development eventually.
Shania's a really interesting character, yeah. A lot of people dislike Shania. But we'll tell you more about that later. Right now, we're just gonna make our way through the city. A bit of downtime here. Just gonna chill a bit.
It's bigger than half a dozen colonies.
All right, got a little time for something.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right, well, there's a donation, but this is the end of my time hosting. So good luck on the rest of the run.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to RPG Lunar Break for having me. I'm Stump, and I'll hand the host desk over
Make some new friends.
to Valu to read that donation and to take care of the rest of this run.
Thank you so much for helping us out the first half of this run.
Right? At least they warmed up to
Yep,
some
good job.
Maybe it'll be the
Unfortunately, I cannot leave here. I'm stuck with my buddy quad. We're stuck for a good more 3 hours, I guess.
Yeah, about 3 hours.
Lots more lore, lots more exposition. And yeah, another thing that like the kids are going to learn is that like actually people are just basically every time you die, every time you're sent off, you're actually going to be revived eventually. So like it's an infinite cycle, the never-ending cycle. Every time you die, you get to be revived without any new memories. Like yeah, born to fight, then die over and over and over and over again without any stop. It's like an infinite symbol, like a Mobius thing.
Yeah, just let us know when you want to read that donation.
Yeah, I think they're just swapping for now. So
Yep. No worries. So here is one of the infamous cutscenes in the game. Here's the baby's cutscene. Yeah,
it's a great cutscene.
yeah. Like our soldier friends here. They basically. I like to point out this little tidbit of characterization here. I think they really did this part really well. Is that our main party doesn't have any idea of like they don't have any concept of what like family and love is, because they've been raised in like that environment of just fighting for their entire lives. So it is when they come to the city and then they're introduced to the concepts of like what's a family, that people are able to have children. And so, for example, when Monica mentions that she's a mother, Monica was a character that joined us just now. She's from the city. She mentions that she's a mother, and then the cast asks her, "Oh, what's a mother? Or what's a generation?" For example, she talks about like having several generations of a family, and cast asks her, "Oh, what's a generation?" stuff
What-
like that.
Why
You-
is this human so small?
yeah, and then we get to the city, and then we get to the hospital, and then they're like, hey, "Oh my gosh, there are tiny people here." And then in a very infamous cutscene where the doctor's like, "Hey, who wants to know how babies are made?"
And everyone raises their hand.
Yeah, and of course they don't show us that in the game, but yeah, it's really cool how they
Made that happen.
yeah. It's really cool how they basically got that point across that, hey, these people don't know anything about families and stuff. Without them actually telling you, they just show you through the way they interact with the characters
Even
from
even
the city.
even since chapter 1. So in chapter 1 there is a scene where they all go take a bath, and like it's a mixed bath, and like they don't seem to care about anything. It's just because like they were never told about anything about life and stuff, and like Uni is just enjoying the bath with her friends and well, our comrades in arms, and like it's fine, and that's really giving you the idea that yeah, no, this place is different. Those guys are raised differently from like normal life, and they experience things differently, and you get like the more you progress through the game, the more they kind of discover their feelings and stuff, and eventually you get here and it's kind of the big moment where like their view on the world is going to completely change, and it's going to get even better than that throughout the rest of this chapter.
Right, so real quick thing we're doing here, we're taking a little detour. This is one of the, I think this is the only optional hero quest that we're doing. This is for Monica's quest, which is for the Lost Vanguard class. The class in itself is very mediocre. It's like one of the worst classes in the game, honestly. And we're gonna pick it, and we're gonna get it, of course, because it's one of the worst classes in the game. For what it's worth, the Lost Vanguard does have, it's really bad, but it does have one very important art that makes it worth getting.
And thankfully you get it through mastering the class.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. So we'll see what that art is later, because we're not going to use it so far. But Monica's quest, thankfully, is one of the faster hero quests to do. It takes only about 2.5 minutes, I think, 2-3 minutes to complete. And all you have to do is just go back to Etia and pick up a bunch of items, and you can come back to the city in order to complete the quest. And we're going to lump that together with the story to optimize our movement. I'll point that out in a bit. And but yeah, like what I said, we're gonna come back to Etia here, and we're gonna pick up the items from Monica's quest, and then we're gonna take another detour to get another item, which we'll explain really quickly after I get the stuff here.
Yeah, thankfully you don't have to do any fight here. You can just sneak around. And
Yeah,
just
you're
grab the
supposed
stuff.
to do the fights, but you can actually just sneak around them. But you have to do it in like this sort of order. Like you have to go around that rock, otherwise you get seen by those dudes there. And then you kind of have to, they're kind of blind, you can just like pick stuff up from behind them. But you still don't want to go like right in front of their field of vision. So like this one here, I'm going to pick it up here.
Yeah, you could argue that this quest is actually longer because of all the loadings, but not so much because of the amount of stuff that you have to do.
Yeah, like I think like half the time it takes to do this quest is just because of the loads that are obscenely long for some reason.
Well, it's basically deloading and reloading giant areas every time.
Yeah, but you're gonna see it's gonna be really worth it. So while we're in Etia, we can come back, we can go back to this place here, and then we're gonna take a very big detour to this place known as Algara's Depths, which is a very high level area, gonna have enemies that are higher level than the final boss.
Yeah, I think like level 75, something like that.
Yep.
And the reason why we're going to do this detour is because there is like it's about a 3-minute detour to do this.
Actually, it's 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
It's 5 minutes to get the item we want from the end of Algara's Depths, but it's a very, very good item, and
it saves a lot of time.
saves a lot of time. You'll
A
see
lot
why.
more than 5
See why later. We don't get to use it that much in Chapter 5, but Chapter 6, Chapter 7 is going to carry basically the entire rest of the run, honestly. And we owe this strat to the Chinese runners, which I alluded to just now. Basically, one day just messaged us. And it's like, hey, I got this run with this new strat. Check it out. We're like, wait a minute, that's kind of busted.
And that wasn't the only thing that they figured out. Like it was also the final boss strat, somewhat.
Really cool strat. Really want to show that off later.
Yeah, it goes to show that like sometimes, like it's cool to follow a community route and just reuse other people's resources and stuff. But sometimes just routing by yourself and trying to figure out optimal plays can sometimes just lead to finding out new stuff and finding out different stuff. So that's what like there is one friend of mine that's really big into routing. He does more routings than actually doing runs. His name is Dash, and his motto for runs is like every time he's going to pick up a game, he's not going to look to whatever is happening in the speedrun, whatever is happening to the route, and he's just going to start routing all by himself. And then eventually he's going to confront whatever he's routing to whatever is happening with other people run, and try to improve both of them at the same time. And what's interesting also is that, surprisingly enough, that's actually the process that happened for Xenoblade 100% run, which takes about 20 hours long. There were actually 2 people that routed the game completely separately, and so eventually, like I came around and just confronted both routes and figured out a better way to actually route everything together. And now the game is like pretty sure to do 100%, only 15 hours long. It's fine. So yeah, this place is actually fine to run around. You're not going to be targeted because you move too fast for the enemies to target you. But like still, it's like if they touch you, you're dead.
Yeah, I've actually died at the entrance of Algar's Depths like very recently. Really weird. I've never seen that
really?
before. Yeah.
Wow.
Never seen that before, but very uncommon. More common is that you would get hit by one of the bunnets that's coming out, not this one. Even though it's going to see you, but you can just run past it. So basically, if you see that the enemy's going to hit you, you want to engage so that you don't die and warp back. Because if you die without engaging in battle, you're going to death warp, basically. But if you engage in battle, then somebody else can revive you, but you can just run away. So it's usually this bunnet here that has a chance to hit you. So ideally, I just don't get aggro by it. Which we don't. Nice.
Good stuff.
So yeah, so this entire detour takes 5 minutes, but like you said, it's going to be very worth it. But it's a little semi-precise movement that we have to do to actually get the item at the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, it might look like much when we are going to do it, but it's actually like quite precise. But it just works out pretty well.
While we're detouring, do we have time for a couple donations?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Well, first off, let me give a big shout out to Stump. Thank you very much for carrying us through the wee hours of the morning. I'm Velu V. We're here at Salt Lake City raising money for NAMI at RPG Limit Break. I've got a donation from Eric Dumas, who says, love the Xenoblade series, and thank you for the really great and informative commentary. Eric Dumas gives us $10. Wells gives us a big $300 and says, XBC3, yay, excellent.
Yay.
And I've got one more from Yama. We've got Yama sends $22 and says, we shall not let short hair win because it is objectively the incorrect opinion.
Thank you.
So that bid war is definitely getting hot, kind of like the weather here in Salt Lake. And I'm going to go ahead and kick it back to you guys. Thanks a lot.
Yep. I just ran around that unique monster. It has a little window at the start of its movement there that it can't see us, which is why I did the reset right outside that room. And then I can sneak around it and get that item there. The Shackle Ring, going to be the MVP item for Chapter 6 and beyond. Basically what it does is that every consecutive art that you use, every unique consecutive art that you use, it's going to get increased in its effectiveness. That includes damage, arts effects, and the main things we're looking for is damage, of course, and also reaction time. Basically, the topple duration and the launch duration, which is what we're going to be getting out of the Shackle Ring mainly. Because those are going to affect the final damage which we get from Smash, which we're going to get right now by completing Monica's quest here. So again, I mentioned the movement optimization. We have to go somewhere from the Remember Stones here, but it's also the place where you can complete Monica's quest. So at that point in time where you have to do the story, you come back here. So movement optimization here. But the Lost Vanguard class, not a very good class, but it does give us the only Smash master art in the entire game, which is Mighty Beat. Not a very strong skill in itself, but it does give the smash reaction, which has an insanely large multiplier. It's like over 1,000% damage. To boost that damage, you can either increase like your additive damage against launch enemies, against just your traditional sources of damage increase. But you can also increase the duration of launch and topple, which also do factor into the final smash damage. And so by using Shackle Ring, you actually get double the like multiple sources of damage increase. Not only do you get extra arts damage, but you also get extra damage from extra launch and extra topple duration.
Timna's place should be around.
Yeah, real quick detour here. This is part of the incentive for Console X. Thank you for meeting that incentive. But yeah, you have to do this little conversation here. And this is to unlock Uni's Ascension quest, which is basically, which unlocks, like, right now all our classes are capped at level 10. By doing an Ascension quest, you can get it up to level 20. Unfortunately, we're not really going to use the Medic Gunner that much more. We're going to use it a little bit later, but nowhere near the point where it's going to matter. And normally in Speedrun, we wouldn't do the Ascension quest anyway, but this is part of what's required to unlock that final optional boss in the final dungeon, X.
Yeah, so for now, like we don't have access to Smash yet. Well, we do, but we'll need to actually hit level 10 on as Vanguard, and considering the route that Quad is doing, he's not going to hit that yet. So we're not going to use the Shackle Ring for extra damage for now. We are actually going to set it up eventually on Yumsmith, Senna, and that way that's actually going to increase our chance to break quite a bit. So that's going to be relevant for that eventually. But for now, it's really just a pickup for later, and we just get the Shackle Ring right there because that's convenient with the Mega Quest. Like that way we don't have longer load, and the teleport point is right there.
Yeah, so doing it at that point versus any other point where you have to load, because every time you load a new region, it's going to take extra time. Doing it there saves, I think, like 23 seconds in loads versus doing it at any point else in the run. You can do it as early as Chapter 4 after you get Colony Tau, when you get a movement speed, which is a good time to do it. But doing it here in Chapter 5 saves 23 seconds over that.
Technically, if you really want to get that Shackle Ring, you can do it right after getting Valdi.
Yeah, you can, but it's like, you lose over a minute in the movement speed.
Yeah, no, just don't. Or like if you're playing casually, just maybe.
It also makes the movement through that place harder because you are slower and you have a higher chance of getting hit.
I mean, what I did when I did it casually, because I just went there like randomly. I just decided to dash through the place, and that was somewhat fine.
Ashira is fine. And Sword Fighter.
Can't keep you safe and swear better to monitor.
Nothing. Leave the healing to me.
So yeah, for now we are going to keep Uni as last Vanguard. Not so much because the class is good, but because we need some classy XP on the in there so that we don't have to use too many Novon coins.
Yeah.
There is another alternative.
Oh, it's fine.
Did you not get the?
No, I'm one level down because our overkill on
right.
DJ was 35. Yeah, that's one thing that you miss if you don't hit that level. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, just going to make this a little bit slower. It's fine.
Yeah, but
Yeah, once again,
gonna do more Yunnan spam. I have the Gust Bracelet on Mio. Basically, it's an accessory that gives your Master Arts the full charge at the start of the battle, which is really nice. If you fuse your buffs, it actually gives it the max duration, which is, I think, 40 seconds. And then it's not going to be affected by the gem, the buff duration gem anymore. So we don't need that. So just use the Gust Bracelet for the duration. But it's going to allow Yunnan to be a lot more effective and more better at dealing damage because you have your buffs for longer. And yeah, Gust Bracelet is also going to be really good for just building Interlink later, especially when we want to rush to Interlink level 1. But yeah, basically what we do there is just use Yunnan, spam, and then once we defeat the Anzels there, we can actually get our DLC hero, which is going to be really, really strong.
yes. So DLC hero, we are going to get her like right after this.
Thanks,
Job
Simon.
Well done.
Thanks, Simon. He always says, you can't skip that voice line. He always says it. Job well done. Thank you, Simon.
Job well done.
I needed that encouragement. Every time I hear that line, I just feel so happy.
Feel boosted for the rest of the run.
Yeah. It's like commending you. On good pace, job well done. You're on bad pace, job well done. You can do better. You go get them. Someone so wholesome.
Good boy. So yeah, before getting Masha, we are actually going to level up our characters, so that way Masha is going to join
Alright.
at a higher level, and also Ashara is going to actually get the extra bonus XP, because otherwise, like, it's just kind of a mess menu-wise. So this is going to be for the incentive.
Yeah, this is for the incentive. Normally we wouldn't do this here. It's worth noting that I did hit level 44. That's basically the level I want to be at. Even though I only got 200 on DJ, but because I got some pretty good overkills, like on OP, I still managed to hit level 44, which is fine. So we're on like the proper level route right now. Our XP is a little low, but it's fine. We can make that up later. No problems.
If that's needed, yeah.
All right, so right now we're gonna make another little detour. Oops, I meant to press ZL. And we're gonna pick up Masha, our DLC hero, and she's really, really good for a number of reasons. The main reason why she's really good is because she has a skill. I think it's called Beaming Edge. It's not what it's called on Masha, but if you get her class, that master skill is called Beaming Edge or something. Increases your entire party's crit rate by I think 16%, and also increases crit damage by like 35%. Masha's one's like higher rank, so it gives like higher. More crit damage and more crit rate.
So basically, she's there to give a massive bonus damage for everyone in the party.
Yep.
On top of that, she also has a buff, so that's pretty nice. That's basically Dion's is her job at this point, because as you're going to see, we also won't be chaining that much anymore. So we don't really need a good hero, and if we do, well, we'll just have to switch for Ashara.
Oops. Okay, I'm just basically gonna sell most of my stuff here. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so we're finally able to actually buy Silver Belt. So remember the Silver Belt that we got, all the way at the start of Chapter 1 through DLC. We finally are able to get some. We also got some Titanium and Temple Guard, which increases your HP by 30%. Pretty solid amount of HP increase. We got 3 of them. So we're pretty much always going to use them. And we also got some carbon gloves, which increases the dexterity of your character.
Super underrated accessory. Super underrated. Dexterity is so important because it's your accuracy stat. And yeah, like Legrand said, we're not going to be chaining a lot of things, and we're going to be relying on toppling, getting reactions outside of the chain. And those are affected by, you guessed it, accuracy. So if you don't have very good accuracy, and a lot of the enemies later are going to have like really high evasion, you're going to have a really tough time with consistency. You can always like argue like, oh, just get lucky.
It's okay, just get the 70%.
Yeah, just get 70% for like 10 times.
You're
Nah.
eventually going to miss one.
Yeah, exactly. And missing one loses a lot of time.
Well, it's basically a retry, so...
Yeah, it's terrible. So I really think the carbon gloves are really essential there.
Also, we got a boat.
Oh, we got a boat. I'm on a boat. Okay, so we're supposed to go to this place called Vinishawk Home to progress with the story, but we're not going to do that yet. We're going to go to this place called Corn Island. I actually think it's called Corn Island because there are these plants that look like corn cobs on the island. I don't know.
I always pronounced it Corny Island.
Corn.
Hey, I mean, there's the E. You gotta pronounce the E, right?
I mean, okay, sure. But yeah, basically, this place is gonna be sealed off like the moment we go to Vinishawk Home. But we have to come back here later anyway, and we have to come to the back of this island specifically. So it's better to tag it right now than going from the front later and then have to spend like a minute running through the entire island.
So yeah, the boat is kind of terrible because controlling it is like you're basically controlling a tank and it takes forever to turn. Really not nice. Thankfully, we don't have to use the boat too much. Like you would expect, like just like in a Final Fantasy game or whatever. You've got a boat, now you're going to use the boat everywhere, right? But, well, no. Oh, sorry. It's only for this region, and we don't have to do too much on this region. At least with the boat.
I will say, though, this is probably, like, the place you go to and you realize that, okay, like, this game has been really good so far, and you get to this place and you're, like, mind blown. Like, oh my gosh, this place is humongous. It's actually too big.
Yeah, basically, like if you remember the map that I made earlier, we went from there, we went to the sword all the way over there. Well, Cadencia is the whole upper region. Like so like you've got all this downward region that we took like I don't know 4 hours to get through. Well, all the upper one is basically Cadencia, and a little bit of upper Aetia, but like that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. So like this place is humongous. It's basically I wouldn't be surprised if this was like half the size of the game in terms of like I don't know how many gigabytes this game is, but I wouldn't be surprised if Cadencia was like half of it. It's humongous. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. It's basically the end game kind of. A lot of end game areas here. Obviously we're not going to visit all of them in the speedrun. We're just going to visit what's necessary. I got aggro. That's fine. Not too bad.
So
Probably shake off the aggro here.
Also, we get to hear the best fighting theme in this game.
Yeah, barely ever get to hear this one. Okay, you can de-aggro me now. Thank you. Okay, so right now, basically we have to get two pieces of information. One is from a relay base, which we're going to go to right now. The other is at the back of Corn Island. We have to defeat some enemies. We're going to do that later. The pathing just works out better this way.
Yeah, and before that, we're going to hit this landmark because we'll eventually have to come back here, so you may as well do it now.
Yep.
Also, don't worry about the monkey.
Yep. We got Lance. He's pretty chunky, so he's gonna be able to take a beating here.
Yeah, like at this point, we're going to actually start using Lance class Heavy Guard because, well, it's a very beefy class. It also handles aggro pretty well, and it's also our only source of topple, actually. So when we're going to start using Smash, that's going to be a class that's actually going to be useful, and sadly, we'll have to stick to that class.
Yeah. So, to elaborate further on why the Heavy Guard starts to pick up a bit here, okay, let's be real. It's pretty terrible. It's really slow, really clunky. Has terrible accuracy. Has terrible speed with its arts and stuff. But its our only good source of topple, which is going to be very important for a lot of fights later. And the one thing it's really good at is not dying. And even though it doesn't generate that much aggro by itself, it doesn't lose that much aggro because it doesn't die. And that's a pretty reliable way to maintain aggro. Just don't die. Especially when the bosses start to get a lot tougher and a lot more dangerous. And they start, like, if you have Zephyrs in your party, they're just basically just gonna die because they can't dodge enough hits they just can't dodge enough hits. So they're gonna lose all that aggro which they build better than the Heavy Guard, but they're gonna lose it way faster. So Heavy Guard just ends up being better for the end game when it comes to like your tank of choice in the party.
And well, it's the only source of topple too, so like if you need a topple, well, just use a Heavy Guard, lol.
Yep, exactly. And Lance, he's the beefiest one. He has the highest base HP, which is why he excels as a Heavy Guard. Tyon, ironically, he actually has least HP, but we're going to use him as a Heavy Guard, not because we want him specifically to tank, but because he has the highest accuracy stat. And like I said, accuracy, very important. And again, we want those topples to hit later, so we're going to give Tyon that Heavy Guard later.
Alright, so in order to get to the relay base, there's actually two entrances. We're going to the back entrance, we're going to infiltrate it, but you can actually go through the front gate, destroy everything, and actually move on, but obviously, like, doing fights is slow. So we're going to take this little detour and dodge all the encounters.
Yeah, trust us when we say going through the front is really slow. It's not even faster in New Game Plus. In New Game Plus, you can basically one-shot everything, and it's not faster to go through the front.
Yeah, just too many fights.
Yeah, too many fights. Even though there's less walking.
Yeah, so coming up is also a neat trick. Well, I guess there's still quite a bit.
Little skip here. Basically, there's some enemies guarding the information which we want to pick up. But we're going to do a skip where we can despawn them. And the method which we used to do was to do a save and quit right before we get aggroed by them. And then when we load into the game again, we can actually get the information before getting aggroed. We recently discovered that the save and quit is actually slower, but it's not because it's inherently slower. It's actually because of the version the version.
It's a version difference.
Yeah, the version difference. Because we have the DLC now, Future Redeem, which is a separate game. To access this game, you have to go through the main menu. And well, I can't say this for sure, but my theory is that because the game has to load this extra button that takes you to Future Redeemed, the title screen now takes an extra 10 seconds to load when you do a save and quit. So now we have to use this other method, which is to do a training drill in order to skip these enemies here.
And the fun fact is that, like, basically before that, we used training drills, and then we realized that saving quit was faster, so we stopped using saving drill, and now now we're back to training drill because it's actually faster. Like, it's just very funny evolution of that thing.
Let me see.
Hackney military info terminal.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Protocol, innit?
Yeah, and one thing about the training drills as well is it closes the door. So we ran through the door, we had to de-aggro the guards, and then we opened that door. The training drill closes that door. So if you get aggroed out of this training drill, you have to go back all the way to like before and like spend minutes coming back, which is why I have to do it. I had to do the safety save there. Oops.
Yeah, if you didn't see it, you can actually do a quick save when you are in the main menu thing by just pressing Y, I think.
So on top of being 1 second slower than the original save and quit, we also do a safety save. I would do a safety save, which takes like 1 extra second or something. And there we go. There it is. Okay, so if we're good, if we get a nice timing for this, we can actually skip getting aggroed here, and so we don't have to do a death warp. Let's see if we get it. Yeah, we got it.
Oh my God.
Let's go. It saves like a few seconds.
God gamer, like, holy.
All right,
Not
so
bad.
this is where Masha really shines, because Tyon has a really high crit rate on his Ouroboros, even though it's Interling 1. He still has a really high crit rate, and Masha's just going to take him like to a new level, basically. Just going to buff up.
A classic buff.
Do the double Oro, again, double Interling for the power charge.
And those guys are tanky, by the way. And look at how how hard they're going to melt.
Yeah, this used to be, when in early routing, this was like one of the worst fights in a run because there are so many enemies and these things do a lot of damage. Let's see. Okay, so I should be able to swap to the other Testudo now.
Yeah, I think you're too far away though, so you have to get closer. Oh no, it got the buff.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, the buff is only on the low HP one, so you're good. So yeah, on top of that, they also have a buff that actually increases their defense, so even further reducing the amount of damage that you're dealing to them. Yeah, at this point, only one left.
You can see our damage, because we have the Cracked Crystal on Senna and Noah, they're doing like a ton of damage because we're clearing out the ads really quickly, and then at the end when we're just like bursting down the last Testudo, Senna and Noah are going to do tons of damage with their skills. So yeah. Like we said, it used to be a really difficult fight in early routing because of all the different enemies. But now, then we developed like different strats. We used to do as well smash strat, which we would smash the first Testudo, so we get smash early. But now we have Masha. It's actually better to use Masha and do the Yunnan spam strat. And then we can use the Testudos to level up the. We can use the Testudos to level up the Lost Vanguard and then save time by not having to pick up extra coins.
I feel like it's about equal the amount of time it takes to do either the Smash strat or the Masha strat.
But the thing is, breaking even with the Smash strat relies very heavily on getting a one-shot kill on the Anzels. And if you don't get a one-shot kill on the Anzels, you're basically losing time to the Masha strat for nothing. Nothing. So, in my opinion, this is just a better strat now. Before that, you could argue like, okay, Smash strat maybe better before you started using Masha for the Yunnan spam. But now I think it's just kind of clear that Masha just makes the strat a lot more reliable, a lot more consistent, and also faster.
I could argue against that, but
no, it's definitely faster on average.
You're the runner here. You're the runner who's right.
Yeah, it's definitely faster on average with Masha. The only time we cook in this run, apart from the tutorial, getting this thing that gives us extra 20% XP, we actually had to go to the canteen in the city. That's where we did a little multitasking there. We did both Monica's quest, and we also ordered food from the canteen. That way, Manana learns the recipe for this variation of the dish here, which gives us slightly less XP but lasts longer. And this is going to last until the end of Chapter 6, and it's going to give us a lot of bonus XP because we have a lot of fights upcoming, and we're going to get an extra 20% XP from all of them.
So the reason why we did all of this is because in order to so the objective right now is to actually find the queen of Agnes, who went missing. She's actually like we don't know where she is. We know that the queen of Kazas is the real one because the one that we fought in at the end of Chapter 4 was actually a fake. It was a robot. So the Queen of Keves is actually imprisoned in Origin, but the Queen of Agnes is not imprisoned. She's staying in secret somewhere, slumbering, waiting for the chosen one to appear. Again, blah blah blah. And so in order to get to her, we need to get an item, and that item is held by Gondor, who is actually currently imprisoned. And so in order to we need to access that prison, and up until now we didn't know where it was, and now we are going to infiltrate that prison, make ourselves look like prisoners, and then just escape with Sir Gondor.
Yep.
And clearly nothing is going to bad going to happen.
So by the way, I took a pretty I took the right path there, which is a little longer than going from the left, but by going from the right, you can basically guarantee that you don't get aggroed by the Vang that likes to stay on the left side. So I think Legrand was telling me that he tried going on the left side and instantly regretted it.
Yeah, the first time learning the game, I was like, oh no, I'm a big boy. I can go to the left side. Okay, no, I'm not a big boy.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things that just like, you really want to save like an extra, like, I don't know, like 2 seconds. And then you have like I don't know how many, it's like, you're
like
basically almost
30
guaranteed to get
seconds,
aggroed by the Vang. So
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
yeah, just not worth it, honestly.
The day is going to be worth it. You just don't want to run this game anymore. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, there's always a better place to save time in the run. You can tighten up your execution somewhere else. You get a better fight somewhere. Yeah, yada yada.
Better menus.
We're going to infiltrate the prison from again behind. And we're gonna run through this really thin cliff here. By the way, you don't want to fall off here because if you fall off, you have to run through the entire cave again. So yeah, so at this point we don't know who Gondor is. We just know that they are like in the prison, and we have to go and meet with this person. Gondor sounds like a really menacing name, like, oh, I'm Gondor.
Yeah, maybe it's the name of an old man potentially.
Yeah, it's
Wink, wink.
name of an old man. Sounds really intimidating. I don't know. Yeah, so we get to the prison here, and then we realize that Gondor is like this little brat, and Gondor is a she, by the way. And we're like, we're looking for Gondor, and she's like, yeah, it's me, I'm Gondor. And we're like, wait, what?
I'm Gondor, bitches.
Oh no, you can't see that. Look.
I mean, she says it.
Yeah, she's really vulgar. So it's a good thing we won't be viewing any of the cutscenes because they will definitely be non-PG-13 language. Okay, anyway, really tough fight upcoming, so we're gonna make sure we buff up here. We have to knock some sense into Gondor. Okay, if I do this perfectly, I can skip this fight. Oh wow, I died.
Oh no.
Unfortunate.
Huh? The game continues? What?
Well, turns out I have to win that fight. Yeah, just faster to die there. New Game Plus would actually beat them, I think, because you want to die with level 99 characters on that fight.
And anyway, like you've got some really strong buttons at this point. Like for now, like still we're still heavily relying on Ouroboros to actually deal damage. And for this whole prison section, we won't be able to use Ouroboros.
Yep.
So that's kind of half of the reason why we kinda need to get a new way to deal damage, and that's where Smash is coming.
We're using the smashy smash strat. Yeah. By the way, it is worth mentioning that this entire section is supposed to be a stealth section. So we're supposed to infiltrate prison and blend in with the prisoners and try to start a revolution or something. And then we just walk in with a bunch of Nopons with afros, and
Don't worry about
wearing
it.
different clothes from like all the other prisoners, and like, yep, just normal people here. They're
know,
never gonna notice us.
It's kind of like in these in animes when you see the normal characters and then you see the main characters in the middle of an assembly and you're like, I wonder if this character is relevant or not.
Okay, so anyway, we have to do like we have to spend like 3 days in prison. The first day of prison is also a tour of the Golden Country.
Welcome to Xenoblade 3, the Golden Country.
Yep. So basically, we have to do collection simulator. We have to collect a bunch of items here. We have to collect 20 of each. Thankfully, there are NPCs scattered around this map that give us a bunch of items as well. But we still have to collect quite a number of those. So I'm gonna take pretty much just like beeline for the end, where I just pick up all the extra stuff from the NPCs and whatever I get along the way. There are like groups of items that are set. Like these random ones, like these are random, like the ones that are dispersed like this, but there are like groups of 4 items, then they'll always be the same. Like for example, at the start, I got 4 honey plums. These ones are random here. And yeah, so there's pretty much a route that I always take when I'm doing the section here. Like these ones here are going to be honey plums. And I'm just kind of eyeballing how much I have, how many of each I have, and then I can react at the end,
Figure out which.
yeah,
parts you can split.
figuring out which backup ones I need. Pretty much very rare to actually get everything by the end, but there are it's not. You can always there are backups at the end that you can get. Okay, so burdocks. I need like 1 more burdock ideally. Right, there we go. And peachy truffles. I need no more. I have enough peachy truffles. Because this NPC is going to give me 10, I'm going to get 1 more later. Because there was a group of 4 there, I only picked up 3. Cardinal Mile, I need...
You're good on camera.
yeah, I need 2 Cardinal Miles from above because I'm going to get 4 here. I need 13 total. 2 more from the top. Gold Bird, I'm going to get 4 here. Peachy Truffle, there's the end. There it is. I need 4 Honey Plums, which I can get later as a backup. Peachy Truffles have everything. So I just need 2 Cardinal Miles, which are here.
It's pretty rare to actually be missing out on caramel. Like you.
Now usually I have to. It's hard to say, but yeah.
I feel like I usually need caramel. Not caramel actually.
Okay, so I need 3 more honey plums. So I get all the caramels here, and then there are 3 honey plums at the end here. If I need burdocks, I can go to the right. Yeah, caramels you kind of want before you get to the end here, because the backup for caramel isn't very fast, or there isn't backup actually. Oops. Just gonna go back here. Yeah, this is another one of those sections where the game just like, nope, by the way, don't want you to fast travel. So you can fast travel back here. And then right after this, you're gonna have to go back to the prison cell. But for some reason, the game's like, no, you have to run back to the prison cell. I'm not gonna let you fast travel there.
So that was for day 1 of prison. Thankfully, the next days are not going to be as annoying.
Well, I would say they're annoying, but they won't be. They'll be a little more exciting because there will be actual fights.
Yeah.
Even though the fights are really annoying. Yeah, here we have Tyon complaining about his back, and Mio showing concern for Tyon. It's worth noting that up to this point, Mio has not said anything about Noah. She's always like, Tyon, are you okay? Tyon, are you okay? And Noah's like,
I don't know why you mentioned Noah like that. Do you think that they're becoming love interests with each other? Nah.
Probably not.
You've got to pay attention or they're going to get real mad.
All right, so this is the second day of prison. We have the boss Reek Ferris here, really annoying enemy. It's the one fight in the run which we kind of just do the slower strat because it's way more consistent than trying to not chain the Ferris. We're going to chain the Ferris. 2 phases. First phase is just smash it once. Second phase has more HP and a lot more dangerous. We're going to chain it.
Oh yeah, well, if you ever get the first to be enraged, you're probably going to wipe actually, even though like it's just a dog. That dog is going to be real mad.
Light him up, I'll knock him down.
Oh, I actually went the wrong way around, but it's fine. Oh, yeah, it's going to coin all of this.
So yeah, there you go. That's all our coins. for maxed out Lev's Vanguard. Auto build Noah is just what we need. So yeah, like if it's the first time that you're hitting getting into a class, you're going to be auto built by default. But if that's like an old class that you're suddenly going back to, you're going to always have the same setup than before. And Noah hasn't been a sword fighter since he was level like 15, so his setup is really old, and just auto building it manually just make it work. So Shackle Ring is going to go on Senna because that way she's going to have a better chance to actually break.
Yeah. So if you use your break art as the third art instead of the first art, you're gonna have 60% chance to break the fairies instead of 50%.
We have to make sure we don't
It's just a little extra bonus. Why not?
Yeah,
have
potentially Uni and Noah could break earlier, so
Yeah. So your free sources of break here. Very likely you're gonna be able to get a break. More likely is you miss the topple, which is why we have all the accuracy on our most accurate character, Tyon. Okay, there's the break.
now thankfully, like Uni needs to build mighty beats, but thankfully that's only like four to attacks cooldown, so it's really fast to build.
Yeah. Don't have to examine the tracks there. You can just run to the end. Yeah. This strat is that strat basically is smash good. Smash good.
Smash good.
Pretty good. Well, you got to see. You got to see that it was. You got to see that it was kind of good. Later on, you're gonna see that it's really good.
Yep. So yeah, the next fight, we will actually go for the early smash, not so much for the extra damage, because again, as we explained, if the first goes to low HP, like it gets enraged, it's going to deal you too much damage. So we're just going to use Mighty Beat to get the smash, and actually smashing enemies is going to give you a lot of chain meter. So that's pretty nice.
Okay. Nice.
And so we're actually not going to fusion it.
Nice.
And wait for the end of the launch to actually hit Mighty Beat, because that way, as we explained, the longer the launch is, the more damage you're going to deal with the smash. Like it's an amount of frame. Like I think it's, I don't remember the multiplier, but it's massive. And now we're just going to use Devotional Necklace in order to build chain fast. So hopefully, like Uni didn't want to die. That's kind of unfortunate.
Nice.
One more smash.
Okay. I kind of want to break there. Okay. Okay. No, Senna. That's fine. That's fine.
And now we want to get the second break.
I probably should have used a few more arts there. Okay.
We need to break before. We need to break before we start the chain.
Yeah. I'm very unlucky with the breaks here.
Yeah, and also like he's enraged, so now he's just going to kill everyone.
This might be very seldom die here.
Yeah,
This was
we
very
basically have one more
unlucky.
chance. Maybe.
Oh no, both our healers are dead. Okay, never mind. Just restart this. Very unlucky. We missed like, I don't know, a ton of breaks. Like, it has to be like 3-4 breaks or something.
Yeah. Again, like it's possible, but it's rather unlikely that you miss all those breaks.
Okay, there's the first break. Gonna let Tyon topple there. Okay, sure. Okay.
So as you could see, that smash did really little damage. It's really just because we, A, didn't fusion, and 2, waited very long for the smash.
Oh, Uni dying is great because you get more chain. Okay.
Going for one more break to build chain. Because every time you break, every time you double, every time you launch, every time you smash, you get some meter.
Okay. Break. Okay, one more. Break. Oh, wow, we kept Tyon. No, come on.
So every time you use your talent down, also you cannot die.
Oh, thank
nice.
Finally. There's so many missed breaks. Holy. Okay, you can pick any order you want. This thing doesn't have a lot of HP, so you just do whatever. Just make sure you launch, and then you smash on the second round. Let's do this. You can see why. We just go for the chain. That's fine. I mean, the chain itself. I mean, getting the break in it itself isn't like super like the most reliable strat, but it's definitely more reliable than trying to kill this thing outside of the chain. Because you see, once it gets enraged, it just goes ham on your party. Just goes ham.
Yippee!
Has a ton of damage, especially AoE damage, and yeah, just can just kill your entire party.
And you don't need any kind of overkill on this guy, so...
Yeah, this guy doesn't give much, so just don't bother.
On top of being annoying, he doesn't give much.
Yeah,
What a
but
troll.
it also feels really satisfying to smash that thing in a chain.
It's always satisfying to smash and chain.
Yeah.
Like, big number.
But especially that Ferris, because it's such a jerk. Alright, so that's the second day. But before we finish the second day, we're gonna have to turn in that something which we got from Ferris, and then this guy's gonna be like, no, how will I know that you actually killed the Ferris? Blah 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 blah. And then basically we have to come here, and then we have to go here, and we have to go back to that guy, and basically just waste like, I don't know, like 30 seconds of our life because the game just adds like random cutscenes for no reason.
You know, I think it just like pointing out that the guards are jerks.
Yeah, the guards are jerks for making our speedrun even longer.
Casually and in speedrun.
Oh, by the way, we forgot to shout out Yumsmith Senna with the cute little chef hat.
Yeah.
The reason why we're using Yumsmith is because he has a really fast break art, really fast recharge break art flashback, which is 11 seconds cooldown. It also speeds up your chain because it has a skill called Preppy Link that every time you use an art, it gives you extra chain gauge. So it's just overall a really good, it's really niche, but it just serves the niche very well here. And I think in the previous routes, we used to use Noah as a Yumsmith, but with the current job routing, you just don't have that luxury anymore. It would be better to have Noah as a Yumsmith here, but Sword Fighter just does the job fine enough.
Yeah, it has a break.
Yeah, it has a break art, albeit longer cooldown, but it gets the job done. All right, so the next, last day will be, we just have to take out a bunch of Garafas, and these Garafas are also jerks.
Yeah.
Gonna be little, it's gonna have a little precise management of like the
Positioning and
positioning. Yeah, because the thing is, Smash is AOE, and if you AOE the other Garafas, it will lose a lot of time because you want to kill the Garafa, re-engage, and get all your arts back.
Yeah, because the thing is, the splash damage of Smash isn't that big. So if you just end up re-aggroing them, you're just like, okay, so I'm re-aggroing you, but I don't have any kind of DPS because we're heavily relying on Smash here. And if you cannot Smash, well, trouble.
Oops.
So we're using Flash Fencer on Uni here.
Yeah, this is the only part in the run where Flash Fencer is better for smashing because these aren't unique monsters, so you don't get the damage bonus.
That, and also we get the bonus of using the talent art, so that gives us extra damage. And also power charge access.
Yeah, get cross impact. Nice. Okay, so I like to lure this one here. Actually use the lure mechanic, and it's gonna come closer to us and try hopefully avoid that that really annoying the AOE.
Yeah, no splash damage.
Okay.
And also
Nice.
we need to make sure that we smash with by canceling the art, because we've got that gem that makes it so that if we cancel, we deal 30% more damage.
Yep. So a really easy way to do that is just use cross impact and cancel into your your smash. Okay, really
because every
really
time-
good Garafas.
Every time you use an art into another art, as long as you spam, you're going to get the cancel. You don't have to like time it or whatever.
Can I get a really quickly check how much stalker this guy has? I don't know if I can do that. Let's just put him on fencer. Stalker on you. You have stalker. That's fine. You get tactician.
So there is going to be a bunch of fights here, and we're going to use those fights to quickly build up class unlocks for a few characters. Namely, you might remember that we said that Tactician is a really bad class. Well, the thing is, it's really bad because it has some really bad arts. But because the arts are bad and the game knows that the arts are bad, they have some really low cooldown. That's actually the reason why this class is going to be good for the little niche that we're going to use there.
Yep. Again, Agnian classes proving their really high ability to spam arts, and Tactician is no exception from that. It's going to be able to spam arts, and what's also good that allows us to spam arts, especially healers, is the devotional necklace. And yeah, again, just going to use that for interlink building later. You're going to see why it's really nice there.
But yeah, for now, there's going to be a bunch of... We're going to have to defeat an army of Agnes Soldier.
Yeah, Masha is really good here. Super duper good because of Tyon's high crit rate.
Yeah, again, like, Masha has a buff art. She also buffs crit damage, which is insane. And, like, yeah, like, there is no better hero that you could have at this point for this section.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully I'm having my party target a scout because it's the tankiest one to whittle it down, and in the meantime I'm attacking the medic to try to prevent it from healing, and do chip damage to everything else, and hopefully everything dies around the same time. Yeah. So right now we're gonna join. Gondor's gonna join a party temporarily.
Just like Juniper, attacker hero is not good.
Yep.
And also Masha good.
So hi Gondor. And bye Gondor. She was in the party for a grand total of like 5 seconds.
Alright, so once again, so to reiterate about why the strat that we're doing here, we are getting a bunch of buffs on our party, which is going to prog the skill of Uni and that we shared with Tyon, which is going to increase the damage that you deal by up to 500% for every buff that there is set up on the party. And then on top of that, we are going to use Raptor Raid, which is pretty good AoE damage, and most importantly, spam atomize and then switch right after, so that we don't have to wait for the long cooldown of the art. And that's just the best way to do DPS outside of when there is a lot of enemies that we have access to for now, because we'll have something better right after this.
A little optimization I try to do there is to swap off to avoid the animation of delinking, but Mio was in the middle of our art, so basically it didn't do anything there.
I mean, it doesn't cost anything to try.
Yeah,
to
it doesn't
for
cost
it,
anything,
just
so
potentially save you time. I try to do that too, but like sometimes it's hard to tell that your atomize is actually going to
yeah,
atomize.
so if your atomize misses, then you have to swap back. It's annoying, but it's a nice optimization if you can pull it off.
Then again, as you can see, like swapping around characters is really fast. So like you're only gated by your reaction time, really.
Yeah. Something worth mentioning, I have Noah as the Flash Fencer here because he has Infinity Blade with that capable hands. He's basically going to be able to do his Infinity Blade at the start here, and it's going to be really nice for chipping down these guys as well. It's an extra source of damage apart from your Ouroboros, which likes to miss a lot.
It's you would think that like it'd be worth it to actually go for Noah Ouroboros, but at this point, like you've got all the extra damage from Masha, from all the buffs, that like it's not necessary to buff your Ouroboros even more.
Yeah, both strats are actually viable, but I just find the double Ouroboros a lot clunkier for some reason. So I do prefer using the Infinity Blade, the Flash Fencer here. Okay, this last one we will do a double Oro though, because this guy's tankier, and hopefully we don't miss too many atomizes.
Yeah, every other soldier on this fight is basically the same ones as we fought earlier, but this guy is actually like an actual boss. And so it's going to take all of the power of Tyon and Uni over Ouroboros to actually defeat him. And hopefully we kill it before that, because otherwise like this game is going to be sketch. Also, can you stop missing, please? Thank you.
If Noah's going to throw off a nice Infinity Blade there, which he did. Okay, please hit. It missed, of course. Missed the cannon, the most important one.
And now the problem is, like, our only other attacker is Senna Smith, which doesn't do any damage. So it's really just Noah against the world.
Okay, so we don't have a Stalker on Tyon yet, but I think that's fine. We can back it up later.
Yeah.
You are Smith, you are Sword, you are Heavy Guard.
So the main class that we wanted to unlock was actually Tactician Noah, which is going to be nice for this next Gauntlets of Fight, because it's going to be a really big gauntlet. And we're, again, mostly are going to rely on Interleague level 3 Noah and Mio, either to get the break with Phantom Slash at level 3, you basically are guaranteed to get a break eventually. Either if you use it the first time or if you retry with switching to Mio and then switching back to Noah.
Yeah, it's by far the most reliable way to get a break here, especially when you need to build chain anyway, and might as well use that time to build interlink.
And so that's... You would think that you would want to have Uni and Tyon Ouroboros ready, but Noah and Mio is enough.
Oh, nice.
So always
launch. Nice. Okay.
All right, so good.
Nice
good
early
damage.
smash here. Uni's gonna take a lot of aggro.
So the one problem, the one thing to mention as well is that the launch duration is actually not just launch; it's launch plus whatever was left in the topple duration. So if you launch really late, you're not going to deal as much time as if you compared to launching right after topple.
1, 2. Cycle wave here, really annoying. Basically, shackle arts prevents you from using arts. Oh, Santa died. That's good.
Yeah, it's another engine. Also, at this point, because we hit level 40, we now have three arts available for fusion. So building up level 3 is really fast at this point, especially with the functional necklace.
Oh,
That was
nice
nice
launch
damage.
from Uni. Nice smash from Uni.
Another thing to mention is that if an enemy is launched, you're going to deal it more damage. So it's pretty nice to get that launch up.
They missed this topple. Okay. Gonna have to chip it down a little more. See if I have any buffs. Okay, never mind. Let's go.
And finally, if you didn't manage to kill up until now, you just go back to the old reliable.
Yeah, you don't have the buffs here, but you don't have a lot of HP to chip down, so it's not that bad.
And also, like, actually, Tyon has a thing where the more debuff the enemy has, the more damage you deal. It's like, obviously, it's not as good as Shard Blessing, but it has a merit of existing. Now it's time to fight Mobius M, which totally isn't Mio, but Mobius.
Okay, no, she turned.
So now we really want to get a break here, because
No break.
she's going to use a move when she gets to low HP, which is Eclipse Soul. When she uses that move, she's actually going to control one character. It's going to be an attacker, so that doesn't matter too much. But most importantly, she's going to be immune to her actions. And
oh, there's a mirror slash. Okay, she dodged it. Okay, never mind.
so yeah, she's going to be immune to her action and immune to damage as well. So we'll have to wait it out. So it will become basically an auto-scroller of a fight, because we'll be ready to get to the end before we're actually ready to go for the chain.
Noah. Oh, this is going really, really awkwardly.
And anyway, you'll have to wait for it.
Yeah, I have to wait for the Eclipse Soul anyway. She's gonna Eclipse Soul pretty soon, I hope. It's HP gated in this fight, which is what makes it annoying. Of course, you topple now. Might as well. Okay, so she will Eclipse Soul here.
Guaranteed, yeah.
Okay, so now we just have to tough it out. Hopefully Tyon doesn't die. Yeah, it's a pretty slow fight just because of the fact that it was such a late Eclipse Soul, and we basically have our chain ready.
And so Eclipse Soul is going to take control of one of our character for a certain amount of time. And the way it's going to target is it's going to take to target one of the classes that is the highest amount in your party. So right now we've got 6 attackers, for example. So it's going to 3 attackers. So it's going to take one of the attackers. That's how this works.
I'm just swapping around Noah and Mio because both of them are healers. So, okay, so there you go. Get the break here and chain.
Just need to break for this boss fight.
Yeah, just keeping my party alive until like until she came out of the Eclipse Soul. She's really squishy in this fight. The first phase here, she's really squishy. So basically anything will get her. Just can use any order you want.
So what we want to do, as I explained, smash damage is going to be increased by the amount of time you had in topple and launch. So really want to topple during a chain because that way the timer doesn't tick down, and you get maxed out amount of damage on smash.
All right, so look at HP bar. Get HP bar.
What HP bar?
Boom, it's gone.
And yeah, we are still going to milk it a little bit for some EXP bonus.
Yeah, XP here is really nice. Really fast to get. They give quite a bit of XP as well.
So that was the first fight against Mobius M.
Yep.
Now it's time for another fight against Mobius M.
Phase 2. Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it, but this is a gauntlet of like, I think it's like 5 fights or something. So
6 if you even include the first one of well, 7 if you include the fights in chapter 6. But yeah, so like this time, when she uses Eclipse Soul, we're going to be able to target whoever is going to be controlled. So that's going to be pretty convenient. And if we target them, they're going to, like M is going to lose control of that character really quickly. So it's not a problem anymore. So right now we just need to A, build chain, and B, build internet level 3. Usually you're actually going to build level 3 before the chain is up. So that's why like you've got time to actually use your Furgens. So that way you don't end up taking the aggro and just having this terrible moment where your character is actually dead. And you also still kind of want the early smash because that's why your chain is going to build faster.
Okay.
And that way, like usually if you get the early smash, your Ouroboros level 3 is going to be available at the same time as the chain attack. And
it's gonna
there we go.
Power Strike here. Okay. Nice. So she's not... Sometimes she will use a move called Aether Rampage, which will make her immune to all reactions. Oops, I picked the wrong order, but it's fine. Just to say I wasn't going to get any useful orders there. So I'll go for a free round here. If you get like a Shira or a Tyon with the power charge, you can go for a 2 round. One more for the road.
Senna's voice actress is great as well. Like I love her voice. It's fantastic.
Okay, let's go Tyon. Don't need much here. Just go Noah into Tyon. Get a free round going.
We only do that round in order to actually build up the damage multiplier. Because otherwise that wouldn't kill. Or like maybe that would have killed, but
No, I wouldn't. Yeah. This fight you benefit a lot from knowing like your damage. But it's really hard because like it depends on how much HP you have going into the chain and how much damage multiplier you have and stuff.
Getting this free round just guarantees it. Anyway.
Yep. Yeah, free round always kills. Okay, so that is M2. Now we have
N1.
now we have N.
So yeah, we had Mio. So obviously we're going to have Mobius N, who is going to fight us with the Sword of the End. And look at him just staring at us menacingly, and sometimes drawing his sword and just killing one character.
Your classic anime edgelord character.
Oh, you don't make any more edgelords than N.
He's like the edgiest edgelord.
Yeah.
Look at all of his arts are like Blood Moon,
Shred the Stroll Man,
Chimera, Blood Moon. God. No, but he's relatively tame. He doesn't really do damage. He's not that dangerous.
He does enough damage to actually kill some characters, so that's cool. That allows us to build Interlink. You just really need to be careful and not draw aggro on this fight. And again, as we mentioned before, you got time to build your Interlink tree. So just don't spam too much, because otherwise you're going to be in for a ride.
Okay, so I think this should give us almost.
Chen is ready, so
This.
there you go.
Okay.
So buffing Uni so that Tyrant actually doesn't die, and also taking the time so that Uni gets to the back where there is no break resist.
Yeah. So
No block.
yeah.
Rather.
So N has block from the front. So you really want to move Uni away. So see, I position her behind, so she's guaranteed not get blocked here. And specifically using Mew here to get something known as key pair. This is pretty relevant here because he's pretty tanky, and you need as much damage as you can. Noah's Order, finishing Noah's Order here is going, specifically Noah's Order is going to give us defense ignore, which he has 30% physical defense, so it's going to give us more damage out of Uni Smash. And by using the key pair, which is the opposite character, like the opposite pair character, so we have Noah's Order, by using Mio, we can get a larger damage boost to the chain here, and a higher chance of getting the highest damage as well. So I think that should be fine. Yeah, okay.
Sometimes there is this awkward momentum on N1 where he just has a sliver of HP left, and you're like, trouble. But it's okay. Like at worst, you've got the backup of using Mio's Order, and potentially like that's going to be enough. But
Yep.
Good work.
Yeah. So Uni plus Lansdare just barely misses out on getting the 100, which is great because you don't want to trigger that extra Ouroboros.
Yeah, I think there is no way to actually get it right.
I think theoretically you can if like everything crits, and like I don't know. I've never seen it though.
Yeah. And yeah, by the way, we kind of lost, if that wasn't obvious. So now we're in prison, and Enz is a really nice guy, and totally doesn't want to torture Noah. And basically he realizes, oh yeah, by the way, you know your girlfriend, right, Mio? She only has 1 month left to live. So let's just put you in prison until we send off your girlfriend. But that somehow backfires, and this is a whole like giant hour cutscene or whatever.
Yeah, it's like 1 hour. It's like 1 hour, maybe more than 1 hour between these two cutscenes here.
This is a full movie. Like it's an experience. Just enjoy it by yourself. But basically, yeah, it's time for Noah to unlock anime powers.
Yeah. So fun fact, you have to talk to the door there 3 times in order to progress. The third door talk, you used to be able to skip that cutscene, but the devs removed it in one of the patches. Presumably because a lot of people were skipping that cut, because it was talking to the door the third time led into a very important cutscene at the end of chapter 5. And I think a lot of people accidentally skipped that, so the devs made it so that you can't skip that last door anymore until you actually get to the cutscene.
Yeah, that'd be a shame, because that's really like the pinnacle of the full story of Xenoblade 3 at this moment. It's not quite the end of the game, because everything that you've done up until now really led to this moment and this whole giant cutscene.
So you might ask me how I know that. I totally did not skip that cutscene in my casual playthrough.
Oh no!
Totally not.
No!
Totally didn't. Until somebody told me, hey.
There's a cutscene there.
I was like, wait a minute, that's the end of the chapter. And someone's like, oh no, actually you skipped like the most important cutscene. It's like 30 minutes.
Well, I do have a couple of donations, if now is a good time.
Yeah, that was a great time actually before we get into the next few fights.
Awesome. So we're here at RPG Limit Break. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It's the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey. I do have several donations in, a couple for an incentive for Final Fantasy X-2 that's coming out later this afternoon. I've got $25 from Zenitario and $250 from BD Jeffy, who says, sing that song. There is an incentive to sing the 1,000-word song, so make sure you get those donations in before that run starts. And I also have one from Schmittles the Poe. I think you guys are going to like this. Here we go. I know a guy who has a unique set of skills.
Wow.
He was a freelance gamer at a semi-official gaming event and put a suit and tie on for this once-in-a-lifetime chance.
Wow.
But he overheated and passed out. Don't forget to drink water, folks. So glad to see this amazing game being run. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you
That
so
was
much for
good.
that incredible,
That was
incredible
very
work
good.
of art. Okay, just in time. We got our next fight here. Got to fight against N again. Woohoo! And this time he's actually weaker for some reason.
I
I
mean,
think he went through a lot in those
Yeah.
cutscenes.
Yeah, his little torture plan didn't really go as well.
Yeah.
Because somehow Mio is still in our party.
Yeah, so now he's really sad and he loses 500,000 HP and also loses a lot of break resist because he's sad. But it's fine. It's just-
Sad, angry, despair, call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
He still has the same moves though, so don't worry about it. And we're still going to go for the same strategy as N1. Early smash is good,
Yep, nice.
because that way
Oh, yeah.
Uni is
Realized I
not gonna
forgot
die.
to do the arts with Mio, but it's fine. Oh,
Yeah. And also we get this cool theme where I don't know what the name is, but I think it's Noah and N, the name of the theme.
oh, it's called Words That Don't Reach You.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, really nice theme. And actually plays, continues playing even if you reset this fight. Okay,
But-
we got our chain. The chain tends to build really quickly in this fight because he has a lot less break resist. So I'm gonna be hoping that he kills Uni here so I can. Ah, okay, no.
That wasn't a good move.
Blood Moon! Okay, there we go. Oh, nice break.
So he still needs a power charge here.
Okay, I hope he's not facing them. Try to move them out of the way.
Also, yeah, about that, the incentive for long hair versus short hair is going to come like kinda soon-ish. So if you want to snipe that, you've got about 5 minutes, I guess.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, they are facing the opposite way. I didn't bother doing the key pair this time because he has less HP, so it doesn't matter. He always dies here.
And anyway, you still got 649.
Yeah, 149. So 650 is the highest you can get. With the key pair, you are 50% chance to get 650, and the other 50% is between 600 to 650. Without the key pair, it's like between 575 to 650, and you aren't guaranteed. You don't have as good of a chance to get 650. It's like not, yeah, it's not guaranteed. Very far from. I think it's like 0. Basically very low. I don't know the exact percentages, but it's very low. Okay, there we go. Nice fight. Almost at level 50. We're gonna get level 50 off this next fight here. In fact, I actually do need Stalker XP on Tyon. Not a big deal. I'm gonna actually reset this fight because now we get anime powers on Noah.
Yeah, so Noah just unlocked a new talent art, which is again linked to his sword, the Lucky 7. Like, you know, the sword fighter sword is actually just a sheath of the sword, which is called Lucky 7. And now he's got unlocked the power to actually draw it for 100 seconds. It's called Unlimited Sword. And now Flash Fencer is going to be really nice because that means that we basically can draw it right away. Now, in this fight, it's not going to matter because this is basically a tutorial to explain to you how this ability works. So it's going to be charged right away. So, Final Lucky 7 Noah has different abilities depending on the type of class he's starting on. So, as an attacker, it's a class that's going to deal a lot of damage. And in order to build the talent art, you need to, you know, again, it's going to be an attacker kind of deal. So you want to do front attack damage, which is available through Tachyon Slash. And so now we're actually going to put to use Shackle Ring, and I won't have time to explain it before it happens. So yeah, enjoy that.
Oh, I missed.
Nice.
Okay, now you have time to explain.
Yeah, now it's time to explain it. Yeah.
I'll probably reset this fight just because the aggro is now really wonky. Doesn't take that much time to reset anyway.
So, so the Shackle Ring, as we explained earlier, is going to increase the effective nefs of the next arts as long as you use unique consecutive arts. Um, and that includes, as we said, that includes damage, and that also includes reactions. Now, Final Lucky 7 is a funny art that actually inflicts break, topple, launch, and smash, all in a row and without with like minimum timer investment. Um, this means that if you because of shackle ring, we're going to maximize the amount of stack that we are going to have on the shackle ring, and that way their reaction is going to be really long, and the smash damage of Lucky 7 is going to come in Omega Clutch and just one shot.
Yeah, like I said again, it's gonna get extra damage from the shackle ring itself, boosting arts damage, and also topple duration and launch duration. So it gets a lot of extra damage.
And like Final Lucky 7 is also like really high damage naturally, so
Yeah, so the fact that it's so strong basically makes it a meta for all of these fights. So if you have that really unfortunate 3% miss, then you kind of just cry and you have to reset fight. Unfortunately, the devs thought it was a really good decision to add accuracy cap to all attacks in this game, even though you can have like all the accuracy in the world, and the enemy can have like 0 evasion, and you can still have a 3% chance to miss. It's really dumb. I don't know why they added it that way, but just makes our speedrunning life a lot more difficult.
just really more stressful because like it shouldn't happen too often, right? Because that's only 3%, but it will happen eventually. Also, nice outfit for me.
Yeah, we got the really nice Mobius suit because we get it's a nice parting gift from Mobius M. And yeah, we get to have this suit for a grand total of 1 minute before the game just goes, nope, not gonna give it to you, even as a costume.
Well, you could technically just go around and do all side content
so, yeah.
in that suit if you really like it.
Yes, oh, he doesn't have the stalker yet, that's fine. So I still want the stalker on Tyon. I should be able to get it in after the next fight, so I will do another menu later to just put really quick menu later just to put him on stalker. I mainly this section you really just need Noah to do the damage, and then you want like a tank or two to keep aggro, and then have some healers, to revive people in case they die. But it's basically Noah's going to carry all the damage. So Tyon is not really doing anything. You can just put him on classes that you want to level up, which we put him on Stalker because Stalker has a rank 5 master skill called Evasion Expertise, which gives 35 evasion against all ranged attacks, which is going to be really nice against the final boss because the final boss is going to have exclusively ranged attacks, and it's going to help Tyon survivability a ton.
Yeah, because Tyon is going to be our boss on the final boss.
Tyon's going to be our tank there.
Yeah, sorry. It's been 5 hours, okay?
All right, so this is where we're going to see which hair we get to pick the hair here, the hair length, the hairstyle. We get to change this later in the menu, so you can still donate and get your preferred hair higher than the other one, and we can change it whenever. About which hairstyle currently is in the lead.
Currently, by a margin of $45, Team Short Hair is winning.
Okay, we got the short hair. Interesting. I know Legrand is not happy.
Short hair is a bad choice.
Okay, so got short hair here.
Getting kind of sleepy.
Long hair is technically the faster option because it's the default option.
Also, long hair looks better on Medic Gunner, which is going to be Mio's class for a bit. Oh wait, actually no, you're...
Oh yeah, okay, so right now we're gonna do the incentives. Whatchamacallit? I have to go to Forness. Okay, no, so here I would normally proceed the story, but because we have met the really nice... oh yeah, I also have to do the... Oh, it's okay, I can board first, but... because we met the incentive for getting the swimsuits, I'm gonna go and get the swimsuits. So... Thank you all for very kind donations. Right now, to unlock the swimsuits, which are optional outfits for your party, you just have to go into this place called the Land of Challenge, which is like a side content, DLC content, basically just time attacks. And we have to just do a bunch of them. They're really easy, and the reason why I'm doing them at this point is because we get the lucky 7, and we're going to be able to cheese all the fights. If we were to do these like before, it would take like exponentially more time. Here we go. Then we have Uni's line here.
What the spark?
What the spark?
So yeah, once again we've got Final Lucky 7. It's Omega DPS. Also, by the way, Masha also works on Final Lucky 7, so that also increases our damage even more. And I think like attacker Final Lucky 7 just has a like very solid critical rate.
Yeah. So Masha's the main reason. The Lucky 7's the main reason why Masha is so good. It's because the Lucky 7 attacker Lucky 7 has a separate skill set and has a skill that increases the crit rate. For every critical hit that you do, increases your damage and your crit rate. So at 20 stacks is going to basically guarantee. I think it's like 200%. 200% crit rate and increase your crit rate by 200% and also your damage by 200% additive. So basically it's just gonna make you guarantee crit rate, which is great because then you can have guaranteed damage boost from Masha. Okay, there we go.
Now, well, we won't be able to see it here because I guess these guys are immune to Doom. But also attacker Noah. Oh no, actually he does have Doom on. Doom does.
Yeah, it's Doom
guys.
because these aren't unique monsters bosses.
Okay, I thought they were because of reasons. But yeah, so like Final Lucky 7, every time you do a hit as an attacker, you've got, I think, a 3% chance to doom the enemies. And somehow whenever you do a hit,
Oh, nice.
that chance is going to happen twice.
We've been having a ton of misses, by the way, already.
It's so yeah, it's double the chance to get the 3% hit, and attack and slash is like I think 6 hits,
7 hits.
7 hits. So that's like you're supposedly the chance to actually get one is like 1 every 2 attack and slash. You should eventually get the doom. But then again, if you don't have it, you can just use a talent art and you win.
Yep. Okay, so that's the first one. Let's take a couple minutes, like each of the challenges.
So yeah, basically, Final Lucky 7 is broken. It's that's their short story about it. If you are using Final Lucky 7 Defender, then there is one art that you can use that is going to give you invincibility. Yeah. Because why not? Sounds very smart. And as a healer, you're basically keeping your full body alive for basically ever.
Okay.
That's so every time, so Tekken Slash is AoE, and every time you're going to hit an enemy from the front, that's going to build your Final Lucky 7 gauge. So most of the time, if you are going to hit like 3 enemies from the front, then like yeah, that's just going to instantly build your chain, and like yeah, you win.
Yeah, so these fights aren't really very difficult, as you can see.
Like Final Lucky 7 just trivializes most of the game anyway.
I'm not even using the Shackle Ring here, I'm just using vanilla.
Oh, are you?
Yep.
We just got Mio swimwear.
Yeah, so unfortunately you have to do like 1 fight for each of the swimsuits. You can't get all of them in one.
Advise not to take it too easy.
So yeah, I guess that while we do all those easy fights where nothing really different is going to happen, if you've got anything you want to plug in or mention, go ahead.
Absolutely. I do have one $75 donation from Anatolu. Thank you very much, Anatolu, for that donation. We're here at RPG Limit Break in Salt Lake City, Utah, raising money for NAMI. NAMI is the National Association for Mental Illness. They've got a helpline. The NAMI helpline is a free U.S.-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with a mental health condition, their family members and their caregivers, mental health providers, and the public. The NAMI helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, you can call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI helpline resources and contact information. We do have a number of bid incentives and prize wars for some of the upcoming runs. After Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is wrapped up, we'll have Chained Echoes, followed by Dragon Quest Builders. Chained Echoes has a couple of bids to watch an any % run, as well as watch some turtle races. And Dragon Quest Builders, it's only about $50 to change the chapter that he'll be running, so you'll get a chance to make a change there. So I'm looking forward to catching all those runs and watching the end of Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Alright, so even like Flash Fencer Noah at level 10 gives us 80% of the final Lucky 7 build, which still means that we need to get 2 more positional hits. Whether it's so like if it's AoE on the side with the button that we've got on B, I don't remember his name. We've got that option, or then as a backup we also have the attack from the back, which is Revolutionary Edge, which replaced Eden Thorn, because Eden Thorn it was just there for damage, but now we won't use Flash Fencer to actually deal damage. We just use that to actually build final Lucky 7 fast. And so just one more attack and slash, and then we can final Lucky 7. By the way, if you pay attention to the animation of attack and slash, you're gonna notice that it's really just the anime sword fighter moment where Noah just stays in place. Looks like it stays in place, but she's actually just moving around everywhere, just using a bunch of flashes. Really just an anime moment. So I think you've got like 2 more.
I think I have like 2 more, yeah. Oops, wrong one. And so all of these are pretty easy. The last one, there is a little thing you have to pay and keep in mind, but as long as you do it correctly, it should be fine. Nothing too difficult.
Yeah, like there is a little bit of technicality, but like nothing as complicated as whatever happens during the rest of the game. There we go. Probably that's going to hit all 3 of them. That's going to be enough. One more.
You can see I'm following leader just before I do my final Lucky 7. That's because some of them actually have stuff that can continue the reaction, like Lance can topple and Uni can smash. Definitely don't want them to interrupt my combos here, so which is why I'm doing the follow leader just before I do that last hit there. Oh, nice. Yeah, this really stupid thing about Lucky 7 is that hits everything on the field as well, so it's just really dumb. Somehow they thought it was balanced.
I mean, technically, like it's kind of a little bit balanced because it requires 10 arts to charge. But Flash Fencer just destroys it. I was about to say Final Fencer, but
okay. So the last one is I wouldn't say difficult, but you want to do it in a specific way. Basically, there's the elite guard at the middle, and it has very high damage reduction for every enemy that's on the field. So you want to target another enemy. The reason why is because the final Lucky 7's damage and the smash damage is based off the target. So by hitting a target with less defense, you actually do more damage to all the other targets. And that's going to come into play later as well. Okay, so after my target lock here wears off, I'm going to target one of the other ones, okay, like this one. If I were to target the first guy, I would be doing very little damage. Okay, so once I build my attacking slash, I'm just going to go into Ouroboros to stall out the target lock. Do a little bit of
Dancing around.
moonwalking. You should be fine.
Swimsuit battles have been great for donations. We've got a couple more have rolled in. Bram Hall V says, meow, for $19. And we've got Real Thetical sends in $25, says, I missed the first 5 hours. Can you reset real quick, Quadraaceps?
I mean, we could do it, but I don't think anyone would agree with us on production side.
Oops, I got the wrong. Okay. I'm just gonna target this one. Ah, of course. Yep. Wait. Nice, thank you for the donations, people. And here we go. The fruits of your donations. Here we have all the swimsuits. Bask in their glory. We shall put the swimsuits on right now before we go into specifically the next area.
Very, very smart idea.
Yep.
To put on the swimsuits right before Upper Aethia.
And that's pretty much
All right. That is all. So we're going to go here. So yeah, we've made it one round around the world, and now we can go back to Aethia. But this is going to be Upper Aethia, which is another part of the. We started the run in Lower Aethia. Now we're in the upper portion of Aethia, and because it's so high up, it's really cold and snowy, and we're just gonna wear swimsuits into Upper Aethia. It seems legit. Woohoo! Let's go. I guess I should show. I guess I could just take some time to show off the swimsuits. So it's Noah's. It's Mio's. Really
Very
cute.
cute.
Very cute. Nice. Pretty cool. This one just.
So this one actually at least look good. Like on Lens it doesn't work, but
I don't. Lance's swimsuit looks really funny to me for some reason.
I think it's the fact that he's got like this suit, but it doesn't cover the arms,
the territory.
which doesn't make sense because usually you want it to cover at least a little bit of the arms, right? Because otherwise the friction is going to
Why don't you
hurt a bit.
too, Uni? It's a lot more manageable.
Nah, I'm alright, love. If it gets as long as Noah's, then I'll think about it.
There's some cute conversations here about Mio's hair.
prefer
You
the
have
one-
different voice lines if you have long or short, and which character you're currently controlling.
I prefer the one where she says when she has long hair. Just saying.
If you have long hair, Sana will be like, "Oh, I think that hair really suits you, Mimi," and then Mio will be like, "Thanks." What was it again? It was like,
I didn't enjoy that a lot at first, but I think it's quite okay now.
it's actually quite
Something.
okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Cute little Welsh accent. Okay, so now we're in Upper Aethia. We're going to meet with the Queen of Agnes. Turns out she wasn't at the Agnian Castle, so we're going to meet her in this place called Cloud Keep, which is here in Upper Aethia. Before that, we're going to make a pit stop at Colony Omega, which is Mio's old colony. We're going to rescue her very good friend, Miyabi.
Yeah,
I love
they're
Miyabi.
definitely really good friends.
Yep. But yeah, basically, just some sketchy stuff is happening there with a big, beefy, chunky Mobius Y. It's gonna be a really quick detour, yeah, relatively quick.
Eventually, you'll have to do the detour for Uni side quest, right?
Yeah, a couple fights. Oh yeah, that one's in chapter later in chapter 7
yeah, right,
when we
because-
start to pick up this
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, to pick up the items.
Right.
Hope don't kill me. Okay, yeah, I should be controlling Lance here.
This is the west route, right? You say we'll find colonies.
She looks so weird in this. I don't.
So there's other sets of swimsuits, but it's really just color swaps that you could have. So we just picked the best ones.
Yeah, and there is another special swimsuit, but those are like locked behind like other story stuff, so we can't get those. We only can get these ones, which are the default swimsuits.
Oh, I'm freezing. Mio, aren't you cold?
So
I mean, I wonder why you're cold, Uni.
yeah, so we make a quick stop here at Songcam, then we're gonna go over to Colony Omega. It's just gonna be Lucky 7 stuff. They're gonna stick a bunch of ads at us, like just trash mobs at us. We're gonna pick them apart really quickly with find the Lucky 7, and then we're gonna fight Mobius Y.
Yeah, you'll tear them all down.
Yeah, really. So the thing about Mobius Y is that he's one of the tankiest bosses in the run. Really high physical defense, 40. Really, really a lot of HP. And the old strat used to be smashing with Uni because our Lucky 7 didn't have enough power. But with Masha, we actually have enough power now, so we can actually get a really flashy one-shot on Omega Y if we do the fight properly.
It does require a little bit of microing during Noah's arts, but it works out pretty well.
Okay.
Not too hard to do once you get the hang of it.
Okay, so notice I'm actually following leader. This is to manipulate the position of all the ads. So hopefully I can charge up my Lucky 7 one hit, which I don't. That's fine. Okay, so Tyon should have his Stalker right now. I'm just going to do a really quick manually put him on Stalker, which is a job that he's supposed to be on.
And switch out.
Yeah, switch Senna back out.
Yeah. Going to make this fight a lot more convenient to have Senna in Medic Gunner compared to Tyon.
Yeah, Tyon's like right in the middle of the party compared to where Noah is.
Yeah, so basically we want to stay controlling Noah throughout all of this, and during his arts cooldown we'll want to do stuff with either Mio and Senna. And so really, well, with our Medic Gunners, but that's actually like not easy to do. Like you really don't have too much time to do it. Probably like 2-3 seconds to do it. So you really have to be quick about it. So if it wasn't Tyon, that'd be really hard to get to.
Really hard to do with Tyon. And you want power rings from both your Medic Gunners for Omega Y because he's really tanky.
Yeah, so
hey, here we go, Mwamba again. Mwamba! What's up, Mwamba? We forgot to mention that Mwamba just completely disappeared in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Even though we said it's the strongest character.
Yeah, he kind of just died. Okay, that's not a really good build up.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's go. Yeah, bye-bye.
So yeah, there's two things that we're going to do. So the first thing is, well, on top of having final Lucky 7, when you are in Lucky 7 mode, your talent art as Ouroboros is actually also going to change. It's going to be Origin Blade. So Origin Blade is going to do quite a bit of damage, so that's pretty good. Also nice block, I guess. So Origin Blade is going to deal quite a lot of damage, but most importantly, it's guaranteed to hit a debuff called Debuff All, which is going to pretty obviously debuff everything about the boss, including their defense, and yeah, that's going to be pretty nice. It's a very big effective buff, and so in order to proc it fast, we want to build Interlink level 1 here. So that's why we're switching between the Tachyon Slash, we're switching to Mio to build up that Interlink level 1. Well, he just got level 2, so that's pretty good. I guess the fact that you missed
Yeah.
the art just kind of made it.
Yeah, so the reason why we want to get Interlink level 1 or above, ideally, is for the accuracy. You really don't want to miss your Origin Blade because it's kind of slow to have to do it again. Also, I should be moving.
There you go. Them full.
I want to move them. Lance, stop. Stop, Lance. Okay, come here.
So we want to attack from behind because once again, just like Mobius N and Mobius K, he's got blocks on the front but not on the back. And now we're going to build our shackle ring, stack a bunch of power rings that we already did, and this should be a one-shot.
Okay, this should be a one shot. I have 3 power rings.
Yep.
Boom, let's go.
3 million damage.
Yeah, it's exactly, I think, enough, or thereabout. He has like 3.8 million HP. Really nice, really, really cool to get the one shot here, especially because he's like super tanky.
Yep. Shout out to Masha for that.
Masha's so good. Here you go, Miyabi. I like Miyabi a lot.
Yeah.
I used to, before Masha came out, I would actually use Miyabi for the rest of this run. But now Masha's just like clearly better, so there's no reason not to use Masha, honestly. Yeah, so Miyabi gives us access to the Troubadour job, which is going to be the MVP class of this endgame. We can probably explain why Troubadour is really, really good. Again, like I said, the healer classes in this run are just fantastic, super high utility, just get so much value out of them, and Troubadour is no exception.
And so the main reason Troubadour is so good is, well, if you play as a Troubadour, basically you've got access to a lot of abilities that are going to allow you to have some really fast cooldown to the point where you can, if you're not using fusions, you can basically just spam your arts all the time, which is relevant for something that we'll do way later. The other really cool thing is also the talent art of Troubadour. So every time you get you use the Troubadour talent art, that's going to refresh everyone's art back to full. Everyone, all of them, is broken, and also that's going to keep the buffs up for longer. I'm not sure about the buff name, but whatever. So very, very good talent art. The other things that it's really good at is it's got like all the skills in the Troubadour are absolutely awesome. The first one is every time you use an R, you've got a 10% chance to have it instantly back. Just like the Novan Strap item that we'll actually put on Mio eventually. So we'll have 2 sources for that 10% recharge, instant recharge. So very good. Next, the second very, very good passive that it has is if someone dies in the party, all the arts of the Troubadour are going to come back at 100%. So it's basically a devotional necklace, but before reviving, which means that I can just keep on spamming arts, and I'm just never gonna stop. And then suddenly a character dies, and I can keep on spamming arts. And finally, the last very, very solid passive that the class has is if it dies, then everyone else in the party is going to have their art refreshed. So basically, it's going to allow you to spam arts really, really, really hard. On top of that, the field skill that you have as a Troubadour is a rank that is going to reduce cooldown of everyone's art that's inside, including the talent art. So if you're trying to build your talent art, it's going to build faster.
Yeah, Troubadour just has a lot of utility. It's basically a class that's centered around giving your entire party extra arts recharge, like make them spam arts a lot more. And yeah, that's going to be really good for building interlink and a bunch of other stuff. And it's it doesn't do much in the way of healing, although it does have a healing buff, which does give gives a nice bit of healing. But the true utility of the Troubadour lies in its ability to just supercharge your party and basically put them on steroids.
Yeah, basically, like as I mentioned before, healer class is a class that's both about healing and support. And some classes do a lot of support, some classes do a lot of healing. Some do a little bit of both, which is basically Medic Gunner, which we've been using up until now. War Medic is all about healing. And Troubadour, just like Signifier, which is a class that we don't get, which is absolutely insane, is all about buff, all about supports. And really, just having one character in that support role is just so beneficial. You don't need more than one Troubadour, but like having at least one just makes everything.
Yeah, Troubadour is so
better.
good. We're just gonna use Troubadour in our party for the rest of the run. And the reason, we want to put it on Mio as quickly as possible because we want Troubadour on other characters as well, specifically Noah.
What, you're telling me that we're not going to use Flash Fencer Noah for the whole game?
Slightly,
But
slight
what are you
foreshadowing
cooking, Quad?
Let me cook. Just a little foreshadowing there, but yeah.
Stay tuned to find out what's going to happen with Troubadour Noah.
Yeah, so here we have D and J again. So but this one's going to be against them separately. Thing to note, we want to be targeting J because he has negative physical defense, so that's going to make D take more damage. I'm just going to put a bunch of buffs on them. Okay, so because there's two of them, we're going to charge our Lucky 7 really quickly, which is nice.
And also, you don't have to actually. So, Shackle Ring, you can charge it up to 5 art. Like you can charge it infinitely, basically. Like the limit is above the amount of arches you can use.
Oh, I missed D. Annoying. I've missed so many Lucky 7s this run so far. At least it's on the fights that don't really matter that much.
Yeah, that's fine. Like he cannot really kill you either, all by himself.
He might kill me here, actually.
All by himself?
I'm going to... I'm just going to go here just in case. Okay, the
Take out the
blaze is out.
Blaze, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little backup here where I go into a power charge with Noah.
That way you don't have to...
Yeah, that way I don't have to build up my... oops. I don't have to build up my shackle chain to get all the damage. I don't need all the damage anyway.
Yeah. So I get what I was trying to say is that you don't actually need maxed out charge on this guy.
This guy's tanky. Yeah, this guy's tanky. This is why we target Jay, because he has like negative defense. Okay, let's see if we can get one more Lucky 7 off. We should be able to.
Might have been one faster to retry and get the one shot, but
No, it's
it
fine.
doesn't matter.
Oh, wow. Oh, no, he's gonna die. Oh, I have to recharge anyway. No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, I'll just do this.
You think that's enough damage?
No, it's fine. It's just spam.
You got quite a bit of
Spam him down.
All right, so that's the
Good
backup,
old-
the backup of the backup of the backup.
Yeah, back out the backup. This good old reliable Unon spam.
Like their level 3s are doing tons of damage.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. That's totally how the fight was supposed to go. Thanks for missing, Noah.
Just don't mess up the next one. You're good.
Okay, there we go.
So Mobius DJ, the final boss of Chapter 6, is quite annoying for multiple reasons. So we want to actually get some overkill on the guy, but the problem is the final Lucky 7 Noah is going to deal way too much damage if we want to pop the easy chain right after the attack. So we'll have to chain at a very specific moment. You're gonna understand why when we get there. Until then, we need to build Interlink 1 so that like we can pop Mio's Interlink and not Noah, and that way we're going to keep our party alive until we build Origin Blade. Oh my god. We also still need to build Final Lucky 7, so please come on.
Kind of slow here because Noah missed. Oh, he missed again!
So in order to build Final Lucky 7, you need to hit the first hit. The
Yeah.
others don't matter.
Okay.
So that also means that the chain attack is actually at least built properly, because you can usually be ready and the chain is not ready yet. You're just going kind of silly. It just means that you will have to time it a little bit, the chain, instead of being able to spam the button. But that's fine.
Okay, so should be able to kill here. Got our Origin Blade down.
Alright, just don't use terrible moves. And time it just in time.
Okay, there we go.
So you heard the smash sound, but it didn't happen before the chain, so the chain still happens. And so as you can see, he's got no HP anymore. And so we get straight into the overkill and gets the nice little bonus EXP.
Yep.
And we just end the chain now.
Yeah, it's a pretty reliable 280 here. Pretty much always get around 280. And it's super worth it to do the chain. Actually, it's not that it's super worth it to do this chain. It's not worth it to not do this chain.
Oh, yeah.
The reason why is because if you kill DJ out of the chain, there's a really long outro that plays, and it takes up like, I don't know, like 13 seconds or something. It's really long. And makes it so that chaining only loses 6 seconds as opposed to not chaining. And so it's a lot more worth it to chain this fight than any other fight.
On top of that, Noah is kind of jealous of Miyabi for having such a place in Mio's heart. And because of that, he takes quite a bit to build Toreador. Actually, I think he's D-ranked.
C rank, actually.
C rank.
Yeah.
So we need all the extra XP we can in order to actually get Troubadour. And this overkill actually matters for that.
Yeah.
If you don't, then you probably have to like do something silly like chaining Chris or something.
The Troubadour unlock is pretty precise. We're basically gonna get it right before the final boss, which is when we need it on Noah.
OMG Nia.
It's Nia. He's the Queen of Agnes.
All right, so that was chapter 6. I hope you enjoyed. Now we are on to chapter 7.
Yeah, chapter 6, the shortest chapter, and then into the longest chapter of the run, chapter 7. And it's not that the chapter itself is really long, it's just that the final boss takes like forever to do. It's like a third of
30
the...
minutes.
It's like almost half the chapter.
All right, so chapter 7 started out with a very long and annoying sequence where we are going to have to get a better boat so that we can get into Origin, which is in the middle of the... So you know, I explained to you, the planet is a donut, and in the middle there's Origin, and in order to get to Origin, we need a super strong boat with a big reactor. And in order to get that reactor working, we're going to talk to Salmon. He's like, yeah, I've got a prototype ready, but I cannot just need those 6 materials, so go pick them up. And we are onto a fetch quest for about 30 minutes.
Yep.
Well,
Nah, not 30
minutes.
minutes. It's more like it's 17,
15, yeah.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
But yeah,
We're gonna-
basically until then, like we are basically going to go around the world and do a bunch of stuff, and we're actually going to squeeze in the
Yeah. The
incentive for
Console X. We have to do Uni's Ascension quest, which we're gonna lump in here because it's along the way, and we got a nice little voice line here from Senna.
Oh yeah.
Coming
the
up.
It's the best boss line in the game, hands down.
Okay, so it only happens when you pick up key items with Senna.
You want me to leave?
Hopefully you can hear it.
Hey,
Okay, right after here.
that's the thing for the stuff.
That's the thing for the stuff.
So good.
It's a really nice voice line.
It's so silly, but it's just so good.
It suits Senna so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why we got that key is to get this item here in this Salmon secret storage. I wonder what he keeps in his stash. Woo!
I mean, it's just accessories to deal even more damage. Right?
Yeah, so
that's all there is.
This here is the fiber wraps. It increases damage done to launch enemies by 105 additive, which is a lot. The reason why we're going for the launch damage bonus instead of smash damage bonus is because it actually gives more damage. So the smash damage bonus actually factors into the smash multiplier, which is already so high. So it's going to suffer from diminishing returns a lot more than if you stack launch damage bonus. That's the reason why we get this one instead of like an accessory that gives smash damage. Oops.
And yeah, now we are on to fetch questing. So there's much going on. So Velov, if you've got something you want to mention, now is your time to shine.
I absolutely got some things to mention. Thank you very much. First off, we've got a couple of donations in. Sanjan sends in $50 and
Oh,
says,
thank you, Sanjan.
yippee!
Yippee.
So thank you very much.
Thanks,
Yippee!
Sanjan.
We've also got Veggie sends a donation of $25 and says, I'm no expert, but these outfits don't seem weather appropriate. And I believe it was Senna there said she got the thing for the stuff. If you guys back home are interested in getting some stuff, we do have some prize incentives. You don't need to do anything special except for donate. Currently, we've got a minimum donation of $5 puts you in the running for a Chained Echoes Steam Key. That's the run that's coming up after this, so you can play that yourself. We also have Final Fantasy X-2 PS2 and a Yuna and Pain Perlers. All of those prizes are up for a $5 minimum donation. If you bump it up to a $10 minimum donation, you can get CGC 10 graded Yuna Final Fantasy TCG. I believe that's a trading card game, and or a Dragon Quest leisure seat and picnic blanket. So be sure to get those donations in to get set up for those prizes. Click that donation link, click the prizes tab. You can see all the wonderful incentives that we have throughout the event.
Awesome.
Nice. We didn't get aggro from the abundant there, so after that cutscene picking up the medal there. You can actually get aggro if blue bunnet decides to see you. Didn't get it, so we save like we don't lose like 5 seconds or something there.
It's pretty rare. I haven't seen that happen.
It happens
So
sometimes.
much.
It depends on if it's facing you. Okay, so here in Cadencia, that's why we tag the Cascade Crossroads here. What's the Cascade Crossroads? Yeah, Cascade Crossroads. You're gonna head up all the way, and there's a unique monster there.
Well, yeah, we have to dodge it. Also, very important to play as lands here because we're going to be aggroed by a billion of enemies, and eventually they are going to hit you. So, yeah. Technically, you could actually switch to Uni because she's somehow in Lost Vanguard class because like that's actually pretty decent for taking aggro and tanking. It's not good for anything else, but
Yeah, we just put her on Lost Vanguard because like it's kind of beefy. That's about it.
and you really
you just need a tank to have aggro.
You really need a second tank, and Tyron cannot really be heavy guard for this section because he needs to hit level 5 Stalker.
Yeah, we want him to get Stalker because he's gonna get a lot of value out of that evasion skill.
Yeah, Mio has to be Troubadour, and Senna has to be Medic Gunner for making the strat easier. So really, all that's left is Uni, and you may as well pick Lost Vanguard over Heavy Guard anyway. Alright, so this is this giant unique monster. If you can just go around it a bit and then go behind the waterfall, and as usual, there is something behind waterfalls.
Okay, so after this, I'm going to go into Uni's Ascension quest. I have to go back to Cadency, Pentelis region, which is where the colony tower is. But before that, I'm actually going to go to Fornis and do Uni's Ascension quest, which is, it's here, yeah,
Yeah, it's
here. I'm gonna run all the way into Pentelis from here. This was sealed off like earlier because the game wanted us to go through the Orion tunnels. Anyway, there's like lots of high-level monsters here, so probably not a wise choice to go here anyway. But yeah, so now we're gonna go this way instead of going to the right, and we're gonna go back into Pentelis. And basically, we have to go to this abandoned or this colony. I forgot which colony it was. Colony.
no idea.
Colony something.
An old colony. That colony is gone. Used to be gold. So like there is ranking based on how well you perform in the wall. You've got dirt, bronze, silver, gold. Might be some in between. But basically, like everyone wants to get to gold because the higher rank you got, the better advantages you're gonna get, the better food you're gonna get, etc., etc. So that's kind of the incentive to actually perform well in war, which is kind of messed up. And the even more messed up thing is that once you hit gold, which is going to basically be Uni's Ascension quest, Mobius are actually going to come to your colony and actually completely destroy it, because then they assume that you don't have any more incentive to go to war because you hit the max rank. So they are just going to destroy your colony. Nice guys.
Yeah, so basically Mobius feed off like the people from Kevis and Agnes. So every time they kill one of them, or every time one of them dies, the Mobius get like, you know,
They gave some lifespan back, so that's why they are like always alive, infinitely alive. Very nice guys, huh?
Yeah, so basically it really is, Kevis and Agnes are basically just livestock for the Mobius. It's basically what's happening. They're cultivating them pretty much.
Using them as pawn in their little deathmatch. Like, oh hey, I'm going to send my colony towards you. Okay, I'm going to defend you with my colony. Oh hey, you won. Oh no. A bunch of people died in between, but like, who cares about that? It's messed up world. Yeah, well, about the origin of this world, this was kind of explained at some point. So basically, the thing is, there was Xenoblade 1 universe, and there was Xenoblade 2 universe, which was the first one. Xenoblade 1 universe was created from Xenoblade 2's universe by that mad scientist Klaus, using the conduit or the Zohar if you are into Xeno lore. And the thing is, after quite a bit of time, both worlds were about to collide. And so in order to avoid that happening, the Queen of Keves and the Queen of Agnes, so Melia and Nia, created a super high tier technology called the Origin, which was supposed to save the life of everyone in there, further direction of the collapse and recreate the world from there. Don't ask how that works and how it was supposed to stay alive. I don't. It's magic. It's lore. Okay, got it. And so that was the whole idea of that thing. And so one half was created by the mold of Xenoblade 2, the other one from Xenoblade 1. And the thing is, when the both universes collided, Mobius was kind of created out of the fear of new stuff, and so they kept the world in that collided space. Like the time kind of stopped, and basically like both people of Keves and Agnus, which are the world of Xenoblade 1, the world of Xenoblade 2. Appeared in the same planet called Ionios, which is kind of a mashup of whatever exists in Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2. And so that's how this world come to appear. But basically the whole idea of Origin was to actually just recreate the world from here, not just keep it in this infinite stasis of eternal cycle. And so that's basically what our goal is going to be. Nice tube.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
This one's like a HP gated one.
Oh yeah, right. So so yeah, that's a whole thing about this this whole lore and this whole quest. And this quest is fun because you have to bring these people all the way back,
You have to bring all of them out, so just run behind them until they reach the end.
and you actually have to follow them. What are you doing?
Colony 5, it's what the colony is, I think.
Yep. Also, if you're doing this quest at current level, if you get aggroed by something, then the soldiers are going to stop, so you'll have to fight the Vangs.
Yeah, good thing we're higher level.
Yeah, very, very fun quest. But hey, you guys donated for it, so we're gonna do it. And the best part is, after doing this, we actually have to go all the way back to Colony 5 to actually keep the quest going.
Yeah, we have a boss fight at Colony 5 with the best Mobius.
Wait, what Mobius is it? Is it? I can't remember the name. Which letter? I don't know.
LL.
Oh. Oh,
And Console X.
yeah, of course.
Yes, best console.
Yeah, once we get out of here, we should be safe for a while.
Okay,
You lot sit tight here.
so now we have to go back in, and there's a little cutscene about the rank system in the colony, and then a fight.
Yeah, and as you might expect, we are going to use basically the same strat as everything up until now. Well, up until the start of Chapter 6, that is. Which is draw final lucky 7, win.
Yeah, this cave is like really long. We have to backtrack. Really good quest design.
If only there were a landmark or something right next to that place, so you could go back really quick. Because I think like the game prevents you from going from keeping going and actually hitting the landmarks, or you really were just forced to backtrack in this place twice. It's great.
I love it when games just make me waste time. Okay, so we're almost at the end here. You can see the little quest marker at the end here.
Oh, got a rare doodah right here.
And I believe, yeah, we have to climb up a couple stairs. I think I pretty much only come here for donation incentives, I think. When I have to practice for these donation incentives, because I did it once in my casual playthrough and I didn't do it again, so.
I mean, you did do it the last time we presented this game at the marathon, right?
Yeah.
And you actually didn't get lost when you did the run, so that was good. Or maybe you did, because I was half asleep. Once again, this was a run that we did at like 1 a.m. I didn't take any nap before it. That was a very not smart idea.
Oh, yeah.
I just
Oh, my controller's not working.
oh no.
Controller's not working. I guess we have to watch this cutscene.
Don't worry, it's going to magically work out again. It totally doesn't need a break right now or anything. Don't worry about it. So we get to enjoy discussing, I guess. Part of the incentive required. We cannot skip it. I don't know. So yeah, Valov, what is missing? If you've got anything you want to mention.
Absolutely. I do have one quick donation from Eon Frodo, sends $5. Says it's pretty late over here, but enjoying the run. Glad to see Quad is doing well despite the jet lag. Good luck for the rest of the run. Yeah, so we're checking out Xenoblade Chronicles 3 at RPG Limit Break, raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Over the last few years have been a stressful time in the world. The last few years have been a stressful time in the world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you need it. You are not alone.
You killed her.
So yeah, this is Console X, by the way, with a side.
Wish I'd known you were paying. I'd
I mean,
have
she's
found a much more
she's kind of bad.
for this thing.
Your ex.
There we go. I don't know why, but somehow Quad, who's not here right now, really loves that character.
Well, he's just some underling, so I don't actually.
I don't know why.
Anyway, I count myself lucky.
I don't get it.
You popping up.
It is a pretty cool costume, I think.
The costume sure is cool, yeah.
Oh,
But like, she's kind of a jerk, so I don't know. So you get to enjoy those nice swimsuits during this cutscene.
I thought you named because
Absolutely. And of course, we do have our upcoming runs. Chained Echoes is coming up next. There is some incentives for donations there to unlock an 90% run as well as some turtle races. That's a pretty short run. So after that will be Dragon Quest Builders. There is donation incentives in there as well. There's a build war, or rather a bid war to choose the chapter. And we've also got a $400 incentive to craft the Lyre of Slime Immemorial. That one's about a quarter of the way through, so make sure you get those donations in. Time is running out for that Dragon Quest incentive.
made up all the colony ranks.
Oh, my controller works again. Okay, cool. Gonna skip the cutscene now. Hope you enjoyed seeing X for like a minute.
Yeah, I tried to hype up that like you liked her for some reason. I don't know if I did a good job.
She has sick hair.
There you go. That's the reason. So I don't think you need to actually kill Console X. You just need to deal with Console L on this boss fight.
I have no idea. Just kill them both. I think 4 should be enough. Oh no, I got put to sleep. Of course. Okay, I'm just gonna do the power charge. Oh, Mio's asleep. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it should be fine. Of course I miss X. Oh.
See, I told you.
Oh, just kill Y. Okay, fine. I mean, not Y. L. No.
He did.
I did get another $5 donation from Solowthorn, who would like you to please tell us more about Console D's parents.
What?
Dirk.
Oh.
Uh,
Okay, hold up. What's this?
you're in Kinexia right now.
Oh yeah. I need to go to here. Okay. What is that about Console D's parent?
Well, there's the theory going on Reddit.
No.
So you know, like, basically, like, we know who we know that what is it? Mio is Rex and Nia's daughter. That's pretty much obvious. We also know that Glimmer from Future Redeemed is the daughter of Rex and Para. But what about Mithra? Because, like, spoiler alert for something that we're not going to see, because we're probably not going to see the credits. Rex is a big Chad who managed to have kids with all 3 girls in Xenoblade 2. He took the "I love you, everyone," and a little bit too literally. So we just don't know about who that little kid is. The kid of Rex and Mithra. So there's this silly theory going on Reddit where it says that Dirk, the bad guy who killed off was it Mwamba, is actually Mithra's son. So yeah, it's absolutely not not a thing. It's very much fan fiction, but that's a thing that people like to mention.
Okay, so now we're actually back on the main quest, the main story quest. We took a little detour for the Uni's Ascension quest. That one unlocks a boss later, so that's not the last time we'll see X, thankfully.
So this guy is not immune to Doom because that's a non-boss fight. So
Yeah.
we'll hopefully kill it with Doom pretty quick.
Right, so if you look at the health bar of the enemy, you can tell if it's a boss or unique monster if it has the little red borders around it. This one doesn't, so it's not a boss or unique monster.
So again, attacker Lucky 7 Noah has a 3% chance to proc Doom every time you hit something, and for some reason it actually has the chance to proc it twice somehow.
See, just getting that little location XP there. I'm gonna want to stay on top of my XP here, especially because I had less XP in the city because I missed some overkill on DJ in the castle. So I'm gonna want to make sure I get a bit of XP here for my endgame levels. We're back at Elai's Highway. Like I said, we're gonna come back here again. And we're gonna play a little mini game here. So basically, we have to dig up the origin metal. And this is a really annoying part of the run for a lot of runners because basically every run there's like what 20 mounts or something, 15 or 20 mounts or 16 or something. It's like somewhere there, and every run it's random, so you're gonna have to hope that you get it quickly. So it's like the Rana. By the way, the world record for highest number of tachyon slashes it took to kill the Rana was 17, and it's held by me, of course. So 3% chance, 7 hits, and then 17 tachyon slashes. Well, not exactly, but for simplicity's sake, let's just say it. I didn't even kill with the last tachyon slash because it turned around, and all my tachyon slashes got me final lucky 7. I killed it final lucky 7. It's really stupid, but yeah. Okay,
Alright.
so hopefully,
It's not going to be the front row, I don't think.
I don't think it's these ones.
No.
Is it this one?
Nah.
Probably not.
I'm feeling good about the small one over there.
I think this one. I think it's this one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. First
Oh my
try!
god, we did it! You silly boy. It's fixed, by the way.
No, you're not supposed to say that. All right, so that's
I'm here to kill your thunder. But that's all I'm good for.
that's the second last origin medal that we need. The last one, because the game was like, we have to
We did the ascension quest for Mio, so we have to do it for Noah.
You have to do it for
right?
Noah. So let's just make him have the origin medal. So throughout the game, so we know Mio's
His role model was Miyabi. Yeah.
and then now we have Noah's senpai, Chris. And Noah's pretty crazy about Chris, but Chris unfortunately passed away. And who would have known Chris became Mobius? I totally didn't expect that.
I mean, no one expected that.
Yeah, no one expected that.
That makes no sense.
After all, a very significant person to one of the main characters that passed away is totally not going to be reborn as Mobius, like all the other Mobius.
It's a very nice character too, so you would wonder why he would turn to the bad guys, but like, it's actually his reasons are kind of dumb. But
You want me to lead?
Yeah. Anyway, Chris is not a really interesting guy, but he's a jerk. And by a jerk, I mean he loves to troll you. And so we're gonna hope he plays nice here. But yeah, we got a little trek up back into Kava's castle. So we were at the front of, or I'm not sure if it's the front, or it could be the back of Kava's castle in chapter 4. But now we're gonna go through the other side, which is through Kava's town, which is this little town here, which we're gonna visit. Currently, there's no one here because I don't know where everyone is. But after we beat Chris, then people start appearing in the towns.
yeah, so basically, like you've got Keves Castle. This is the right side. We were at the left side where
Yeah.
Ashura was.
And then there, when we first came into the Zero Hovering Reefs, it was on the other side. When we got Ashira, that's like on the other side of this humongous bridge. And then when we left Zero Hovering Reefs and went into Cadencia, we were on this side, which is where we came from. But at that point, this area wasn't available. Like that little rope which we slid down at the start didn't appear. It wasn't there at the start. So it magically appeared at the end. I don't know why.
It's just Chris put that
Maybe
there.
Chris put it there. I was like, Noah, come visit me. Okay, so yeah, this little XP here is really easy to miss. Same with the third Ixia bridge just now. Again, I want to make sure I get a lot of XP here. We're reaching the point in the run where the bonus XP starts to rack up a lot, like a lot. You're running through the final dungeon is going to get levels off of just running through the final dungeon because the locations and the landmarks are going to give so much XP. It's like thousands per spot, and it's really going to add up and make up a lot of our XP for the end game here.
It's also because like we're actually going to stay quite under level for the rest of the game. So the actual amount of EXP you get is based on the level you're supposed to be at, but we're not going to have this level, so it's going to greatly help us get the nice landmarks that we need in order to actually finish the game.
Yeah, so little movement optimization. Upon getting the landmark here, I actually warp to it. That puts me a couple steps ahead. It's going to save a few seconds. And then Chris tells us it's good to see us, but we don't care about him, so just skip the cutscene. And yeah, we're going to climb up. We're going to take the elevator up a couple floors. Yeah, this Chris. Okay, so it's a two-phase fight. First, Noah's going to tell us about how he met Chris. I first met Chris. Okay, thanks, Noah. Yeah, so it's a two-phase fight. The first phase is the one that's more annoying. He's squishier, but he is more dangerous, and the aggro tends to be a little wonky. So I'm going to try out this new strat I thought of like just before this run.
Did you actually test it?
A little bit. I wouldn't say it's. I mean, it makes.
Oh yeah, right. Because you were jet lagged, so you tested a bunch of stuff right before the run.
Yeah. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is the entire thing is basically just find Lucky 7, but you kind of want to make sure that he's not facing Noah because otherwise he could get blocked and then his damage is gonna go down by quite a bit. I'm gonna try to make the damage. I'm gonna try to keep the aggro on Uni, and in order to do that, I'm gonna try to kill off Neo at the start so Uni can get her art. Uni and Time can get their arts back from the Troubadour recharge. Hopefully that works. If not, we're just gonna have to hope that he doesn't troll us. Wait, so here's Chris 1. No, he didn't kill me. Whatever.
Well,
oh, he didn't kill me there either. Oh, I'm so dodgy.
Alright, so we are going to take some time to...
Oh, there we go.
back to that.
There's Neo. There, Neo's dead. Okay, that's actually good. It's going to give Lance and Uni hopefully... okay, there we go. Okay, I'm going to interlink them, hopefully keep their aggro.
Yeah, because they are tanks right now, the fact that you interlink them again is going to help you keep that. Oh, you're ahead.
Why do you have to be at the front? Okay, let's hope he doesn't get blocked. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, you can just...
Just gonna do some Yunnan spam, I guess.
got a few buffs, so you should be fine.
Yeah, just gonna Yunnan spam him to death. Wow, thanks. Okay. Yeah, so,
Not too bad.
he's really small, and his position, the position can change like really
Why,
easily.
Chris?
Why, Chris?
So Chris 2 is actually a lot easier. It's like the damage range is actually a little bit more annoying, but you've got Senna as a medic gunner still, so it's really not too bad.
Yeah, ideally I get a power ring and one-shot him. Let's see if we can get that. I'm gonna try. I want to Origin Blade him, so I'm gonna build up. Okay, there's my Interling 1. Okay, Masha's dying here, so I'm gonna... Okay, let her get picked up. I'm just gonna interlink Neo, Tyon, Lance, hopefully Lance. No! Why? Oh, no, I don't get a shackle block. I have to go behind him. Oops. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just want to land my Origin Blade, then hopefully Mio will pick up Senna quickly.
You could just Liberty Wings too.
I guess I could. Oh, wow. Wow, Chris. Wow. Why, Chris?
Chris?
Why, Chris? Why? I think Legrand jinxed it by saying this fight is easier.
I mean, it is, right? Like, I'm not making about anything. Oh well. Fine, I'll take the blame.
Okay, so here we go again. Hopefully it works this time. Rarely ever die here, so...
I mean, when we discussed about it earlier, I did told you, yeah, like this boss fight can just sometimes really hard troll you and everyone just dies. And
yeah, this guy has a lot of AoE, so sometimes you get unlucky, your healers can just die like that. Okay, I'm gonna let Mio pick Senna up. Okay.
there was a run I had to use Liberty Wing twice because everyone died for some reason.
Okay, so hopefully it works this time. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna want to try to shackle block here with Lance. Go one more try. No, it didn't work. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go behind. No, I don't get a power ring. Okay, fine. Okay, now I just don't want to see him kill Masha.
Yeah, because if Masha is dead, then her boost is not happening.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll just finish him up here.
Just in spam.
No, so when he enrages, it does basically nothing. Ideally, you get a one-shot, but if he enrages, it's still fine.
Yeah, it takes forever to buff up.
Yeah, it takes forever to buff up, so I can just kill him here. Don't need to chain him. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, see, I told you he's a jerk.
Yeah.
I told you he's a jerk. All right, now we got our Origin Medal. Now we can build our boat.
Yeah. That was everything that we've been doing for this whole chapter up until now was to get the items to build a boat. That we're definitely going to use quite a bit.
Yep, it's gonna be really cool. Have like super awesome, lots of speed. Gonna let us travel to Origin really quickly.
The good thing with clearing Keves Castle is now we have got access to Sis shop, which is very, very valuable because it's got some really cool stuff.
Oops. Oops. I was meant to sell this. Okay.
So it has Victor Gauntlet and Shield Belt. So they're both doing a different effect. So Victor Gauntlet makes it so that you're going to deal 50% more, 100% more damage.
50% more damage.
And but oh yeah, 50% more damage, but you're going to take 50 more.
I can't remember exactly how much more
Yeah,
you
but,
take.
but
You're gonna take more damage.
You deal more damage, but you take more damage. Shield Belt is the other way around. You're going to deal less damage, but you're also going to take less damage. And so Victor Gauntlet we're going to use to make up for the start of lack of damage that we're going to have. Like the enemies are going to start to be a little bit too bulky to one shot without the Victor Gauntlet with Lucky 7. So we're going to use that, which means that Noah is actually going to get quite squishy at this point. And then every other characters are going to get the shield belt because we're actually going to do Origin extremely under level. Also, now we've got the super ship.
Yeah, I got
Actually,
this.
you guys,
Yeah, turbo. Ooh.
That turbo is actually very fast.
We're using turbo now. This run is cheated.
Yeah, but like now it's over. I hope you guys enjoyed the super boat because now the boat is over. That was only for 5 seconds. Yay. But yeah, like at this point, the fights are going. The enemies that are left, the bosses are going to deal a lot of damage, and we're going to be extremely underleveled. So having the shield belt is going to mitigate to make sure that people are not going to get one shot. Pretty much, they're still going to die most likely, but at least that won't be a one shot.
Okay, So you get this. Yep, level 5. Oops.
I'll hit him.
And you get Twin Moons. You get Shadow Eye, Edge Frost, Staying Power,
Staying overboard.
and Solid Stance, Edge Frost, Staying Power. Spectre Gauntlet. Shield Belt here. Shield
Absolutely.
Belt.
I like how we didn't mention at all the Warp White Bridge, but it's fine. We don't care about too much anymore.
Oops, Shield Belt. Oh yeah, we totally didn't mention the Warp White Brooch. It's an item we picked up from Upper Etia that shreds physical defense, so it's like Tyon's order. And it was really good because some of the enemies didn't have physical defense, so we got lots of damage bonus from them. There's a interaction where it doesn't work if the enemy has above, if you don't decrease the enemy's defense below 0%. Because Lucky 7 ignores defense, because why not? Just make it even more overpowered. And it doesn't, so it sets the defense to 0, but it doesn't stack with White Brooch. Yeah, so White Brooch only works if the, it only works if the defense would be reduced to below 0 to begin with.
Also, this fighting theme is unique to Origin. Very cool.
Yeah, these guys can be really annoying. They do a lot of damage. That's why I had to take aggro with Lance first. And then the game loves to give me the Doom procs here, and I have to keep switching targets and stuff. Really annoying. Whatever. So yeah, right now we're gonna run through Origin. This is the final dungeon of the run, but it's really long. So this entire section is gonna take like half an hour or something.
Yep. So something worth mentioning as well, considering I was talking about the fight theme right there. If you paid attention, if you've been paying attention for about 6 hours and 5 minutes, you might have realized that this fighting theme is actually the same one that there is in the intro, with slight changes probably, but it's actually the same one, which is very cool. Really makes you feel like it's a loop of things.
Yeah, nice closing of the circle there. Really is goes in line with the theme of this game, with the entire Ouroboros thing about being a snake that eats its own tail. Pretty cool. I love the symbolism that Monolith Soft adds into like a lot of its games.
Oh yeah, that's a Takahashi special right there.
All right, so we got a little movement trick here. So we're gonna do a little skip. Instead of running one big round around this room, I'm gonna do a little skip by doing some parkour here. And then a nice little movement optimization here. So I'm gonna start on Tyon, but I'm gonna swap to Uni. And then that way I don't have to wait for Tyon's HP to regen. I can just drop down here. Okay, there we go.
Might as well, yeah?
Yep. And that skips quite a bit of.
Yeah, it saves quite a bit of time actually, this skip. There's one more skip coming up, or actually two technically, but those don't save as much time. Actually no, the next one saves quite a bit of time still.
Yeah, now we have to basically go in the middle of Origin, and that's going to take quite a bit. And until then, there is going to be like 2-3 boss fights until we get there, but until then, like there is quite a bit of walking. So, Varlov, if you've got anything you want to shout outs or whatever, the floor is yours.
I do have a couple of donations here. Rocco sends $10.
Here's a Rocco.
Says, glad to see our characters dressed appropriately for the heat wave. Also, have you ever played Star Ocean Divination and Fire Emblem? Are those games better than Xenoblade 3?
Okay, I don't have the
Ask
reference.
Tyler. He's pretty obsessed with Xenoblade.
I've also got a $5 donation from Kirby Master. This is really more for in case we lose to any of these upcoming boss fights. He does have a hashtag blame legrandgrand for those instances.
You had to rub it in, huh?
Alright, so you can really start to see that the XP is racking up. Like you get like 2,000-3,000 XP every single location, every single what was it, landmark that we're getting here. I picked up a rest spot earlier. We're gonna go back there to basically do our level ups later. Right now it's another skip, so I'm gonna drop down here again. Don't have to. You can take your time for this one because there's a monster on the other side of this room, which is time gated based on its movement. So yeah, all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do a little de-aggro here. So there's not enough distance to de-aggro, or I guess there is, but it's real faster to just jump on this rope here. I have to jump again because I got re-aggroed by another one. Yeah, but that also resets the aggro, so it's really nice when you have it all.
And again, it doesn't matter how fast you do it because you have to wait for your little bed to move around.
Yeah, like this one, this dude right here.
Yeah. Time to walk.
Yep.
Walk the monster.
Yep. Everyone say cheese. Oh, let's take a selfie. And there we go. Okay. Yeah. So you can kill it, but it's like has pretty high evasion and just kind of just wait for it. It doesn't really give much anyway. So typically just like just wait for it to turn around.
And killing it, you would just basically go for a Doom proc and that.
Yeah, either go for a Doom proc or I guess Uni can smash it. I know she can't smash it, but she doesn't have damage at this point.
Yeah, she's got her shield belt on right now, so that means that she's not doing any damage.
Yeah. So the Origin fights also have had some developments to their strat. So originally it was like Ashira chains, where we would go standard chains with Ashira and go up to round 3 or 4, or round 5 if needed. And then kind of developed into using Interlink free, smashing it Interlink free. There was like a variation of the route which you would get like Fiona, and then you could smash in Interlink free chain on the second round by sharing power charge with Fiona. Then I was doing a route where I would just go 2 rounds with Interlink free tie-on with Miyabi. That was also pretty good. But now we have Masha. Basically,
Masha good.
Masha's pretty good. So we're basically doing the same strat as what I did with the Miyabi strat, but it's much faster because you do a lot more damage out of the chain with the final Lucky 7. So you only need 1 round to kill the bosses and get enough XP. So Masha really has helped out a lot in pushing the times lower and lower in the speedrun, and on top of just being really, really good for... Well, I guess she did make some of the fights less consistent, but she saves like so much time and streamlines a lot of fights. Like the Mobius Omega Y fight was really annoying with the previous strats and having to micromanage more things. Here, now you just like one-shot him.
Yep.
So, okay, so this next spot is going to be the last spot before... Oh, okay, nice. Avoided the aggro there. The last spot we're going to take before the next boss fight. We're going to take our levels here and I'm going to take a look at my XP here. I don't expect to be really... Oh, actually, we're fine. We're pretty alright on XP. But I still want to... I'm just going to take more XP later just to be safe with our XP. Actually, no, I should be fine because we have X.
Yeah, you're fine.
That should be fine. Okay, so anyway, now we got... I'm going to make our way over to the next boss fight against Mr. N. So it's going to be a 2-phase fight. And the interesting thing about this fight is that he doesn't have an enrage point. In fact, the fight itself is the enrage, like finishing the first fight. Yeah, finishing the first fight is the enrage point. For the entirety of the second fight, he's enraged. So he gets really angry and starts being very dangerous. So you can expect, you can imagine, like the second fight is the one that is a lot more dangerous. The first fight is also pretty sketchy at times, not sketchy, but it can be trolly at times, but it's generally not considered to be a really bad fight. The second fight can get really dicey at times if you get unlucky. And so you really want to make sure that you're on top of your healing and make sure your entire party is healthy. We're going to take advantage of Ouroboros healing by switching while we're doing the Origin Blade. And that's also the big reason why we have so much damage reduction on our party with the shield belts, and also solid stance on Lance is going to help him a lot with survivability. Again, Lance is our only tank here, and so we really want him to not die that much. He can die a little bit because he has Nopandal. He can still keep his aggro, but we want to try to keep him from dying as much as we can so he can retain as much aggro as he can. A nice thing about Lance is that he has a passive skill that generates aggro from just existing, so he doesn't really need to do much. He just needs to not die. That's basically his job, and he's pretty good at that, admittedly, because he's really chunky.
Big responsibility.
Yeah, so the problem with the strat that Quad's gonna do is that like it's basically the same strat as doing it at level 62, but he does it. He goes even further and does it only at 61. The bonus is that you don't have to go back right now and in rest, because right now we could go back and get an extra level. But not doing that is, well, it's faster, but the problem is Noah can actually get one shot by N4.
Yep, you're gonna have to be very careful, basically. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Oh,
And again, just as we
accidentally, that was the side, not the back.
could restart.
My knee also died for some reason. Oh, she died, so I got my Revolution Edge back. Oh, well.
Level 61 Noah.
Nah, he was always he's going to die at level 62 anyway. Okay,
Ah.
let's try again.
So-
Lance. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for.
Hashtag blame legrandgrand.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Okay, dodge that glimmering swift blade, which is AOE,
Yeah, AoE
by
around.
getting out of the AOE there. Oh, Lance died. That's bad.
Yeah, because like the next.
Okay, I'm gonna panic, go into Origin Blade here. Ideally, I want my Interling 1 so I can get the heals, but I really don't want to die there.
I don't think you even need Origin Blade for this.
No, you want
Oh.
Origin Blade.
Oh no, you do.
It's
Okay, yeah, it's just that
easier,
you
but
need
you
to
don't-
chain.
You don't need a full Shackle stack here. I only need to go up to 4 arts, which is
Yeah.
really nice because he has some arts that give him reaction immunity. Okay, so you use that. 1, 2.
He's facing.
Oh, that's
Random.
annoying. Okay, so I'm gonna go up to 5 arts here to stall a little bit. Of course, he's facing me. Hopefully, no block. Okay, nice.
Good.
Yeah, lucky no block. He turned around at the last moment, which is really annoying. Okay,
well,
now
if
this
you-
is the
if you've
dangerous
got
fight.
If you've got spy stack, you don't care about block. So yeah, this phase, he can easily one-shot you if he wants to. Kinetic Purge is actually going to reset all the aggro that was generated.
Yeah, so I want to be careful here and not take too much aggro because he has used Kinetic Purge.
It also gives him another good buff, but thankfully we've got Twin Moons on Mio, which has a big chance to remove buffs of
Yeah.
the enemies.
Masha also has a skill that does the exact same thing. It's one of the reasons why the Masha's class is really good. Okay, so hopefully we don't die here. Titans are Interling 2 already, it's really good. I want them to reach Interling 3. I specifically Interling Mio here to get the healing from the Ouroboros changing. Asana dying is great because that gives Tyon just all his arts back. That's going to give everyone healing. And Interling 3 already. Okay,
You're
so that's
good.
great. We're doing pretty well here. Is he going to go into his combo? Okay, yeah, he's going to do his combo. Okay, he missed. Nice.
Now Power Razor, hoping for power charge here.
Oh, why is he facing the front again? Whatever. Okay, no block. Whatever. Nice. Really good fight. One of the most dangerous fights in the run.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, but really, really, like essentially a perfect fight here with the standard strat. And
Potentially, you can have an even faster strat
Yeah.
if you get a random power charge.
Yeah, if you
buff,
get a
but-
lucky power charge or a lucky critical damage buff from Noah's Power Razor, you can actually one-shot him, and then you don't even need to see the Ouroboros chain. You can just like do a Dimensional Ripper and get enough. I might have to do another D-Ripper here. So
Yeah, I think so.
let's see.
No.
270. Can I do that?
You should go for it.
Yeah,
Actually, you've got X.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. Let's do it. More is always not gonna hurt.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, before we get to the final boss, we need to get Troubadour on Noah. And in order to do that, we need, I think, 620% overkill on Well, theoretically just N and Y, but we've got console X on the way.
Yeah, so we're definitely gonna get it.
It's, yeah, like getting 320% on N4 is guaranteeing it.
Okie dokie. I don't have to take extra XP because we're gonna get one more boss fight, thankfully. I could go up to level 68, but it's not really that big of a deal. I'm very comfortable with doing the fight at level 67. Interesting thing about the Z fights as well is is that apart from changing Noah's class for this fight, we also decreased the levels. It's mainly due to this strat being able to have a lot more survivability, that we can push our levels down so low, and that saves a lot of time because we don't have to overkill as many things and get as much XP anymore.
Don't need to farm anything either.
Yeah, exactly. So we just farm basically the stuff that gives the most XP, which is N and Y. They give like a ton of XP and CP. So we're just gonna it's gonna be a couple just a couple minutes before the next fight. It's pretty there's gonna be quite a few fights, or not exactly back to back, but it's basically in pretty quick succession. There's not much distance between each of them. We're gonna have one fight against a couple free waves of trash mobs. Then we're gonna have one pretty quickly against X. No, pretty quickly afterwards against X. Normally in the speedrun we wouldn't have this, of course, but because of the donation incentive we do have the extra boss fight there. And then after that there's Y, and then there's the final boss. Right, so there's actually a skip you can do in this room, which I found, haha. But to my disappointment, the skip wasn't viable because story flags exist. Yeah, so essentially what I do is you use Ouroboros because they're fat and they have like very big sprites.
And then fall down.
Yeah, you can fall down and they would survive. They would survive because they would get stuck at the top, and then you wouldn't take lethal fall damage. But where's this? Okay, yeah.
Nice camera.
Because the camera turned when I was exiting the cutscene. It's really weird. But there's actually a story flag up here which you have to touch. And that kind of ruined the entire thing.
Yeah, I feel like these
anyway.
story flags are just there to prevent you from like actually glitching your way to the final boss.
Yeah, because
Kinda
if you could skip all the way, and yeah, you could skip this thing here, and then imagine you could skip all the story flags and just go straight to clip through the door behind Y and go straight to the final boss. That'd be pretty funny. Okay, so this is technically also a skip, a little skip here. You can jump up here.
Oh.
It's really simple platforming. You can jump here. It saves
didn't-
like 8 seconds or something, 10 seconds.
I didn't know about this.
Oh.
by the way. I was jumping early and then going away around. Okay. I'll learn stuff. And so once again, after activating the button, you can move around when the black is the screen is fading out and fading it back in. So that's why he was able to like jump out and save a few seconds. Pretty neat.
Right. Okay, so coming up on this next fight here is going to be 3 waves of trash mobs, 3 waves of free mobs each. And we're just gonna hopefully lucky 7 all of them. There have been some cases where Noah just dies for some reason. Hopefully you don't get that. Otherwise it's gonna be a really annoying backup.
So yeah, Ouroboros you need to take the aggro a little bit better. And then we're going to...
Oh, that's real bad.
Oh, that's bleed damage.
Oh. Kill bullet, where are you, Noah? Okay, I was just being safe there.
A little better.
I interlinked Uni at the start to... So she... Oh, what? You really missed 2 of them.
Good job, Noah.
Yeah. I interlinked Uni at the start so that she doesn't run around and make them change directions too much. Okay, well that wasn't too bad because I built up my next lucky 7, so I can just do this. Okay, nice. And one more. And also we have Harmonic Wave now, which is really strong. Ignores defense as well. We unlock it after we beat N4. We really wish we could have gotten it earlier because it's really strong. But it is what it is. We gotta use it for Y later to farm some XP.
Yeah, we're actually not going to use it too much because our main source of damage is still going to be Final Lucky 7. So it's actually like we'd rather use it as part of Shackle Ring procs than actual fusion extra damage. Weirdly enough.
Okay, so we're at level 63 now. Sometimes you can be level 62 depending on how much overkill you got from N, which isn't a bad thing. The next fights are pretty easy. Next fights are pretty easy, and being lower level, you actually get more XP and Troubadour CP, so it's actually not that bad. It means you can take less overkill, or you don't have to take more overkill.
Even think you need to overkill in X, like you're probably just good to just Final Lucky 7.
Yeah, I could
I
probably.
bet she just dies.
Does she?
I bet.
Yeah, probably.
She can be.
No, I think I can
as
just
Y.
I think I would just Yunong spam her if she's not dead.
Yeah.
I think the annoying thing is I forgot what art she had. I remember she had like one pretty annoying one.
Probably an Artial bum.
I think I want to make sure I have Cure Bullet because I think she can use Sap Balloon, which would bleed everyone. I think she has that. She has a bleed art. Okay, whatever. We'll see. Anyway, the fight isn't that complicated. It's just gonna be Lucky 7.
When in doubt, just use Lucky 7.
I got to Diagro this one first. Okay. So this is the last chance in the run, which we get to see her face. So I'm gonna let the cutscene play out. It's only like 5 seconds.
You silly goose.
One must never stop discovering.
Yeah.
Look at all you roaches scurrying out of the woodwork. You've got some guts. Urarus. Excellent.
Oh, she got really tall.
You want that, right? Well, you can have it.
I'm not gonna say anything.
She got a big scythe.
You still
Okay.
think you're calling the shots here? I'll prove you wrong, once and for all.
Starting with Lance Arts as well to make sure that Noah is not going to take the aggro too early.
Going to.
Still took the aggro early, but that's fine.
Yeah, Trick Balloon. That one's the one I think that can inflict some pretty nasty status effects. Hopefully I get Interling 1 somewhere. Oh, why are you aggroing me? Oh, of course. Yeah, the aggro is a little... Never mind. I was hoping to get Interling 1. I think I forgot to go to Mio and do the Interling 1. Okay. Okay. So this time I want to make sure I get a bunch of arts down with Mio. Yeah. Okay, Cure Bullet. Okay, there's Interling 1, so that's good. I'm gonna build up to my talent now. Okay. I'm gonna power charge just in case. Need more damage.
Oh boy.
Vital Bullet. Okay, I think she should die. She's not very tanky. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna interlink them just in case. Okay, there we go. Bye bye, Axe. Oh yeah, they don't have a cut. She doesn't have a cutscene. Bye bye,
Hello.
Axe. Oh, let's take a selfie with you, I go.
As uni. Good job.
It's the least we can do for her because she doesn't get a cutscene. It's really weird that the origin bosses here don't get cutscenes. Yeah.
And the party just doesn't seem to care about it either. It's like, okay.
Okay, so we got one more little skip. This one's gonna be a de-aggro skip. I would consider it a skip because normally it's like.
It's not supposed to be possible to.
Yeah. It's normally really difficult to de-aggro these ones, but if you follow a very specific path in your movement, you can actually very reliably de-aggro these monsters that are guarding the next boss fight.
Unless they decide to use Nard and then
Yeah.
like things get iffy.
Do have a quick donation with a special message, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. This comes from Tempest Mask 1000. Since 5:55 and says, I had to drop by knowing a friend is running Xenoblade Chronicles 3 right now. Having gotten the chance to meet Quadraaceps, I'm more than down to support him playing the 5th Xenoblade game for Nami. And yes, by technically, this would be the 5th entry. Think about it. Original XB1, Xenoblade X, XB2, XB1's Definitive Edition, and Xenoblade 3. And no, we don't count Xenoblade 3D because that's just the first game with amiibo support. Anyway, I wish I could be there, Quad, and I'm sure our paths will cross again soon. Fight on, friend. This donation goes to naming Sprig Not the Brave for Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers later on. Any critters out there? Oh, and Uni is the best girl. Don't at me. Thank you very much, Tempest Mask 1000.
Thank you for the very generous donation. Okay,
Alright,
so
yep.
Y is basically gonna be the same fight.
The only problem with Y is that at the start he's got full block rate, and also he's got this Glorious Typhoon annoying move.
Okay.
He also got quite a lot of HP, so we'll need to set up a chain right after Final Lucky 7 procs. Just like N4.
Okay. Mio's pretty close to Glittering Melodies, so I should be able to get Tyon and Uni their last levels of interlink there. They can build it really quickly if you use the Glittering Melody. And they're at 2 already, so the Melody is definitely going to get them to level 3. Okay, so there's our Origin Blade. I'm going to want to go behind here. Okay, they're entering 3. 2. 3. Don't aggro me.
It's not aggroing you, he's aggroing
Yeah, he's
somehow.
aggroing Senna. Don't turn, please. Ah, of course. Okay, well, it didn't block for some reason. Okay, that was really unlucky, but also lucky. Alright, so Cure Bullet. I was gonna go buff with Masha. And then hopefully put it in range of killing with the Tachyon Slash next round and farming our overkill. Alright, nice.
Also because we did so much damage, all the lines of Mobius Y are going at the same time.
Yeah.
Because he's supposed to say a bunch of stuff during the fight. If you pause during the chain attack, you're going to hear a bunch of stuff going on.
Oh, really nice. Okay, so this guy actually has negative Ether defense, which is why our Ouroboros here is dealing so much damage. So I'm just gonna secure my Troubadour unlock and everything with my attack and slash here. You can see it does so much damage with the Harmonic Wave. Alright. So there we go.
And now we can just leave in B.
No selfie for you. I don't like you. Alright, that's the last boss we have before the final boss. So right now we're gonna make our way over to the final boss, take one more level up, and then we'll be fine. We'll be
good to go.
Good to go. Yep. Okay, one little skip here you can do. You can basically, there's an elevator and you have to wait for the things to go down, but you can jump over them. Let's see. Okay. Hey, let's go. Swag
Nice.
jump.
It saves like 5 seconds.
Yeah, it saves a little bit of time. It's nice swag. Okay. So here's that spot which we got earlier, just when we got into Origin.
Very convenient to quick travel too.
Yep, it's just up there. No distance between you and the camp as well. 67, that's the level which I'm normally at.
Feel stronger.
Ah.
Everybody's dressed up for the final boss fight. Okay, one big menu before, and
Yeah, so
here we're finally gonna use our super secret spicy sauce. There's a Noah Troubadour.
yep, so we're going to play with 2 Troubadours and 1 War Medic with Lance. Really making sure that we are not going to die. And also 1 tank. So we're really like only Senna and Uni are going to be our attacker. Senna for one specific reason on one of the phases of the boss. And Uni is here for, you know, the usual, smashing people.
Shield belt.
And Noah being Troubadour here is not going to have that much damage, so we may as well put in the shield belt so that he stays alive with Final Lucky 7. And the main reason why we want him to be Troubadour is, well, if he's not going to be Flash Transfers, that means he's not going to be able to use his talent out right away. But that's fine, because as we explained earlier, Troubadour allows you to really spam your art really hard, whether it's your character or other people in your party. So actually, Noah here is able to build his talent out really, really, really fast. Which is a good thing, because this fight is going to take a little bit more than 100 seconds, which is the duration of Lucky 7. And so thankfully we're going to be able to do this fight fine. And also, this fight takes a while because we cannot skip cutscenes. As you could see, we could see a little bit of Mobius Dead, the final boss. So the main idea of this boss fight is that it has some really massive damage reduction, but on your normal attacks. But that damage reduction doesn't work on our follow-up. Now, this is the thing that we got from Stalker on pretty much everyone, and that everyone has stacked. So we want everyone to use art follow-up, and every time we're going to use an art in that circle, that's going to deal damage to the boss, and that way that's going to take care of the boss really, really fast, all the phases. So second phase, we're not going to be able to move too much. And so the main idea of this strat is to actually spam arts with the Troubadours in the middle of the art follow-up circles. That way we're going to be able to maximize the amount of damage we do. Everyone else is not going to matter too much with damage. We really just want everyone to set up art follow-up fields. And thankfully that art only has a 4-second cooldown. That was really fast.
It was really fast. Yeah, I saved my Glittering Melody for the ice phase. It used to blow you down, and then you have to run all the way back. But they removed it for some reason, I don't know why.
I mean, it's kind of annoying to move away with the ice, but yeah, anyway, like all those phases are around a minute every time. This is the third one.
Uni. Okay. He's gonna die.
It's fine.
Lance. Okay.
So this phase is the one where you are going to take a lot of damage because you know you've got those giant volcano moon. But like it's fine. Again, we've got art spamming for days.
Oh yes, he drew his lucky 7. I was hoping he wouldn't draw it, but
He always will if you're not controlling him. It's fine. You can just dribble it really fast.
yeah, probably have to sheath and redo it later. But it's fine. Well, let's get through this. Oh, oops. That's fine. Now let's get through this fire phase quickly.
There you go.
Oh, nice. It's pretty good.
I will face you as many times as you want.
Now one last phase.
You don't want your staying power people to die here, so I'm gonna try to move them out of the way in case he uses the big laser at the start. Grim Inquisition, I think. Okay, that's Dusk.
You will taste
You will taste despair. Okay. Okay. So unfortunately, Noah still has an unlimited sword. So when this phase of chain attacks end, I'm going to have to sheath and unsheath. But it's not that big of a deal because the Troubadour builds Lucky 7 so incredibly quickly. And I have to wait for my chain to build anyway.
So during all of that section, we actually weren't able to build interlink levels because that was the thing with this boss fight, this whole section, is you cannot Ouroboros. But now showing your resolve, you'll be able to bypass that debuff with these really long cutscenes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like this entire section here is kind of like the party slowly overcoming like
Despair.
yeah, whatever Zed is trying to do. I don't know. But so you can see the rest of the party still have that red debuff, which is basically interlink seal or shackle interlink or something like that. But Senna and Lance don't have it anymore, so they can start to build interlink. We don't need interlink on them. We want it on Uni and Tyon because we want at least one of them to reach interlink level 3. Uni and Tyon's going to be the most efficient one because both of them can complete the chain order very quickly, and they can get 1 level of interlink from the next 2 chains as well, which is about it's the same as Sen and Lance.
Yeah, because we never got to explain it, but actually, and like it kind of makes sense, right? Every time you are using an art during a chain, you are using the fusion art, and that actually counts towards your interlink building level building, which again, in order to build interlink, you need to go from 0 to 1, you need to use 4 fusion arts with both characters in total. To get to level 1 to from level 1 to 2, you need 5, and from 2 to 3, you need 6. So being able to build that in those chains is kind of the only optimization you can do in this section, because otherwise, like, the boss is not taking any kind of damage during this. It's really just a cutscene.
So the first phase is kind of long because of all the cutscenes here. The fight itself also has a lot of phases, so this is only the first phase. And after this fight against Zed, we're going to fight Zed Infinity, which he becomes a giant face. And then that fight itself is going to have multiple phases, and then we have to fight X Infinity and Y Infinity as well, which is giant faces of Mobius X and Mobius Y as well.
Hopefully Tech is not going to hate us too much, because that's probably hard on the bitrate.
Yeah, the final cutscene is pretty hard on the bitrate because of all the particles, whatever. But it's a very cool boss fight. Pretty execution heavy as well, and some pretty cool strats here.
Yeah, you kind of want to practice that boss fight a lot, even though like it's quite annoying because you have to go through all those cutscenes every time you want to practice the boss. But pretty important.
All right, yeah. So again, with the Troubadour setup here with Noah, we can actually our party actually gains a very considerable increase in survivability because we have one more healer that's able to revive, and also dish out healing. And Noah himself is able to have Shield Belt and Titanium Temple Guard, which increases his survivability by a lot. And overall just makes it very comfy to survive the fight. You are basically not in danger of dying as long as you play properly and don't play unnecessarily risky. In the past, when we used to do like a Flash Fencer strat, this fight was a lot riskier because Noah is a lot squishier. And that's kind of what gave this fight kind of a bad rep, I think. But nowadays, with this Troubadour strat, which is also very fast, the fight is basically
unlosable.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Now basically you can't blame me now if this happens.
You can technically lose the fight, but more often than not, it's gonna be your fault to lose the fight.
At worst, like, you're just mostly going to lose time, but like at some point I was on this fight. It was the worst fight of my life during practice. It took me like 15 minutes to get through. My brain was dead by the end because I was just getting trolled over and over and over
Yeah.
again. But I was
you
never
can-
in danger of dying.
Yeah, you can just sit there and rebuild your Lucky 7 as many times as you want, and you will not die.
I mean, I'd want to not have to build it so many times, but
Yeah.
sometimes it
Better than restarting the
happens.
entire fight, for sure. Yeah, so really, really, really cool strat. This is my favorite strat, which we got from the Chinese runners. Just
Sure, but I don't know.
using Chubarono is so giga brain, galaxy brain.
But it makes so much sense when you think about it.
Yeah.
Like, there's only good things about it. Like, it just.
Yeah,
it
because
just
your
makes
DPS
sense.
is going to come from Uni anyway. Okay, so this is the final chain.
The problem is you also need to rebuild.
Yeah, your
invade with,
attacker Lucky 7's not going to last the entire fight anyway, so you're not going to get much value out of it. Might as well get value out of using a class that can rebuild Lucky 7 really quickly.
And Troubadour just does that.
Mm-hmm. Troubadour is so good. Do we mention his stances? Has Shadow Parade
Oh, yeah.
stance, which also provides even more arts recharge, and also builds your talent quicker, and it stacks on top of the arts recharge field and the recharge buff. So you have like 3 sources of arts recharge increase, and that's why Troubadour is able
What
to
are
build
you
talent so
doing,
quickly.
Noah? He was jumping around. He was like super high in the air. That was so funny.
All right, so this is the last phase of this first phase. Last phase of the first phase. We're going to try to interlink free chain smash and then farm at least 268 overkill exactly to level up once.
Yes, time for phase 6.
Okay, so it's going to... Okay, there we go. I didn't get my arts back, whatever. Uni just surviving with 100 HP, nice. I'm gonna try to rush to my stance. Stance is really important for your recharge. Okay, there we go, there's my stance. Don't kill Uni.
Yeah, the stance is Shadow Parade.
Yeah, the really nice thing is stances persist when you die. So even if you die, your stances will still be active, and that's really nice for Tyon as well. We gave him a stance called Speed Demon, which increases his evasion by 30%. So all of a sudden he has 65% chance to evade anything that Zed throws at him.
So yeah, just like that, we already have Lucky 7 ready.
Okay. So
Now, because we're a healer, you actually don't build it. Don't build your talent the same way. You build it by using healing arts and using the field that's going to be regenerate on your D-pad up, and that builds up actually quite fast too.
okay, I'm gonna hope that they get enough from this. Okay, that's fine. Land's got it. Okay. I just need 4 arts here.
Oh, you need
Oh wait, I need 1 more. Exactly, a little bit more here.
didn't heal enough.
Yeah, not a big deal. Oh, here's the laser. Okay, there we go. This definitely kills with the Origin Blade. Boom, big smash. He doesn't have a lot of HP in this phase, and it's pretty squishy. So the next few phases that he has a lot more HP. Okay, so hopefully you get 268 at least. Should normally get it. There we go. Good boy.
So we want 268 exactly because that gives us exactly 1
Yeah,
level.
you can see we just reached level 68. Okay, cool. That's the first phase. Now we got Infinity.
Time
turns
for
into-
phase 7.
Yeah, time for big face phase.
So there's at least one cutscene that you can skip, and it's the cutscene leading to Z Infinity. So you kind of don't want to stay in the middle. So we're going to go to the side because in the middle is going to use a big giant attack, which in Arc and Purge we threw just so there. And now we also need to rebuild final Lucky 7 with Noah. So we're just going to do that real quick.
I'm gonna micromanage Uni as well. I want to make sure she's not in the middle. Go away.
Yeah, so for some reason
Good.
attackers tend to go in the middle.
Okay, see they're Interlink 2 already. That's really quick. I want them to hit Interlink 3. Where's Noah? Okay. It should be fine. Okay, I'm gonna draw unlimited start here. I'm gonna go to land just to make sure Tyon is surviving. Oops. Okay. Okay, interling
again.
3, that's great.
Building final lucky 7 with Noah.
Okay, so interling 1, perfect.
So yeah, you just need to use 2 arts. That's going to give you half your charge, and then when you are going to go for the shackle ring final lucky 7, you will get enough to get your talent art.
Okay, so specifically, I'm not going to power charge my Glorious Wing here because he has an HP threshold, which will trigger a cutscene and becomes immune to smash. So I'm gonna power charge Uni. 2, 3. Hopefully you don't see Moonless. 4. Okay, annoying. Oh, okay, no. Tyrant still has his power charge. Really nice. So I can just rebuild from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna interlink. All right, good.
Nice.
Good first phase 1. Got hit by the Moonless, whatever. Okay. As long as one of them has their power charge, if you interlink them, they'll both get it. Okay, good. And here's a little tech. After this, you need to hit him 1 time, but he has a set number of evasions from using this move called Origin Punishment. But you have to deal some damage to him, so I'm going to put Uni on Ouroboros to get that Wings of Pursuit burn damage here. And that's going to end the phase.
Yep. Good stuff. So that was phase 7. There is supposed to be like a bunch of extra talks during that fight, but we skipped all of them because of the smash quite early.
Yep. So here you get X again. Woohoo!
So this time that's going to split our party. So we are going to have just the Kevis side here. No Masha either. So just Noah, Lance, and Uni. And in order to trigger the next parts of this fight, we need to actually have someone die. So we're going to let Uni take the aggro, and eventually she's going to die. We're going to rebuild in limited sword with Noah.
Yep. Uni should go down 1 more hit.
Unless it's Voidsicle.
Yeah, there we go. X control by like missing a ton. Good thing it doesn't happen that much, but it can happen. So okay, now this will trigger. Meaningless Pain will trigger the cutscene to go to the next phase. It is sort of damage gated as well, but it's not guaranteed that she'll use Meaningless Pain if she goes low in HP. So the best way to guarantee that you get the quick phase change is to just kill off somebody. And you have to rebuild your Lucky 7 anyway, so you might as well.
Yep.
Because otherwise you could risk just like pulling Lucky 7 and then X like, no, I don't want to do Meaningless Pain, and then you run out of Lucky 7.
Yeah, because your timing on the Lucky 7 is actually both for X and the next phase. Spoiler alert, there is even more phases.
Yeah. Alright, Melia's gonna say the line here. We didn't mention we rescued Melia from Origin after we beat N.
Oh my god,
Future Connected!
Connected!
Oh, it's like a reference to the Future Connected game.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. Riku's really good to see here because we don't need extra damage here and we want our good DPS heroes for the next phase.
Yeah, because we've got Lucky 7 here, and even though Noah has a shield belt, he's still going to deal quite a lot of damage and actually finish out the fight.
Okay, Uni dying is fine because I get Art's Recharge. Lance is going to pick her up. Oh, nice. Nice Troubadour proc on that Ring of Roses there.
The Ring of Roses is one art that's actually building your talent really hard, so that's why you want to do that a lot.
So I'm just going to cycle through my arts here, build my talent at the same time, build my Shackle Charge. Because I started with Tachyon Slash, using Tachyon Slash again puts my chain at 0. Okay, I got interrupted there, so I have to rebuild.
It's fine. You have quite a bit of leeway for the next fight anyway, so it's fine to be interrupted. And you shouldn't be interrupted more than once anyway.
Okay, good thing Noah wasn't targeted there. Okay, this should end the phase. Okay, nice.
Also, Lance is
Lance
dead.
dying is not a big deal. He'll get revived later.
Yep.
Okay, so now we got Winefinity. This one's just a very just beat him down.
Yep. So we don't have yeah, we don't have Infinity Blade. We don't have Infinity Sword. We do have nice Juniper. We should also get Gondor, I think.
Yep, we'll get Gondor here. Valdi is fine, I guess. Give some healing. Ideally, you get Valdi, Gondor, Miyabi, Juniper. Just not seeing just seeing Gondor here is already very good. So
Yeah.
we'll take that.
Yeah, Martial Artist is very good at dealing damage. Now we did set up. That's the whole reason why we have Attacker Senna for is specifically for this fight. And she's got the Victor Gauntlet, so she's quite squishy, but she deals quite a bit of damage here. So there is a glitch that happens because of the newest update on 2.0, which means that if you fuse staying power with another art, so say Edge Thrust, if a character is going to be in that field, they potentially can deal damage to Senna instead to the boss, and so you just die. So that's a very annoying glitch that just happened to be a thing, and now we have to play around that, and so that's why Quad is going to go away when using Edge Thrust with staying power, so that way no one's going to be in that field.
That's a lot of problems.
Triple. But either way, your biggest damage is air slash fusion. You're still using that fusion because that gives a little bit of extra damage on next round, but
missed that auto attack. It's fine. Glittering Melody maybe.
Glittering Melody to give like all the cooldown.
Oh, nice.
Really nice to do stuff fast.
That's
Good
pretty
fight.
good. If you get Gondor, it does speed up this phase a little bit because she does more damage. Okay. First phase of the final phase.
Yeah, so we're on phase 10 now. Quite a lengthy boss fight, don't you think?
This is when we have to things start to get a little more dangerous. Starts to use more dangerous attacks.
Yeah. So most of the time, like if you didn't first try this boss fight, it was probably on this boss fight that you died, and then it's unfortunate because you have to do everything all over again. So we've got Lucky 7 ready again. So we just have to set up Origin Blade, get that debuff all thing. Uni and Tian should be really close to level 3, so we should be able to get that up. There he goes, our level 3. So we just need to do the combo, do the shackle sacks, and then we'll be able to chain and smash.
Okay. 4 arts. 1. 2. Do I have Cure Bullet? No.
Have to use our Harmonic Wave.
Okay, no, I have to Harmonic Wave again. Oh, wow, we got hit by... Okay, I have to do a little bit of a backup here. I'm gonna let them get their arts going here. Okay, I'll do this again. 1. I might have to Oral Lance here. I'll just Oral them.
So yeah.
Oh, he ran out of Infinity Blade. Whatever. Okay, let's do this again. Let's do this again. Hopefully Tian can rebuild his Interlink.
As I said, it's fine because like rebuilding is really fast anyway. So
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. It got, the Moonless was really badly timed. It's fine. I'll just very quickly rebuild my Infinity Blade here. I do kind of want to see Interlink level though. That's fine. Oops. Okay, Glittering Melody is great.
right.
We might see. I'm gonna trigger intentionally the cutscene at 85% HP here.
Because you need to get Origin Blade.
Yeah,
anyway.
ideally you would skip this cutscene trigger. Oh, they're Interlink 1 still. Jeez. Okay, I'm just gonna trigger my Origin Blade here. Okay, hopefully they get Entruling too. Okay, fine. Okay, so are you gonna Entruling? Okay, I'm gonna pull their Entruling Blade. I mean their Origin Blade, that's fine. I'm basically just trying to rebuild the Entruling levels here. This cutscene triggers at level 85. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, can you get Entruling free, please? Okay. Oh wait, I have to do power charge. Oh,
Do
wow,
you with-
cooldown. Of course, okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind.
You shouldn't need it because
Yeah, I shouldn't need it.
you
Triple.
got pretty.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna go tie on. 4. Oh, I should have gone 5. Yeah, because I don't have power charge. That's fine. I'll just finish this phase with Tion's Ouroboros here. Oh, actually no, that's fine. That's enough.
See, I told you. So yeah, this fight is gated at half HP. So this is technically the final phase after that.
Yep.
Phase
Gonna,
12.
gonna get joined by our two favorite heroes, Nia and Melee.
Yep. Coming back to that donation when we were at our Eternals, asking us which were our favorite heroes. That's definitely one of those two.
Alright, so this is gonna be the final phase of the final boss fight. He starts to use he starts to give himself buffs and use more which increases damage and use more dangerous attacks. So I really want to make sure that I shift my party away from the AoE if they're low on HP.
Oh my god, it's Melia!
But it's basically going to be the same strat. Hi, Melia.
She actually manages to get her Starlight Kick and land on their feet.
No, Nia had a really good glow up this game. I love it.
Sure did.
All right, so I'm gonna rebuild. I'm gonna rebuild my. So it's, okay, I'm gonna rebuild my Infinity, my Unlimited Sword here.
You need to rebuild in both Infinity Sword and Chain Attack, so it's fine to actually have to do both.
Okay.
Mini dying is fine because that means that you get your arts back.
Okay, I'm gonna hope that lands builds his. I'm gonna actually put Senna on this side here. Just I don't want her to die. Okay, she's. Oh wow.
That's unfortunate.
Noah was really dumb and just went to the middle. Okay, never mind. Okay, now they definitely get Interlink free. I can very quickly rebuild this. Okay, nice. Here. See how quickly I rebuild this? Like really, really quickly. Okay, I should be able to rebuild, yeah. Mobius Diffusion, that's the really dangerous attack that can wipe a lot of your party members. Especially Noah, that's why we have a lot of bulk on him, just to survive that. Okay, should be fine now. Oh yeah, this actually resets the aggro. It's fine. Starlight Kick, ouch.
So once again, Origin Blade.
Okay, gonna Origin Blade, follow leader, because I have chain already. Okay, 4 arts here. One.
Damage is coming up.
2. Okay, no, it's okay.
Once the boss is at 0 HP.
1, 2. Let's do this. 3. Okay. Right, nice.
All right.
Should be a clean kill here, and time after the chain. So 3, 2, 1, and sorry.
Your timing is wrong.
Time. Okay, there we go.
Still best in my PB. Good job.
That was one boss fight for sure.
Yeah. He definitely decided to troll there, but as you could see, like even if he trolls, like you're fine.
All right, just do some really quick shout-outs at the end of this run. I really want to thank everyone who contributed to getting me here. If you helped to donate to get me here, or you just supported the channel and raise awareness about like the speedrun, because I really think this is a really great speedrun. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to showcase this at this wonderful event and for a good cause. Thank you, Legrand, for joining me here 7 hours.
Always be there, buddy.
Definitely not easy to commentate a run with so many different strats and so many things to talk about like this. So I really hope you all enjoy the run. Really hope, I hope you enjoyed our commentary. I hope we were able to provide some good entertainment for everyone. Legrand, do you have any words?
Yeah, if you're interested in running any Xenoblade games, like you can join the community. We're cool people. This guy is cool. He's nice. He taught me how to run this game quite a bit. But yeah, like don't hesitate to join and just hang out with people. We're a nice bunch.
There's a ton of different Xeno games. All of them are great. So yeah, thank you again, and we'll hand it over to the host.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is Velu V here. I'll be signing out in just a moment as well. I do have a couple of final last-minute donations from Xenoblade. Game Stetson donates $10 and says, I went to sleep an hour into Xenoblade 3 run, and I'm glad I woke up in time to see the end of it. Amazing stamina by Quad and Legrand to complete this run. Looking forward to more incredible runs this week. My Hero Zero also donates $20 with no comment. And Sean dropped $10 and said, hey, you're full of beans. So thank you very much, Sean, and all of our donors. Again, I'm Velu V. I am signing out. We're going to run a quick ad when we get back. Your host will have changed. It will be Ashen Prime, who's going to take us through the next couple of runs. So thank you all very much. Stay tuned in, and we'll be right back after this ad break.
And welcome back, everyone. My name is Ashen Prime. And we are here at RPG Limit Break. I want to say a great thanks to Velu V for the wonderful hosting during Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and for the throwover. We are here at RPG Limit Break supporting NAMI. This is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey. We're here, we're running video games, we're having fun. We are going to be going into Chained Echoes at any % run with Moonblazed Wolf. Before that, though, we will see an interview with the runner of Dragon Quest Builders. This is TheCowness. They're still getting that set up, but I do want to just point out that we have some amazing incentives that are running and getting ready for those runs. In Dragon Quest, we do have a chapter bid war. You have the option to choose which route we're actually going to be running during the speedrun, whether it's chapter 1, chapter 2, or chapter 3. We'll hear a bit more about those during the interview. There's also an incentive to craft the Lyre of Slime Immemorial. I'm very interested to hear what that is. And of course, you can name the builder in Dragon Quest Builders. Right now, the leading name on that is Maribel with $75. So if you want to help choose between any of the options we have there, or if you want to offer your own, please donate and bid on that naming incentive. All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. We are ready to go to our interview. We're going to throw over to Vonnie Von interviewing TheCowness. Please take it away.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Ashen. Hello, everyone. I am Vonnie, and with me I have TheCowness, who is going to be running Dragon Quest Builders here. Now, this is not the next run that you're going to be seeing. That run is going to be Chained Echoes being done by the impossibly handsome Moonblazed Wolf. So we'll get to that in a second. But first, we wanted to talk to TheCowness, and we'll talk about why we wanted to talk to you now in a minute. But first, I want to just kind of ask you a couple things about you and the speedrunning that you do. So tell us a little bit how you got into speedrunning in the first place, and specifically what got you into the RPG speedrunning community.
Yeah, so around 2013, I was starting to watch streams on Twitch TV, and I was originally watching League of Legends, but then started to look up older games, and even then, most of the bigger, older game streams were speedruns, so I briefly got into Ocarina of Time speedrunning, doing the Saturday Night Bingo with the community, and then around 2014 I saw probably Darkwing Duck and Everhate doing Dragon Warrior 3 NES and got into that, and then since then I've just been learning most of the Dragon Quest series, really. Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you what games you typically run, and Dragon Quest is kind of that's your wheelhouse, yeah? Yeah, those are the ones that I've spent the most time on. I've dipped into a couple others. I was playing Zelda 2 in the practice room yesterday. It wasn't going too well, but I did it for a 12-hour challenge last year, I think. Oh, nice. But yeah, and every once in a while I'll also do like blind races with friends online. Those are fun to do. Just sort of a speed run, no strats, but see who can beat it the fastest. Cool. Very good. All right, let's talk about what you're going to be doing here today. Dragon Quest Builders. What got you specifically into this game? Well, first of all, it's just a fun game to play, and I think that's really the only reason anyone needs to learn a speed run of a game is just the game you like. But when I saw it announced, I was kind of drawn to it because if you don't know what it is, it's kind of Dragon Quest meets Minecraft. And in the early 2000s, I was playing a lot of fan games of the Dragon Quest series. Some of them were online fan games, and eventually I kind of made one of my own that was kind of a sandbox with Dragon Quest sprites and stuff. And so kind of a similar concept, but it was really cool because eventually I had a small community forum in there where people would build stuff, houses, caves, and kind of role play in it. Just tell a story with the stuff they've built. And then I still talk to like half of those guys. So, between that and speedrunning, I can kind of attribute all of my current friends that I'm in close contact with to the Dragon Quest series. Yeah. So I kind of stick with the series for speedrunning, just and repay the favor. Very good. Now I understand with this game that you developed and whatnot,
It wasn't all smooth sailing. There were some issues.
Yeah, so a few years after I'd even touched it anymore, they'd released a 3DS remake of Dragon Quest Monsters 2, which is one of my favorite games in the series, probably my favorite spin-off, even above Builders. But so I sent an email to Square Enix support saying, hey, this Builders game you got come out, that sounds a little familiar. Maybe you should send me a translated copy of 3DS Monsters 2, because I knew they weren't going to localize it, and maybe I'll overlook this. And they sent me a cease and desist letter. So
wow. That's a badge of honor, I guess.
Yeah, I really want to print out that email and frame it. It's probably my favorite email I've ever received.
Save it for posterity. Exactly. All right. Now I really want you to talk about the incentives that you've got coming up for your run, because it's really unique with what we're doing, and I really want you to take a minute to explain exactly what's involved with those.
Yeah, so again, just to briefly highlight the game, it's Dragon Quest meets Minecraft, kind of a story mode where you're completing a bunch of quests, and it's split into 4 chapters, and in each chapter we're going to be rebuilding one of the towns from the original Dragon Quest 1. Because the game is sort of a sequel to Dragon Quest 1's bad ending, where you go up to the Dragon Lord, you start talking to him, you're just mashing through text, and you accidentally accept his offer to split half the world with him instead of fighting him, and then the game just ends. So this happens after that, where the hero has let the Dragon Lord win, and the Dragon Lord has sealed away humanity's ability to build and be creative. So you wake up in this game as the legendary builder, trying to help people get the spark of creation back and rebuild towns. And so each chapter will start off pretty much fresh with absolutely nothing. So it makes it really good for individual level speedruns. You can just do one chapter at a time, because nothing you did in the previous chapter carries over. And so there's a bid war for chapters 1, 2, 3, or not 4. The reason we're excluding 4 is just because it's not an interesting chapter on its own. It's got a really cool final boss, but the beginning is kind of boring, and then the middle, you're just kind of meeting characters that showed up in chapters 1, 2, and 3, and they're the audience, if they haven't played the game, they're not going to know those characters.
Yeah.
So the 3 chapters that we do have up, the first one is going to be Cantlin, which is the fortress city that was originally guarded by the Golem in Dragon Quest 1.
Right.
And in that chapter, we're going to be rebuilding the town, and townspeople are kind of worried that the Golem's going to come back and attack, and the Golem will ultimately be the boss of the chapter. But yeah, a lot of that chapter is just kind of an introduction to a lot of the mechanics and the quest system, and going to just be building up fortress walls and stronger weapons and armor, get from copper to iron to steel, ultimately, and then then you'll be able to fight the Golem. And then so chapter 2 is that's Rimmuldar, which was the island that was kind of closest to the Dragon Lord's castle. It was surrounded by water in the original Dragon Quest 1, but now it's surrounded by a poisonous swamp, and all of the inhabitants of that area are sick. So what we're going to be doing in that chapter is building a hospital and collecting all these sick people, putting them in the hospital room, and each of them is going to need different items to help cure their status ailments, whether it's food or antidote herbs or whatever.
Oh, interesting.
So that's going to be a lot of what we're collecting materials for in that chapter.
Okay.
And then the boss of that chapter is going to be the Hades Condor, which is kind of just a Dragon Quest 3 random encounter enemy, but I like what they did with the boss fight in that one.
Okay.
So then chapter 3 is, that's Cole and Garenham, though Garenham you're not rebuilding, you just kind of visit its ruins. So Cole was the town in Dragon Quest 1 where it had the hot spring and the fairy flute was
on the ground,
hidden next to it in Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 3. So a lot of that chapter is built refurbishing the hot spring and getting all these horned hat guys who used to live there to come back. And the more you upgrade the spring, the more better weapons that your townspeople get. So you don't have to do all the work in combat.
Okay, cool.
Which is also a thing in chapter 1. In chapter 2, your townspeople are kind of just useless. But
okay.
Yeah. Chapter 3, we're also building up kind of similar in chapter 1 to get better weapons and stuff, but instead of going towards steel, we actually go toward magical weapons. Okay. So there's kind of a branch there where we get magical weapons and armor to damage some enemies that aren't hurt by normal weapons.
Oh, okay.
And then the final boss of that chapter is really cool. I'd say that one in chapter 1 I think have the coolest bosses.
Okay.
And also at the end of Chapter 1, we get a really cool item that I don't want to spoil, but it's probably my favorite thing in Dragon Quest Builders.
Oh, neat, neat. Now, because this is a speed run, I'm guessing there's going to be some sort of exploits, glitches, manipulations, and whatnot. Tell me about what's involved in each of those chapters if people want to see some things like that.
Yeah, so another thing I should mention, these chapters are all a different length, but I gave one estimate for the whole bid war. So for Chapter 1, since it's so much shorter than Chapter 3, I'm going to pad it out a bit and do all of the challenges that you get at the end of the chapter, which just adds a little more time to it. But as far as the glitches go, the main one that we're going to do in all 3 chapters has to do with the definition of a room, because as you build your town and put items in each room, you get more points and experience, and you have to level up your town to progress. But if you, a room is 3 tiles high, but to build a room, you just have to build 2 wall tiles high. So there's actually, if you build 2 rooms on top of each other, there's a row that overlaps. So if you put an item in that row, it counts points double toward each of the rooms.
Oh, nice.
So we're going to do that to completely avoid having to build any kind of extra rooms that we don't need. We just throw all of our extra junk items in that room.
You're just being efficient.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool. Very good.
But that makes the point routing work out pretty nicely. Like, you're not picking up too many junk items. You're not building any extra rooms just for points. You're just what's required, and then your double room.
Perfect.
Besides that, the other glitch we really use, there's a zip that you can do to go up through the ceiling or a floor, where you put down ivy, and then above it you have a staircase, and then whatever ceiling you want to zip up is above the staircase, and then when you pop up, you just scoot forward so fast that you just shoot up into the ceiling. It's kind of cool. Well, I actually yesterday added it to my route for Chapter 1, so now it's in all 3 of the chapters, but we'll do it 4 times in Chapter 3 and once in each of the other 2.
Very cool. Nice. That all sounds very interesting. And so for those of you that have some sort of preference based on what Countess had to say about those, be sure to get those donations in. I assume that the cutoff for that is the beginning, right?
Right.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Because you got to choose which way you're going to go. So there's your timing. Who's going to be joining you for commentary today?
Well, also there's 2 other incentives real quick.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you're done.
So we're also naming the builder, which I heard the host mention earlier, and that's also another one that cuts off at the beginning. And we're also going to craft an item called the Lyre of Slime Immemorial, which is a harp, where when you interact with it, it swaps the soundtrack of the game out for an 8-bit version of the soundtrack.
Oh, excellent.
So, yeah, depending on which chapter it gets picked, will affect how far into the run I can craft it. But whenever it gets met, if it's not met by the beginning, I'll craft it as soon as possible and swap the soundtrack over.
Well, we would want you to craft it as soon as possible. The music is fantastic.
Yeah, it's also nice because it's worth a lot of points, so I can skip some other items too. It's not really a time loss to pick it up.
Again, being efficient.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Alrighty. You said you got, who'd you say you had joining you for commentary?
Hactical, who did the Dragon Quest Monsters 2 run a couple days ago, and I was on his couch, so he's going to be on mine.
What about this little guy right here?
Yeah, he'll be with us too.
Very good.
Got the Yeti here. He'll show up in Chapter 3 if Chapter 3 wins.
Cool.
But,
all right, well, if you want to see the Yeti, if that's a selling point for you, then you would donate for Chapter 3. Well,
I would say it is.
Yes, very good. Countess, thank you very much for joining me. Good luck on your run today. Again, it's not what's coming up next, but what we've got coming up next right now. We got to talk prizes because we have the opportunity to do so. Want to remind you about our 2 big prizes that we have right now. First, let's start with this modded, the Capture modded 3DS. This is going to be available. How you get eligible for this? $100 in cumulative donations, $100 or more, I should say. That gets you in the running for this 3DS. This is going to be cut off at the end of the Exile Wicked Phenomenon run, which will be done in about 14 hours from now. So time is running out if you want to get eligible for the 3DS. Now, as far as this 256 gig Steam Deck right here, that also is cumulative donations of $100 or more, and the cutoff for that is the end of the marathon. So you've got all week long to get yourself eligible for that one. Now, prizes that we have going on in our current block right now. Got a couple that I can't show you. One of them is a Steam key, so I have nothing physical for that. That's a Steam key for Chained Echoes. That's the run you're going to be watching here in just a couple of minutes. So if you really enjoy what Moonblaze is doing here with the game he's playing, you might want to get in on that. It's a $5 minimum donation to get in on that. There is also a copy of Final Fantasy X-2, which is going to be run a little later today for the PlayStation 2. Complete. It's in its package and everything. $5 for that one as well to get eligible. We've got a couple of oh yeah, they're hidden behind here. Got a couple perlers here of Yuna and Pain. Speaking of Final Fantasy X-2, you can zoom in on those and see the quality there. Again, $5 donation to get eligible for those. And then this last prize that I've got here, I don't even want to touch it. This is incredible. It is a CGC graded 10 Yuna from the Final Fantasy trading card game series. It is, so you know it is an absolutely beautiful condition. The card itself is beautiful. Yeah, thank you for getting in on that. I mean, look at the absolute quality there. It is really, really, really nice. To get in on this one, it's a minimum donation of $10 to get eligible for that. Now, those last 4 prizes that I mentioned, you know, as luck would have it, all of those will be cut off at the end of the Final Fantasy X-2 run. So if you want to get in on those, you want to make sure that you get your donations in before the end of that run. If I may, I'm going to take just a few seconds here just because I know they're watching. Want to say hi to my family at home, my baby, my boo-boo, and my bud. I love you. I miss you. Thank you for holding it down while I'm here, and I hope you're enjoying watching everything that we're doing here all week long, as well as all of you watching at home. So, alrighty, let's go ahead and get this party started. Again, Countess, thank you very much for joining me. Good luck on your run. We're going to toss it on over to Ashen, and he's going to bring us into our run of Chained Echoes by Moonblaze Wolf. Ashen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vani. Yes, we are going to be getting into that. Just a quick update on some of these incentives, because we're talking about DQ builders. Those are going to be ending at or closing at the end of the Chained Echoes run. So that's why we're talking about them now, so that you know that you only have a little bit of time left to get your bids in for the chapter selection, get your help get that craft the Lyra Slime Memorial, and of course naming the builder. Right now we have 3 options on the list. We have Maribel in the lead, Yangus, and we have Spiel also on the list. And actually, you know, yeah, no, I'm sorry, everybody. I just have to deal with this. This isn't quite right. We just gotta. There we go, that's better. Safety Spiel needs to get a little bit closer to the action. He was surveying the room well in the back, but needs to be a little bit closer so he can see the runs. All right, just a few more moments until we get everything set and ready for this run. I do want to remind everybody, we are here for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. All your donations go straight towards them, including this anonymous $100 donation. Thank you very much.